The Day of Confinement is just a sick game created by cosmic evil gods for their own amusement. 20 years ago, this twisted game of death suddenly descended upon our peaceful Earth, unleashing absolute devastation alongside a truly massive, life-changing opportunity for humans on Earth are randomly selected and dragged into this madness, forced to clear different dungeons, each having its own unique rules and brutal difficulty. But they all have one thing in common: clear the stage, and players walk away with insanely powerful cards that can completely change their entire lives. Losers pay with their lives. Game over. They stay trapped inside this nightmare forever. Every single player enters thinking they will slay the big boss, grab an S-rank card, and stand as the ultimate champion. But reality is brutal, because out of everyone who entered that meat grinder, this young man is the sole survivor. He once believed that by pushing forward, constantly conquering dungeons, slaying endless bosses, and growing stronger and stronger, he would eventually obtain everything he had ever wanted. But only now does Luo Xi realize the dark truth. The final reward is just becoming a lonely god. Unfortunately, this hollow throne was never the ending Luo Xi actually wanted, so he outright rejects becoming a wicked god like the monsters who created this game. Luo Xi, abandoning his divine throne, leaves those cosmic gods utterly and absolutely stunned. They ask him, the sole survivor who cleared Earth, the absolute strongest player of this entire game, "Luo Xi, we are curious. What is it you actually want?" And he answers, "My peaceful, ordinary daily life. Just a simple world where the people most important to me are totally safe and alive," he replies instantly, without a single shred of doubt. But the gods mock him. "You destroyed all that. So now we will make you watch the very planet holding your memories shatter right before your eyes." Faced with those empty threats, our guy doesn't even flinch. Watch this. Instead, he pulls out a golden S-rank card, number 005, packing a power that even those gods cannot control. "You guys actually made something useful," Luo Xi sneers, taunting them as he reveals the card's ultimate power, reversing space and time itself. At that exact moment, he's incredibly glad he always kept this trump card. This time, Luo Xi is going to erase every single regret and save everyone he loves so they can live in peace. True to its name, this legendary card's effect does one thing: it completely resets time. Except for the user, everyone's memory of the horror is completely wiped clean, resetting the entire world and everything that happened back to the very beginning. Seeing the glowing card in Luo Xi's hand, the evil gods gasps in shock, realizing he actually obtained that specific card, calling it highly amusing. They tell him they look forward to their next meeting, right before Luo Xi triggers the time-reversing card without wasting a second. Instantly, reality twists and shatters as the flow of time starts racing backward. But before he goes, Luo Xi throws one final warning at those wicked gods who ruined Earth just for their sick entertainment. "Go wash your necks clean. Just wait for my return, because the very moment I descend upon this place again, I will personally wipe out your entire existence and make sure you never touch what I cherish again." As time rewinds, Luo Xi's vision goes dark, his physical body and soul swept away in the chaotic vortex of the temporal reverse flow. Waking up, he's lying on a hospital bed, gasping for breath and completely disoriented. He stares down at his shaking palms in absolute silence. Unreal. He actually made it back home. It takes him quite a long time to finally calm his racing heart, look around, and realize he is currently locked inside a recovery ward at Qingshan Mental Hospital. A gentle face filled with intense worry enters his vision, asking if little Xi is seeing those bad, scary things again. "Don't worry, Mom is here," she says. "You guys can feel that pain, right?" Tears instantly flood his eyes. It's his mom, truly his beloved mom, whom he hadn't seen awake since the day he was dragged into that hellish game in his past life. That cursed game trapped her mind inside the system forever, leaving her physical body as a completely brain-dead vegetable in the real world. It had been years since they last shared a real conversation, but right now, she's standing right in front of him, fully awake and healthy. Overwhelmed with raw emotion, Luo Xi lunges forward and wraps his arms around her tightly. He softly tells her how much he missed her, making his mom think he's acting pretty childish. His mother gets extremely worried, terrified that her son's mental illness has suddenly taken a major turn for the worse. At this exact moment in time, he is just a newly admitted patient at Qingshan, because, since childhood, Luo Xi has suffered from a highly severe case of dissociative identity. To put it in simpler terms, he basically suffers from severe schizophrenia and split personalities. In fact, there are indeed several distinct voices constantly arguing inside his head at all times. The terrifying things Luo Xi sees are actually entirely real, but not a single soul around him has ever believed him. Because of this illness, Luo Xi is confined to a hospital bed. No work, no dating, absolutely nothing. He had been sick since childhood, making his father want to abandon him, but his mother never stopped fighting for his treatment. In the end, after draining all of their savings, his father abandoned them both and walked out of their lives forever. From then on, his mother had to carry the heavy burden of raising Luo Xi completely alone. Even after exhausting, bone-weary shifts at work, she still painstakingly sat down to teach him how to read and write. But to be honest, none of that painful past even matters anymore. Right now, his mother is still alive alongside everyone else. For Luo Xi, this peaceful reality is already the best life he could have ever dreamed of. Suddenly, Luo Xi glances at the clock. 5:26 p.m. Time is running out fast. He remembers exactly when confinement day descends upon the world, 6 p.m. on the 23rd. In other words, he has only 34 minutes left. Imagine the sheer panic of having that little time to prepare. Confinement Day is a terrifying game that has the power to forcibly drag a player's consciousness directly into its world. If you fail to clear a stage, your mind gets trapped in there forever. Worse yet, dying in that game means you become completely brain dead in the real world too, leaving you in a permanent, hopeless vegetative state. Luo Xi quickly slips on his slippers and gets off the bed. He remembers it clearly. The very first time anyone gets dragged into Confinement Day, they are forced to run an E-rank beginner dungeon. Knowing this, he has to write down every single clearing strategy he can still remember from those early trials. He needs to keep the explanations so simple that even his mother can easily understand them, memorizing the steps to boost her chances of survival. On top of that, he has to write 2 copies, because his best buddy Shou Qing is about to arrive. Seeing Luo Xi suddenly jump up and start writing like a madman, his mother can't help but speak up. Writing is fine, but don't overexert yourself, Luo Xi. The doctor said you need rest. I'm going to take the trash out, and we'll be right back. In his past life, he always saw himself as the most unfortunate soul alive. But only after losing everything did he realize he actually had it all from the start. So in this new life, he swears to fight with everything he has to protect the precious things he was given from the very beginning. Lucky for him, Luo Xi's memory is incredibly sharp. Not long after he sits down to write, the hospital door swings open, and a kind-faced young man walks in, his loud voice echoing before he even enters. Hey Luo Xi, I'm visiting you again, and even bought those oranges you love. Luo Xi responds, asking how he has been. Hearing this, Shou Qing scratches his head in confusion. Didn't he just drop by to see his buddy only 3 days ago? Shou Qing is actually his real name, and he is the only true friend Luo Xi ever had, since they grew up in the same neighborhood. Back then, when neighbors heard about Luo Xi's condition, they strictly warned their kids to stay far away from him. Some cruel kids even started bullying him just to act tough and show off their bravery. Honestly, it was completely messed up. That was when Shou Qing stepped in, shielding Luo Xi from the bullies and officially becoming his one and only loyal friend. Shou Qing is someone Luo Xi would die for, but in his past life, his friend met a tragic end inside a dungeon, sacrificing himself so Luo Xi could survive. Keep living and beat this damn game, Luo Xi. Those final, heartbreaking words from Shou Qing still ring clearly in his ears to this very day. In this life, he swears on his soul that he will never let that terrible tragedy happen again. Placing the oranges on the table, Shou Qing walks over to see what Luo Xi is writing. Is that a novel? Let me read it. But Luo Xi solemnly replies it is a survival guide. A game guide? Did the doctor finally let you play? Didn't they say playing games like that would make your health much worse? Poor Shou Qing has absolutely no idea about the madness coming. Honestly, you can't even blame him for being clueless. With zero time to waste, Luo Xi simply tells him that this is a game they are both absolutely forced to play. Having just finished writing the 2 survival guides, he hands them over, telling Shou Qing to memorize his copy immediately and give the other one to his mom. Wait, your mom has to play this too? Shou Qing asks in shock. Luo Xi just cuts him off, telling him to stop asking and start reading. Just memorize as much as you can. When things hit the fan, this information is going to save your life. Seeing Luo Xi looking so incredibly serious, Shou Qing feels a bit uneasy but reluctantly takes the 2 handwritten notebooks anyway. Even though Shou Qing is skeptical, the rules of Confinement Day are brutally simple. Slaying monsters and clearing stages rewards players with cards from E rank to S rank, giving them items, These powerful cards are the only way for players to gain insane supernatural abilities. However, when it comes to S-rank cards, only 15 exist in the entire game. Each one is completely unique, packing god-tier powers that even the dark deities themselves cannot control or possess. Like the time reversal card Luo Xi used to return to the past. All 15 S-rank cards are hidden deep inside the dangerous dungeons. Finding them is his only hope of standing against the evil gods. And just like that, there is only 1 minute left before the countdown ends. He looks at the photo of himself, his mother, and Shu Qing on the desk, unable to hold back a deep sigh. Honestly, the very last moments of his normal, peaceful life are about to end. As the clock hits 6 p.m., a sharp beep rings out. Just like in his past life, a notification pops up right before Luo Xi. Congratulations, you have been chosen by the Day of Confinement game to become one of its very first players. Congratulations? Yeah, congratulations, my foot. These evil gods never even bothered to ask if humanity wanted to play their twisted game, but nothing can change that now. Along with countless others who got the alert, Luo Xi feels his soul being pulled out step by step, entering the game dungeon. But this time is completely different from his past life. He carries all of those agonizing memories alongside an absolute, burning determination to protect every single person and thing he holds dear, to conquer every single dungeon, to become the strongest once again, and completely wipe out the wretched evil gods who dared to play with our world. If Luo Xi remembers correctly, his starter dungeon is an E-rank challenge known as the Carnage Corporation. Generally speaking, once a dungeon is fully initialized and the player's soul loading process finishes, this game usually wipes their real memories and implants a completely. However, the memory wipe on Luo Xi completely fails. He enters this very first dungeon carrying his entire past life of memories. Watch this. Everything plays out exactly like his previous life. There are actually many types of tutorial dungeons, and the one he is about to face looks incredibly similar to the real world. The difficulty of these tutorial dungeons varies, but what makes this specific one so brutal is how it completely erases and scrambles the player's memories. Players with chaotic minds are forced to accept fake backstories, role-playing under false identities just to survive the game. Since things are matching up with his past life, Luo Xi actually remembers pretty clearly what he is about to face next. Carnage Corporation is a low-tier E-rank dungeon, but clearing it requires defeating 3 separate boss monsters. These 3 bosses possess completely different skills, and their difficulty levels scale up with. So, for brand new players who know absolutely nothing about the Day of Confinement, this is still a highly dangerous dungeon. Luo Xi calmly opens up his character status window to check his stats. Just as he suspected, at level 0, everything is a blank slate. From his basic attributes and learned skills to his inventory items, absolutely everything is locked. In other words, even though he regressed, right now he is still a 100% newbie. In his current state, it is virtually impossible for Luo Xi to defeat those 3 bosses. It looks like he must unlock his player attributes first. Aside from that, on his status screen, Luo Xi notices a strange line of text, stating he has received an unidentifiable blessing. What on earth could this be? Maybe it is connected to why he kept his past life memories? But that is not his most urgent concern right now. The absolute highest priority right now is unlocking those attributes so he can take down the first boss. Luo Xi racks his brain for a way forward, and then a sudden memory hits him. He remembers a hidden subquest inside the Carnage Corporation. If he gets that attribute card and plans this right, you can bet clearing this stage will be a total breeze. The dungeon is scheduled to start at exactly 11 o'clock. With over 10 minutes left, that is plenty of time for Luo Xi to pull this off. There is one more mystery bothering him, though, and that is the strange voice he heard during his reincarnation. That voice had always sounded like a constant hallucination since childhood, but this time, he can understand its meaning much more clearly than ever before. What they are saying this time is directly related to saving the earth and defeating the evil gods. Like, if we want to defeat those evil gods, we absolutely have to join forces with him. If the universe resets and we still retain our memories from this current life, then next time we can definitely join him in wiping out those evil gods. Or maybe, if he goes back to the past, he can convince us even if we do not have our memories yet. Throughout his past life, those voices had always drifted vaguely inside his head, but just before regressing, he finally realized this was not some mental illness. No. And, if Luo Xi is guessing correctly, this time, besides borrowing power from 15 S-rank cards, he might also gain the strength of those mysterious entities if he can successfully convince them to cooperate. It is still all pretty vague, honestly. Luo Xi can only speculate so much before putting the mystery aside for now. By now, he has run straight into the men's restroom. This is where Luo Xi needs to complete that hidden subquest and grab his reward chest first. Since he managed to reach the exact target coordinates, the system immediately triggers his hidden subquest. The quest is called The Hidden Secret in the Men's Restroom, and a hint has already popped up. Now, Luo Xi just needs to follow the quest objectives. He kicks open the stall door, only to find an urban legend monster called the Cowardly Ghost crouching right on top of a bed. The moment it sees Luo Xi, the beast tries to growl fiercely, but his glare is far more terrifying as he warns it to get down right now, or he will twist its head off. He throws out a quick threat. True to its cowardly name, the ghost gets so terrified by Luo Xi that its face completely twists up before it bursts into tears and flees the restroom. Just like that, Luo Xi effortlessly defeats the cowardly ghost and successfully claims the hidden reward chest stashed away in this room. But this mysterious reward chest, which might hold either a great prize or sheer terror, is locked tight, and normally, Luo Xi cannot open it without a key. But since he already regressed and broke all normal rules, a tiny locked chest is not going to stop him, and let's be real, we all knew he'd find a way. Wasting absolutely no time, Luo Xi simply uses his foot to smash the mysterious chest apart, relying on pure brute force to break it open. Back then, many players got distracted searching for the key and missed the reward entirely. But if you look past the fear and bias, this is actually a highly efficient quest that even a complete beginner, exactly like how Luo Xi just did it. Inside the chest are 3 cards representing the basic attributes of stamina, agility, and strength. And now that they are in his hands, he can finally activate his player attributes. Luo Xi immediately uses the attribute cards, unlocking his strength, agility, and stamina, all starting at level 1. Though the initial boost is pretty small, the changes are clear, and Luo Xi feels he now has enough raw power to face the 3 major bosses. By using the attribute cards to boot up his system interface, he officially registers as an active player. Even though his stats are only at level 1, ordinary humans cannot possibly compete with him. So to test his limits, Luo Xi punches the wall with full force. Sure enough, a large crater forms on the wall, while his hand remains completely unharmed. By now, Luo Xi is absolutely certain that with his current attribute stats combined with his combat experience from his past life, clearing this starter dungeon will be pretty straightforward. But this is still not enough, because his ultimate goal is to defeat the evil gods and stop them from destroying this world. He must use every single advantage possible, meaning he has to acquire all 15 S-rank cards, as well as the power of the mysterious voices he always hears inside his head. Now that the hidden quest is complete, it is time to clear things up. Luo Xi just stands there, staring intently at the notification about receiving that completely unidentified blessing. Hey, you are the ones who gave me this blessing, right? Answer me. After speaking aloud, Luo Xi feels a bit foolish, mocking himself with a bitter laugh as he mutters, haha, even if I ask, there is no way they would actually reply, right? But against all expectations, a voice actually echoes inside his mind. That actually depends on you. And this time, the proof of this supernatural entity's existence goes much deeper than just a simple voice. Luo Xi can feel a massive dark shadow looming behind his back, which keeps growing larger and larger until it completely swallows him whole, plunging him into total darkness. We have always been watching you. The voice speaks once more, and amidst the pitch-black darkness, Luo Xi sees countless glowing white silhouettes materialize right before his eyes. Feeling completely sure these entities are the masters of the voices inside his head, he simply asks, "Who are you? Was that unidentified blessing actually your doing? And why on earth would you even help me? That was merely a small trick of ours, and if you really want to earn our true help, you need to prove your worth to us first. Go and fight. The time is drawing near." Suddenly, the darkness fades away, and Luo Xi realizes he is still standing inside the restroom. It's almost enough to make you wonder if that dark void was just a sudden illusion. But this encounter finally clears up his doubts, proving that the mysterious forces fighting against the evil gods are indeed out there somewhere, constantly watching over him. He needs their strength, and he is going to show them that he is fully worthy of obtaining it. Meanwhile, the countdown timer is ticking down to 0. The bosses are set, and combat mode has officially begun. The office slaughter dungeon is starting, and the remaining countdown is down to 59 seconds. The system announces that any player leaving their designated workstation will be disqualified immediately. Luo Xi sprints back to his desk at full speed, with less than a minute remaining, but thanks to his newly activated agility stat, he will definitely make it back in time. As long as he can reach the main door, he will be safe. Right now, plenty of employees inside the office are completely losing their minds, ignoring the system instructions to start causing chaos and screaming about some fake countdown. I hate games, so let me out of here right now, or I will smash this whole place to pieces. Luo Xi spots two tough-looking guys smashing furniture as they storm out, but he has zero time to waste on their business. Besides, there are always idiots who fail to understand the situation, and he simply cannot manage them all. Just as the countdown hits 0, Luo Xi successfully steps over the office threshold. As for the two guys who just ran out, they were instantly wiped out in the most brutal way possible. Seeing those two die such a gruesome death, the other players in the office couldn't hide their absolute terror. What on earth is going on? Is it all because of this countdown clock? Is this whole thing actually real? Luo Xi was the only one who knew exactly what was happening, yet he kept his mouth shut. He knew that even if he tried to explain, there was no way these people would actually believe him. It was better to let them see and experience it firsthand, so they would realize the sheer danger of this game. In this confinement day, breaking the rules meant nothing but an early grave, just like those two idiots. Suddenly, the main office doors sealed completely shut. This sudden lockup threw absolutely everyone into a panic, convinced that some other horrific disaster was about to unfold any second. And as it turned out, their worst fears were about to become a reality. Right on cue, every player received a system notification warning them that the first boss was about to spawn. Their mission was to scatter quickly and scavenge for weapons to fight back. The boss's difficulty was rated E-. Even so, that was more than enough to overwhelm these rookies. Is this crazy thing locking us in here to fight a boss? I don't want any part of this. Let me out. Someone started screaming. But of course, no matter how much they yelled, screaming their lungs out did absolutely nothing. Underneath the panicked shouts of the players, Luo Xi caught the sound of an incredibly creepy, sinister laugh. Hearing that twisted laughter, he knew the first boss had officially arrived. The strategy for this E-rank dungeon was simple: defeat every boss that spawns. And the very first threat? A terrifying cleaning crew. Time to clean up the trash. Leading the crew was a short, curly-haired old man who served as the sanitation captain. He was level 2 with an E- difficulty. His stats were level 1 stamina, level 2 agility, level 4 strength, and level 2 enhanced skill. He also wielded 2 E-rank weapons, which were an iron broom and a sharp shovel, along with a specialized skill that boosted his strength by 1 level when armed. Right behind the captain came a few minor monsters, taking the form of level 1 janitorial staff. All their base stats were at level 1, armed with basic iron brooms, and they possessed absolutely no special skills. The sudden arrival of this creepy cleaning squad completely baffled the newbies, who still had zero clues about confinement day. But look at this one muscular older guy steps up, fully convinced he's about to be the hero of the day. An E- tier monster? What is so big about that? He scoffed, thinking, if this is a game, let's see how many of my punches this weak boss can actually take. Hold on, guys. Once I crush these monsters, I will get everyone out. Seeing this bold guy trying to act like a savior, Luo Xi couldn't help but speak up. Do not go over there. You cannot judge those things by normal gaming rules. Seriously, do not do anything reckless now. Luo Xi said this because he knew that even the lowest tier monsters, with their attributes sitting at level 1, were already far beyond what an ordinary person could ever handle. Thinking that raw, untrained muscle alone could easily take down that monster was nothing but a complete fantasy. But of course, the musclehead refused to listen. Luo Xi tried to warn him out of goodwill, only to get yelled at in return. Shut up. You were the last one to scramble into this room. If you weren't lucky, you would have blown up like those other guys. Who do you think you are, lecturing me? Luo Xi was completely speechless. Some people are just too stubborn for their own good. Since the guy was so obstinate, Luo Xi decided to save his breath. As for the tough guy, he had played quite a few games before. The real reason he stepped up wasn't out of some heroic sense of justice. Instead, he had spotted a global player leaderboard, which tracked overall contribution points for defeating monsters in this world. He figured the ranking was directly tied to how many monsters a player could kill. To secure a top spot on that board, he wanted to make the first move and farm some easy points. Even though he had no idea how he got dragged here, he guessed that a forced survival game like this would definitely hand out some insanely massive rewards at the end. Maybe clearing the quest would turn him into a millionaire, with luxury cars, a grand mansion, and beautiful girls, all within his reach. Just visualizing this lavish future was enough to make him charge forward, blindly throwing a punch right at the cleaning captain. But unfortunately for the stubborn guy who ignored Luo Xi's warning, before his fist could even graze the monster, the creature instantly sliced his entire head right off. This gruesome, horrific sight left several players on the verge of fainting from pure terror. Immediately after, the cleaning monster surged forward, launching a crazed, relentless assault on the helpless players. People panicked, running in every direction while screaming for help and begging the creatures to spare their lives. But cries for help were completely useless in a place like this. Amidst the absolute chaos, Luo Xi charged straight forward, delivering a heavy blow directly to the cleaning captain. He boldly declares to the creature that its real opponent is standing right here. Next, Lahai sends one of the janitor monsters flying with a heavy strike, completely shocking the other players nearby with his strength. Look, someone actually dared to attack that thing. Who is this guy? Even that massive powerlifter got taken out before he could even land a single blow. Every new player has their eyes locked on Lahai now, but he knows that the cleaning monster he just blasted away is not going to go down that easily. Sure enough, the beast stumbles up, but Lahai is not about to stand there and wait for it to recover. Seizing the moment while it is still weak, he rushes forward to deliver another brutal punch, slamming the monster flat onto the hard floor. This time it is down for good. Lahai knows the system reward notification will only pop up once the beast is truly dead, so until he gets that message, he has to keep swinging because the target is definitely still breathing. Just like that, after throwing that second punch, the system finally alerts him with a reward, an iron broom and a strength attribute card that works on stats below level 5. The crowd starts whispering in absolute awe after seeing Lahai drop the monster and actually secure a reward. They cannot comprehend how this kid pulled it off when that giant muscular guy failed so miserably. Lahai has zero time to waste on their blank stares. His entire focus is locked on the glowing red attribute card in his hand. Defeating these low-tier beasts can drop stat cards for one of 3 attributes: strength, agility, or physical stamina. Since he is severely lacking in stats right now, any drop is a massive win. Lahai immediately activates the card, boosting his strength from level 1 to level 2. In this brutal world of the imprisonment day, a single stat level advantage is more than enough to complete. Because of this, he can easily handle those janitor monsters, whose 3 main attributes are all stuck at level 1. Just as the thought crosses his mind, another creature lunges at Lahai, but it stands absolutely no chance against him now. With a single swift strike, Lahai takes it down completely. Another identical reward drops, a strength card. After using this second one, Lahai manages to push his strength stat all the way to level 3. But wait, before he can even enjoy his boost, a sudden sneak attack strikes. Fortunately, Lahai has got plenty of real combat experience under his belt, so this cheap ambush does absolutely nothing to him. Instead, it actually helps him secure. An agility card drops this time. Lahai thinks to himself, this is awesome, because agility is crucial for dodging deadly enemy strikes while letting him land far more precise counterattacks. Now, only the cleaning captain and his 2 remaining henchmen are left standing. Seeing the furious glare of the captain, Lahai remembers a key mechanic. This game has a little system mechanic called the aggro meter. The more monsters you slay, the higher your aggro climbs in their eyes, making you the prime target for every beast in the area. Farming monsters after this is going to get a lot harder. Just like right now, even with tons of players in the room, the boss's eyes are locked purely on Lahai. To make things worse, the cleaning captain's exclusive hygiene specialist skill boosts its effectiveness by 2 full levels. With those 2 dangerous sidekicks backing it up, Lahai has absolutely zero chance in a direct clash. He must use hit-and-run tactics, taking down the 2 henchmen first, before dealing with the captain. Watch closely, the monsters are gearing up to charge him. Lahai suddenly shouts out, if you do not want to die, throw everything you can find at these 3 monsters to distract them, and buy me some time. Since he successfully drew all the aggro from the cleaning crew, the other players are relatively safe right now, meaning a tiny bit of cover from them could win this entire fight. Plus, if anyone in this crowd actually steps up, he can recruit them as a solid ally for the future. Hearing Lahai's shout, the players who were standing around dazed finally snap out of it. But they hesitate to act, terrified that stepping in now will pull the monster's aggro onto themselves and put their own lives in danger. With just one glance, Lahai realizes these guys are totally useless and already scared half to death. It looks like he will have to take down this entire cleaning crew completely on his own. Right as that thought hits him, the cleaning captain charges forward, but before it can strike Lahai, something smashes directly into its face. Luo Xi did not expect anyone to actually step up, especially not a young guy who looks incredibly timid. The moment he throws it, the players around him grab him, angrily demanding to know what on earth he thinks he is doing. Do you want to attract those monsters and get us all killed? But he is fighting for us. The timid youth stammers back, saying they must help him to increase their own chances of survival. How can normal people like us even stand a chance against these monsters? Why don't we just let him handle them on his own? These shameless, ungrateful cowards actually go as far as grabbing the poor glasses guy by his collar, screaming and blaming him. As for the cleanup captain, getting pelted definitely gets its attention. Its glowing eyes lock onto the kid who threw the rock, and it charges straight for him. The kid scrambles to run but yells back at Luo Xi, "I lured the boss over here, man. Take your shot now while you have the chance." "Got it? Thanks," Luo Xi mutters. He has zero plans of wasting this. Opening the glasses guy just risked his entire life to hand him. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xi completely tears through the remaining two cleaners, with his stats absolutely dwarfing theirs. Putting these trash mobs down is as easy as breathing. Now, only the main boss is left standing. Better yet, those last two kills dropped another strength card and an agility card for him. He instantly dumps the points into his stats and blitzes right toward the enraged boss, which is about to crush the glasses guy. By now, Luo Xi's power stats have completely overtaken the beast's. Sliding right into its blind spot from behind, he effortlessly severs the monster's head, giving it a taste of its own medicine from earlier. Just like that, the dungeon's first boss is completely dusted. Right on cue, the global contribution leaderboard pops up in front of everyone. Snagging the first boss kill achievement nets Luo Xi 700 contribution points, locking him comfortably into that sweet #1 spot. From what he remembers, clearing this first instance at the top rank rewards you with a legendary S-rank card, designated 001. Luo Xi missed out on it in his past life, but every single S-rank card holds absolute, game-breaking power. He can barely contain his excitement, wondering what kind of insane buffs card 001 will bring. Looking at the board, not a single other player on Earth has managed to score any points yet, but keeping that top spot? Oh, you already know it is not going to be that easy. We are talking about a worldwide leaderboard here, tracking every survivor alive. Every player has been thrown into these brutal beginner dungeons, which are spawning in every single corner of the globe. Luo Xi was the ultimate survivor in his past run, but right from day one, some seriously overpowered monsters of players started emerging. Every single one of those top-tier elites had insane, unique talents that nobody else could copy. Even with a second chance at life, Luo Xi knows better than to underestimate them, especially since the system calculates rewards after each dungeon clear, based entirely on your active rank. For the upcoming rounds, Luo Xi needs to find the absolute best way to maximize his points to guarantee he stays parked at the top of the leaderboard. To defeat the evil god this time around, beating the game is not enough. He has to become way stronger than he ever was before. That means S-rank card 001 is a reward he absolutely must secure. Defeating the janitor captain was only the first trial, but it still drops some pretty decent starter loot. First up, Luo Xi scores standard attribute cards for agility and stamina. Next, he pulls 2 E-rank special cards, raw, iron, and cleaning. Luo Xi is absolutely thrilled because getting a raw iron card this early from a first boss is huge. Talk about a stroke of luck. It all comes down to RNG, but this card can forge a custom E-rank weapon tailored just for him. Naturally, he is hoping to forge a classic sword or a curved blade, both widely known as the kings of 100 weapons. Luo Xi is genuinely praying that his RNG luck holds up for this pull. Luo Xi stops to look back at the glasses kid who just saved him, and honestly, the guy does not look like hero material at all. And yet, in a split-second crisis, he stepped up, analyzed the situation perfectly, made the right call, and actually showed some real balls. These are exactly the traits you need to become a top-tier survivor. Luo Xi realizes that having a smart guy like this as an ally could seriously save his skin further down the line. With that in mind, Luo Xi approaches the guy to thank him for luring the boss, but the kid quickly replies that only Luo Xi has the power to kill these monsters. He adds that if Luo Xi goes down, they are all dead anyway, so helping him was really just a matter of survival. Luo Xi nods, secretly impressed by how sharp and practical this guy actually is. As a thank you, he hands the kid 3 cards, giving him a much-needed boost in stamina and agility. On top of that, he throws in a cleanse card to wipe away any negative status effects from mental stress. The guy tries to wave them off at first, feeling like he barely did anything to earn them, but Luo Xi insists, shoving the cards right into his hands. Luo Xi tells him that if he had not pulled the boss away, things could have gone very bad, meaning he definitely earned every single one of those cards. He instructs the kid to watch closely and copy his method, pulling out his own attribute card to show him exactly how it is done. With the second trial looming, Luo Xi needs to pump up his own stats before the next wave hits. The glasses guy scrambles to copy him, experiencing the rush of a stat boost for the very first time in his life. In an instant, his entire body feels somehow lighter. Curious, the four-eyed guy pulls up his status menu, only to find himself completely stunned by the fact that he just earned some sweet experience points. Completely baffled, he stammers out, "How on earth did I get experience points just by standing here? I didn't even defeat a single monster, you know? Since you landed a hit on the boss, you got shared experience when I took it down." Luo Xi explains, "When your player level goes up, your stats will get a pretty decent boost too. Of course, you normally don't get this many stat boosting cards. So, what level are you at now?" the guy asks eagerly. "Level 4, Luo Xi replies with a calm shrug. Hearing this, the four-eyed guy looks at Luo Xi with pure admiration. Just reaching level 4 is already enough to blow his mind and get him this hyped up. If he knew that in his past life, Luo Xi was the sole survivor who won this game, his reaction would be 10 times crazier. Now, it is finally time to activate that raw iron mold card. Luo Xi never got a random card like this in his past life, so he is actually quite excited to find out what kind of weapon his unique aura will forge from it. Once activated, the raw iron mold begins to shift shape rapidly, and the end result completely crushes Luo Xi's expectations when it turns into a stunning sword. On top of that, this sword comes with its own active skill, making it an incredibly rare find, even though it is just an E-rank weapon right now. Once that skill is fully unlocked, its destructive power could easily match a C rank. Honestly, not bad at all. Actually forging a sword-type weapon on my first try, Luo Xi murmurs in approval. Can you believe this guy? He is holding an absolute beast of a weapon, and he casually calls it not bad. No wonder Luo Xi is on a whole different level, effortlessly taking down monsters that everyone else is too terrified to even look at. But to Luo Xi, the word decent is honestly the only way to describe this blade. After all, his past life weapon was the S-rank Flame Dragon Shadow Sword, so this blue pattern blade doesn't even come close. Fortunately, this blade can be upgraded to unlock much better stats later. Right at that moment, the system flashes a new, urgent announcement for everyone still alive inside the office. First stage, the cleanup squad has been fully cleared. The next deadly stage, known as the employee cafeteria, is officially about to begin. To survive this next stage, everyone must immediately make their way to the second-floor cafeteria before the 5-minute countdown runs out. Anyone who fails to reach the designated spot in time will automatically fail. And the price of failure is exactly what happened to those two dead guys right outside the office doors. I mean, who could possibly forget a brutal scene like that? This announcement is identical to the one in Luo Xi's memories. Except back then, he was just a clueless rookie. But now, with a lifetime of experience, he knows they need. But this time, Luo Xi decides to invite the four-eyed guy along because he needs someone smart to help him navigate the upcoming challenges, and this guy definitely fits the bill. Getting an invitation from someone as absurdly strong as Luo Xi, the guy is absolutely thrilled and nods yes without a second thought. Seeing this, the other players start to completely lose their minds, begging, "Boss, please take me with you. I swear I won't hold you back. My family is incredibly rich. Once we get back to reality, I will give you millions as a reward. Please, handsome, please take me too. I will do absolutely anything you want. Just don't leave me." When the real danger was right in front of them, they hid like cowards, but now they are crying and begging for a carry. Luo Xi is totally speechless and has zero energy to waste on people like this. He tries to walk straight out, but 3 incredibly arrogant fools block his path right at the exit. "Look, bro, you obviously have the strength, so why can't you just take all of us along? Since you have the power, you should step up and save everyone here. Doing this is just way too selfish. Don't our lives actually matter to you?" Luo Xi's patience completely runs dry. He glares at them with eyes as cold as absolute zero, before dropping a chilling warning. "If you keep blocking my way, I won't mind treating you like monsters." Both his freezing gaze and merciless tone strike absolute terror straight into their souls. Instantly, the noisy crowd goes completely silent, immediately stepping aside to carve out a clear path for Luo Xi and the four-eyed guy to pass. Only after leaving the office does the guy find his voice. "Are you really leaving them?" he asks. Luo Xi replies, "They lacked courage then, and they still won't fight now." Bringing them along will only end up dragging me down. At the end of the day, Luo Xi isn't trying to play the ultimate hero, so he has no intention of babysitting everyone. He is no saint, and he is actually a bit selfish. From the very start, his only goal has been to save the people he truly cares about. Understood. I will do my absolute best to never drag you down, the guy says, bursting with determination. Good, because the next boss is a chef, and his mental pollution attacks are no joke. If you feel your mind slipping, use a purification card immediately. Luo Xi points out that the concept of mental pollution is way too far-fetched for this four-eyed guy. Even though he used to play video games, he had never once encountered a debuff with such a bizarre name. They quickly arrive at the staff cafeteria, but for now, the guy only smells the delicious aroma of food with zero negative status effects in sight. There is still 1 minute left on the countdown clock. As soon as they step through the door, they run right into a humanoid monster carrying a massive kitchen cleaver. Luo Xi stays completely calm because he is already used to this madness, while the four-eyed guy can't help but flinch in terror at the sight of the latecomer executioner. Luo Xi says that he gets it now, as the two pick a random spot to sit, while the other guy starts worrying about the rest of the players. After all, the distance from the first-floor office to the second-floor cafeteria is not that far. He anxiously wonders if the others will make it in time, and Luo Xi notes that as long as they make the right choices quickly, they should be totally fine. But under these tense circumstances, most people just waste precious time hesitating and overthinking completely useless things. They wait until the absolute last second to choose the only correct path, which is also the one they are too terrified to face. He is absolutely right. With only 52 seconds left on the clock, a crowd of panicking players starts scrambling up the stairs because they were busy arguing about whether they should try to escape. But, in the end, they chickened out, terrified of getting their heads blown off like those other two guys. As the countdown finally hits 0, almost everyone has made it inside the cafeteria, except for one chubby guy standing at the doorway, wheezing heavily after running as fast as his legs could carry him. He gasps that he made it just in time, thinking that staying inside means he is safe, so he tries to find a seat quickly. But wait for it. As he looks up, the last thing he ever sees in this cruel world is the executioner swinging that massive kitchen cleaver straight down on him. Time is up, and you are eliminated, the monster declares coldly once again, just like when those two arrogant thugs got their heads blown off downstairs. This brutal execution terrifies the players all over again, making them wonder if that monster is the stage boss. Why did it attack so fast this time? They realized they wasted way too much time hesitating back there. If they had just come down earlier, things would never have ended like this. But that executioner isn't the boss, and the real boss of Stage 2 quickly makes his entry. He pushes a metal cart carrying a massive, steaming pot of soup that smells absolutely rancid. But the real kicker is that this disgusting soup is literally brewed from the dead monsters of the first-floor office. Just looking at this nasty sludge is enough to make anyone gag. And just as Luo Xi predicted, a special area effect triggers right away, meaning any player who looks directly at that disgusting dish gets hit with a mental pollution debuff that acts. So there really is a debuff, and with 3 major stats dropping all at once, clearing this stage is about to get a whole lot harder. The four-eyed guy stammers in sheer terror, but Luo Xi knows the nightmare doesn't stop here, because a sudden system notification warns all the players that they must completely finish every single bite of their served portions. They cannot waste even a single drop, because any leftover food will trigger a direct blessing from the monstrous chef. And honestly, you and I both know that this so-called blessing is going to be incredibly deadly. To make matters worse, if they stop eating midway through, their overall mental power will start rapidly draining. Specifically, it drops by 10% every single minute, and if sanity hits 0%, they will suffer a complete breakdown and get instantly eliminated. With a tight 7-minute limit, the surviving players must make their move immediately if they want to keep their heads attached to their shoulders. Wasting food means death, and refusing to eat also means death, so their only realistic choice left is to choke it down. But how on earth can anyone possibly swallow this garbage? The four-eyed guy whimpers while covering his mouth, realizing this second stage is honestly way more terrifying than the first. As for Luo Xi, he is not feeling hopeless at all. Even though this second stage is significantly harder than the first, he already knows a trick to bypass the danger completely. Luo Xi warns his companion to sit tight and wait patiently for his cue. If his sanity drops too low to handle, he should use that clean card Luo Xi gave him earlier to completely wipe the debuffs and stay sharp, and just wait for the word to move. Meanwhile, the other players clearly have absolutely no idea how to handle this horrific scenario. As the mental pollution intensifies, their sanity keeps steadily dropping, and it is already down to just 70%. A few desperate players actually start considering eating that vile soup because they desperately want to survive. But the reality is that just looking at the toxic sludge makes them gag, let alone trying to force it down. Luo Xi knows all too well that once their core stats are completely gutted by the mental pollution debuff, fighting that monstrous chef head-on is practically a death sentence. So, the usual way to survive this second stage is eating every bite to make the monstrous chefs lower their guard. After that, all players have to team up, seize the moment to ambush them, and finally clear the stage. But that basic strategy only gets you the bare minimum rewards. Lahi? He wants something way bigger than that. Right on cue, a fresh system alert pops up on his screen. It turns out Lahi has a special, unidentifiable blessing that makes him completely immune to this horrific mental. That means his mental energy is still locked at a full 100%. Lahi is pretty shocked by how generous his mysterious sponsors actually are. He honestly expected them to just sit back and watch him struggle, but instead they handed him an incredibly valuable buff right out of the gate. Right now, mental attacks cannot touch him, not even a little. Talk about a massive break. Now, he is fully prepared to tackle this second stage using those extreme, high-difficulty hidden rules he remembers from his past life. By doing that, Lahi will not only score enough points to protect his leaderboard ranking, but also walk away with some seriously insane bonus rewards. Right at that exact second, another player completely loses his mind. He slaps his soup bowl off the table and starts screaming that he will not eat it. He would rather die than touch that garbage. Looking at him shiver, it is obvious his mental state has totally shattered. If a player's willpower is even slightly weak, they stand zero chance against the constant, creeping dread of this mental pollution. The guy goes completely hysterical, stomping wildly on the spilled food on the floor, while screaming over and over again that he will not eat. But that defiance instantly triggers the monstrous chef's wrath. If you will not eat, then you die, the creature growls, slamming its massive club straight down onto the man's head. But it does not end there. Since the poor guy is somehow still breathing, the beast grabs him by the hair, drags him into a back room, and slams the heavy door shut. Nobody can see what is happening behind that closed door, but everyone knows exactly how brutal his end is. The rest of the players grow completely paralyzed with fear. It looks like their only path to survival is swallowing this absolute garbage. Yet, looking at the plates, not a single person actually dares to take a bite. Before they can even process the horror, another heavy system announcement echoes across the entire canteen. Because absolutely no player has touched their food yet, everyone's mental energy instantly drops by another 10%. Warning: all players are now down to 60% mental capacity. You must finish your meals as soon as possible. That brutal warning sends waves of panic spiking right through the room. Minds are actively breaking, and with only 6 minutes left on the clock, Lahi decides he cannot just sit still anymore. It is finally time to make his move. Trust me, to get those top-tier high scores, you have to completely throw out the standard safe playstyle. And right now, his insane plan officially begins. Lahi stands up, leaving the nerdy four-eyed guy sitting next to him completely stunned. Then, he flips his own plate over, loudly declaring he will not eat this trash. He looks like he is going crazy just like that other guy, but in reality, Lahi is still perfectly sane and fully in control. This is actually the first crucial step to unlocking that hidden rule, intentionally triggering the high-difficulty route to drag the attention of a monstrous chef right to him. Sure enough, a massive chef monster instantly looms directly in front of him, ready to strike. The system immediately flashes a red alert, warning him that Lahi's chance of death has spiked to 80%. "What are you doing?" the monster growls. "If you will not eat, I will shove your head straight into my trash bin," the beast threatens. Now comes step 2 of unlocking the secret play. Lahi smoothly draws his sword. He is about to trigger extreme system aggro by straight up executing one of these 4 massive chef monsters right here. His strike is blazing fast and absolutely ruthless. Before the other terrified players can even blink, the monstrous chef is already dead on the floor. Lahi instantly harvests 2 rare attribute cards, boosting his strength and physical constitution. Lahi calmly sheathes his blade. He knows the real slaughter of this second stage has just officially begun. His current stats are level 5 strength, level 4 agility, and level 2 stamina. Sure enough, the system quickly sends a flashing alert directly to Lahi. Warning 1. You have slain a chef. The hatred value of the remaining 3 chefs toward you has surged to 100%. Warning 2. You have successfully triggered the hidden rule. strike first to dominate. All remaining chefs will now ignore other players and focus entirely on hunting you down. Alert 3. Your points and raw material rewards for slaying monsters. His calculations were completely spot on. This extreme, high difficulty hidden rule was exactly what was waiting to be unlocked in this second stage. Now, the 3 remaining monsters quickly close in to surround Luo Xi. Look at this lineup. We have a level 3 fish gutting chef, a level 3 fruit peeling chef, and a level 3 vegetable chopper. All 3 monsters instantly enter a highly dangerous, bloodthirsty rage state. Luo Xi completely abandoned the safe standard path by taking the fight to them first, killing their comrade. He did it intentionally to grab their collective fury, turning himself into the only target in the entire room. Taking on all that heat means his chance of survival just plummeted to almost nothing. Luo Xi knows this all too well. He needs to save his true strength for the real boss waiting down the line. So keeping his distance right now is absolutely key to avoiding any useless injury. For now, everything is going exactly according to plan. Luo Xi wants to use these 3 hulking beasts right in front of him to set up a little something. He suddenly turns and runs. Since these monsters are totally locked onto him now, there is really no need to play around with bait anymore. Sure enough, they only have eyes for Luo Xi and catch up in a flash. One screams out, "Human, you cannot run from us. We are going to chop you into tiny pieces." Instinctively, Luo Xi snaps his sword up just in time. This quick reflex successfully blocks a fatal, crushing strike from that terrifying chef monster. Seeing him actually block the strike only makes the monster even more excited. It instantly triggers its own personal skill, rapid throat cut, launching a blindingly fast assault right into his trap. Luo Xi silently notes that his current level is not nearly enough to defeat the actual boss. That is exactly why he is using these minor monsters. He needs to charge up the skill of his blue pattern sword. The blade glows brightly, slicing beautiful arcs through the air. The chef is extremely surprised to see that Luo Xi can easily keep up with his blinding speed, especially since, out of all the chefs in this place, he is supposed to be the absolute fastest. But instead of getting excited this time, the monster begins to boil with sheer rage. Suddenly, a deeply twisted, creepy grin spreads across its face. It sneers, "So, what if you can match my speed, human? You are still going down. Now that my knife has pinned you down, how do you plan to handle the guys behind you?" The moment he speaks, the remaining 2 chef monsters charge in together. They want a 3-on-1 fight, but Luo Xi is not about to let himself get overwhelmed. Instead of being pinned by the blade, he easily parries and forces the monster back. This leaves the lead chef monster completely bewildered. How is this even possible? Could this human's raw physical strength actually be greater than mine? But just a second ago, he could barely match my power, the monster thinks. Now watch this. The exclusive skill of Luo Xi's sword is finally fully charged, and he smiles coldly. "Thanks for the help. My slash is completely stacked up now." A sly smirk spreads across Luo Xi's face. Only now does the chef realize they have been played from the start. Luo Xi had the power to end this in a single blow all along. He was just using their clashes to charge up his sword's deadly ultimate. "Run! It is a trap!" The panicked monster screams out to his fellow chefs, but trying to run now is way too late. Luo Xi has absolutely no intention of letting a single one escape. With one massive, sweeping strike of his blue pattern sword, he completely obliterates all 3 remaining chef monsters in an instant. Honestly, that was an incredibly tense showdown. Only when the dust settles does the 4-eyed guy finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. At first, he genuinely thought Luo Xi was just acting recklessly. Turns out he had a perfect plan from the very start. But this second trial is still far from over, because those 4 defeated chef monsters were really just minor small fry. Since Luo Xi triggered the hidden rule of striking first, the stage boss, the terrifying head chef, has now completely flown into a violent rage. With the boss's rage stat hitting 100%, all of its core attributes get a massive 1-level boost. An earthquake? No. The room violently shakes, signaling that the final boss is finally here. You can practically feel the absolute dread in the room now. With that terrifying alert, the other players have their hearts jumping straight into their throats. Luo Xi, extremely calm. He remains far more relaxed than anyone else here. He knows perfectly well that triggering a hidden rule bumps up the stage difficulty, but the rewards and points for beating this boss also shoot up by 30%. This is something he absolutely must have. Only with those extra rewards can he hope to achieve his ultimate goal in this life. Suddenly, a voice roars, "Who is it? Who dares kill my lovely little chefs?" The monstrous head chef has finally made his entrance. Staring up at the boss's massive stat board, the 4-eyed guy is completely panicking. wondering if Luo Xi even stands a chance, but our main character just calmly pulls out all of his unused attribute upgrade cards. To take down a boss buffed by a hidden rule, you absolutely cannot afford to hold anything back. This is the perfect moment to dump everything into upgrading his stats. As the cards dissolve around him, the system notification pops up. Player Luo Xi's strength is now level 5, agility is level 5, and stamina is level 5. He glances at the cards, thinking that these E-rank attribute cards can only upgrade a stat up to level 5. Since these 2 E-rank agility cards are completely useless to him now, Luo Xi tosses them directly over to Xu Wen. He yells out, "Catch these and use them right away." Xu Wen catches the cards and does exactly as he is told, immediately activating them. His whole body glows as the system announces that player Xu Wen's agility has reached level 3 and stamina is level 1. The crowd erupts in jealous whispers. Damn it. If I knew we'd get stat cards, I would have jumped into the fight first. Will those cards actually do anything? Can they really help us survive this nightmare? Suddenly, the massive boss lets out a deafening roar. I will ask you one more time. Who did it? Who slaughtered my precious subordinates? Terrified players clutch their heads and scream. The monster is just too overwhelming. A single roar completely paralyzes their will to fight. How on earth is anyone supposed to beat a beast like this? Surprisingly, Xu Wen remains completely unaffected, wondering if this strange feeling is the incredible power of his new stat cards. He didn't find the monster's roar scary at all, and he didn't take any damage either. Brandishing its massive cleaver, the beast lunges forward, demanding answers or threatening to chop off all their heads. The players can only run for their lives. But right when things look hopeless, look at this. Luo Xi steps in, blocking the chef's massive blade with his own sword. Deep shock flashes through the monster's eyes, leaving it completely stunned by this sudden interference. Luo Xi looks up with a cold stare, admitting he killed them. The chef boss glares down, growling that mere ingredients will pay a terrible price. It sneers that it will keep his head alive to watch his entire kind get slaughtered. But Luo Xi just frowns with absolute resolve. He retorts that he will take its head first, but the beast swings its massive arm, tossing him away and telling him to go ahead and try. Luo Xi crashes hard into the back wall, disappearing into a massive cloud of dust. Xu Wen watches in sheer panic, calling out to his boss. He realizes a level 8 opponent's raw power is simply too much to block head-on. Pushing himself up, Luo Xi mutters that he is fine. His sharp gaze narrows as he thinks to himself, "Boss, it has been a really long time since anyone called him that." In his past life, while fighting to conquer the day of confinement, he had gathered his very own squad of elite warriors. Back then, they all called him boss. Xu Qing used to smile and say that Shi Zi was born to be a leader. But on that brutal journey to conquer the day of confinement, everyone died, leaving Luo Xi as the sole survivor. Back in reality, a haunting question echoes in his mind: why was he the only one who made it out alive? The monster lunges forward again, roaring that it will chop this puny little snack into pieces. Luo Xi stares at his blade in deep thought. Back then, he didn't understand, but eventually, the truth became clear. Suddenly, the giant chef swings its blade down at him with a wild, bloodthirsty scream. The heavy cleaver shatters the ground, unleashing a wave of deadly energy. Yet, somehow, Luo Xi has already vanished, appearing right behind the beast. Its eyes widen in absolute shock. I mean, can you blame it? It realizes his slow speed earlier was just a clever act. Luo Xi flashes past the chef boss, leaving a deep gash behind along with a cold, ruthless stare. He knows the only reason he survived is because he never hesitates and always stays a step ahead. At the end of the day, he simply wanted to win more than anyone else. As his thoughts settle, Luo Xi lands and sheathes his sword in a flash. Instantly, a fountain of blood sprays from the boss's neck, and its massive body crashes down. He used to think winners had to use any means necessary, but after tasting victory, he realized he wanted something far greater than just winning. Luo Xi wants to win, so he can protect every single one of them, preserving their precious lives and bringing back a normal world. A flood of system notifications pops up. You have successfully defeated the boss chef of Stage 2, the office slaughter. Calculating your rewards. You have triggered the hidden rule, preemptive strike. Your total rewards have been increased by 30%. You received a rank E strength card, a rank E stamina card, a rank E agility card, and a rank E plus strength card. The rank E plus strength card can instantly upgrade any strength stat below level 10 by 1 level. A special rank E memory card appears, allowing him to reclaim his true memories. Another system notification pops up. You receive the special reward, Chef's Surprise, ready to activate. For 10 minutes, a random attribute will be boosted to level 3. Luo Xi stares at the special reward, realizing that without triggering the hidden rule, he would have only received the memory card. These extra bonuses are additional rewards, which also significantly boost a player. He quickly taps on the screen's interface to check his current contribution rating and see his points. The contribution leaderboard appears. Luo Xi leads the pack with 1,700 points. Stroking his chin, he notes that just like his past life, everyone's name is on this list. Even though their scores are nowhere near his level yet, these rookies are genuinely gifted, possessing some incredible natural talent. In the near future, they will become humanity's pillars in the war against the day of confinement. But the evil gods won't just let players grow stronger. Down the road, they will design incredibly cruel game stages. In his past life, it was those ruthless dungeons that wiped out almost all of humanity's strongest fighters. But Luo Xi feels confident that when those deadly dungeons appear this time, he will easily secure the special rank S card to handle them. I'm honestly really looking forward to meeting up with everyone again. Flashbacks of his old rivals and other players cross Luo Xi's mind. Then the system chimes, congratulating them on clearing Stage 2 in the employee cafeteria. The final stage to escape the company is about to begin. All players must report to the ground floor lobby immediately. Anyone who fails to arrive before the timer runs out will be disqualified immediately. The countdown hits 4 minutes 59 seconds. Luo Xi is hyper-focused as the final door approaches, looking back to call out, "Let's go," he shouts. Xu Wen quickly tags along. As they move, Xu Wen starts fumbling through his pockets. He pulls out a clean cloth and calls after Luo Xi, telling his boss to wait up because he has something for him. Xu Wen hands over the white tissue. Luo Xi looks slightly surprised, while his companion stammers nervously, "I couldn't help you much, boss, but I found this on the dining table. You can use it to clean your face." Scratching his head in embarrassment, Xu Wen confesses that he's pretty useless, wishing he could be more helpful to make things easier for his boss. Hearing this, Luo Xi silently realizes that some genuinely kind people still exist in this world. Taking the cloth, Luo Xi reassures him that he is useful, leaving Xu Wen deeply moved. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the next floor's boss growls that they've cleared the first 2 gates. They are about to break right into our territory. With a cold, wicked sneer, he orders his minions not to hold back and devour them all. Back at the stairwell, a warning flashes again. If they fail to arrive before the timer runs out, it's an automatic game over. 4 minutes 36 left. Xu Wen asks if he used agility to kill the head chef monster. If that's true, doesn't a higher stat level mean you can easily crush any monster? Not exactly, Luo Xi replies. You still have to consider each individual's base attributes. Humans are naturally split into athletic and intellectual types, leaving Xu Wen to nod in sudden realization. Xu Wen's heart sinks a little, as he feels like a total burden, meaning, since he's not athletic, even with level 5 agility, he still couldn't dodge the monster's attacks. Looking at Luo Xi with pure admiration, he figures his boss must have been a special forces soldier in the real world. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, they freeze. Luo Xi tells him to wait here and warn the other players not to run. He adds that this is the most critical hidden rule for the next door. Anyone attempting to flee will trigger an automatic failure, even if the main gate is wide open. Xu Wen panics, asking what his boss will do. Luo Xi walks off calmly, saying he'll handle the next wave of monsters. They're just too dangerous for you, Luo Xi warns. Hearing this, Xu Wen stands at attention. Understood, boss. I'll stay right here and pass on this hidden rule to everyone. Xu Wen can't help but admire how cool and caring his boss is, actually looking out for a nobody like him. In reality, having an ally at the next gate triggers a hidden exploit, making the entire conquest much simpler. Although there are other exploits, at his current low level, he simply cannot solo this game. Luo Xi knows that to survive, he needs to recruit the strongest player currently inside this dungeon. After all, the 3rd stage of the Slaughter Company requires facing 10 level 5 security guards, plus a level 7 captain in the lobby. Their combined power is on a completely different level compared to the cafeteria monsters. From his past life memories, cooperation is the only way to survive, whereas trying to solo will get you slaughtered. Just then, a voice calls down from above, catching Luo Xi's eye. He smiles. Finally, he's here. This man was legendary in his past life, and this 3-stage challenge is incredibly brutal. In his past life, surviving this place meant digging up hidden rules, and this incredibly skilled man was the absolute backbone of the entire operation. His name is Xu Zhengyang. Back then, his combat power was far superior to Luo Xi's. Xu Zhengyang scowls, asking why he had that four-eyed brat warn them not to run. Is he mocking them? Luo Xi calmly replies that it was just friendly advice. Xu Zhenjiang crosses his arms, looking completely confident. You've handled everything, so I didn't even get a turn. Dead serious. Xu Zhenjiang claims he finally understands the game, jumping down with balled fists, declaring he wants a fair fight. Before launching his attack, Xu Zhenjiang boldly vows to take down this boss. Luo Xi calmly responds that he is no match, instantly throwing a heavy punch that sends him flying. Zhang Yang senses something is off and speaks up. Your strength is not human. He wipes his mouth and asks, is it some kind of boost from the game? Rahi pulls out a few cards. That is right. The next stage is pretty tough. If you agree to cooperate, I can give you these 3 attribute cards as a gift. Zhang Yang frowns in pure disbelief. What makes you think I would ever team up with you? Rahi flicks a card toward him and replies, based on this, the card you used is Memory, an E-class special card that allows players to retrieve their lost memories from the real world. Zhang Yang stands frozen in shock. Is this? Rahi silently thinks to himself that another cruel challenge of the corporate slaying game is how it completely wipes away everyone's real-world memories. Without those memories, people have no weaknesses. And without weaknesses, there is absolutely no way they will ever unite. Remembering those evil gods, he frowns and curses them silently. Those bastards understand humanity far too well, but fortunately, the memory card can reawaken the truth kept deep within human hearts. Back in his past life, Rahi had personally witnessed Zhang Yong's true weakness in reality, which is why he is certain the man will agree. The face of his younger brother flashes in his mind. Zhang Yong clenches his fist, swearing to himself that he must survive and escape this place. Zhang Ok is still waiting out there. He turns to ask one more time to be sure. Can teaming up with you really get us through this? Rahi tosses 2 more attribute cards toward Zhang Yang, answering with complete confidence. Absolutely. The attribute absorption effect kicks in. He sighs in gratitude, saying, I will always remember your incredible kindness, Rahi. Zhang Yang's stats: Strength level 1, Stamina level 1, Agility level 1. Rahi steps forward and speaks. All I need from you is to hold off a few monsters, and I will handle everything else. He activates another card, the E-class strength card, and the head chef surprise buff. Instantly, his strength surges all the way up to level 7. Deep down, Rahi remains cautious. Even with his strength at level 7, he is still no match for the upcoming boss. He needs at least level 9 to feel truly comfortable. Let's see how much this surprise buff is going to boost his stats. The system announces the head chef surprise buff has been activated, granting a strength boost of level 3 for a duration of 10 minutes. He smiles with satisfaction. See, with some good luck, this stage is going to be simple, especially since there is still a hidden rule left. That hidden rule will boost his strength by another level. The head chef really did him a massive favor this time. Without hesitation, Rahi pushes the boss room door open and steps right in. The security guards turn around and sneer. Only 2 of you? Did the rest run away and hide? They are incredibly thin, with barely any flesh left on their bones. Let's see how many strikes these guys can actually take. Deep anxiety is written all over Zhang Yang's face. This is his very first time facing monsters head-on. He never imagined he would actually have to confront creatures like this, and the pressure is absolutely overwhelming. He looks over at Rahi with deep doubt. Can the 2 of us, just him and me, really pull off a victory? Reading his mind perfectly, Rahi draws his sword and points it forward, declaring, just you and me is more than enough to wipe them all out. Zhang Yang is stunned. He realizes there is not a single shred of fear in Rahi's heart, and he needs to be exactly like that. The system suddenly chimes. You have reached the ground floor lobby ahead of schedule and unleashed your immense bloodlust at the security team. The hidden rule is triggered, rewarding your courage. Player Rahi's strength increases by 1 level, and player Zhang Yang's strength also increases by 1 level. Rahi himself hits strength level 11. Active effect: Shocking Cuisine, strength plus level 3, remaining duration is 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Stamina level 5. Agility level 5. Player Zhang Yang is at strength level 2, stamina level 1, and agility level 1. Rahi's eyes flash with pure killing intent as he grins coldly. Now that he has secured this raw power, he is the real boss of this stage. Seeing him suddenly charge forward, Zhang Yang panics and yells out, "Wait a minute," heart pounding. He thinks this is way too reckless. Zhang Yang recalls his days in the underground boxing ring, where he often faced dangerous opponents with completely unknown strengths and weaknesses. Back then, he would keep his guard up high and focus intensely, letting his arrogant opponents throw non-stop attacks at him. Zhang Yang only defends and dodges. The ultimate strategy was to study their attack patterns, wait for the perfect opening, and deliver one single, devastating blow to finish them off. Back in the game, the security guards rush toward Rahi, looking like they want to tear him to pieces. Watching this, you might think charging in blindly like this is a massive mistake. But these skinny monsters only mock them, laughing because they look so incredibly weak. These guys are level 5 security guards, boasting level 5 strength, level 4 stamina, level 5 agility, and an E-grade ganging up skill that boosts damage by 25%. One of them swings his baton, wanting to see how many strikes the kid can actually survive. "I will take the first swing," he yells, but with blinding speed, Rahi glides right past, leaving a deep sword slash across his chest. Zhang Yang grits his teeth, realizing that this insane speed and raw power is something he could never even react to. He was definitely holding back earlier. Otherwise, I would be dead. Meanwhile, the panicking guards scream out, "Something is wrong with this guy. Use your skills and kill him." Suddenly, a red system alert blares out. All active players must report to the ground floor lobby immediately for the final phase. Anyone who fails to show up before the countdown hits 0 will be eliminated on the spot. Only 56 seconds on the clock. Luo Xi processes the news, his eyes flashing with sharp focus. Zhang Yang is completely taken aback by this warning. Luo Xi glances over, realizing that even before the timer runs out, anyone stepping into the lobby will be ambushed immediately. A hidden rule, brutal and plain. With 49 seconds left, he tears through enemies, aiming to clear out as many monsters as possible to secure a relatively safe path for Xu Wen and the others. Meanwhile, Xu Wen is busy keeping the crowd organized, telling everyone to move in an orderly line without any shoving. But can they make it with only 45 seconds left? Luo Xi smiles in approval. Xu Wen is definitely a smart guy who completely understands his real plan. The timer ticks down to 32 seconds. Xu Wen keeps directing the crowd to move in an orderly fashion as the clock hits 21 seconds, reminding himself that the boss deliberately told him to delay for a real reason. He believes he can pull it off, stalling as long as possible before sending everyone in at the last second. Only 12 seconds. Zhang Yang cracks his knuckles, looking over dead serious. If these monsters are really this weak, then he might as well jump in and lend a hand. Sensing his intent, Luo Xi warns him to stay back and protect the survivors. Hearing this, a guard monster tilts its head, muttering that Luo Xi is too strong and it should feed on weak. Luo Xi throws a glance back, silently telling Xu Zhang that this is his moment to shine. The club-wielding creature charges toward the other players, deciding to start with this short guy here. Out of nowhere, Zhang Yang intercepts it, grabbing its neck and roaring for the monster to die, as he unleashes a devastating punch, yelling that it will never eat them. He figures that while Luo Xi does not particularly care about everyone, there must be a very good reason why he wants them saved. Landing punch after punch, he quickly realizes this thing is insanely durable, taking barely any actual damage from his strikes. Zhang Yang glances back at Luo Xi in utter disbelief. How on earth is he taking them down so effortlessly? You have to appreciate Xu Wen calmly handling the crowd here, urging them to stay put and avoid drawing attention because their leader will get them out safely. The crowd begins to whisper, realizing he is right and they have absolutely no choice but to put their trust in them. Even though Luo Xi is completely surrounded, the players start cheering him on with everything they have. They beg him to win against those monsters. Right then, a sudden surge of energy ripples through his weapon. The special skill of his blue pattern sword is fully charged. Seeing this, the guard monsters rally together, shouting to finish him off in one collective strike. Luo Xi calmly replies that they are thinking the exact same thing, before instantly dashing forward and unleashing a clean slash right through them. Pure agony. Desperate screams echo through the hall. The crowd erupts in absolute awe, cheering about how insanely powerful their leader is and how incredibly lucky they are to have him on their side. Still throwing punches, Zhang Yang is completely puzzled, wondering how Luo Xi is this ridiculously strong when a single minor enemy is giving him such a massive headache. Luo Xi suddenly points his blade straight ahead. "It is over. You are next." Standing before him is the level 7 security captain boss, boasting 10 strength, 7 agility, 8 stamina, and 100% health. It grins creepily, finding the challenge quite amusing. Towering over Luo Xi, the massive captain growls in a deep voice, claiming that slaughtering a strong opponent like him is going to bring immense pleasure. With that terrifying level 10 strength, Xu Wen seriously worries if their leader can actually win this. Dashing forward, Luo Xi remembers that defeating this specific boss in his past life cost countless human lives and endless time. He leaps into the air, instantly vanishing from sight, fully determined that this time around, he is more than enough to handle this alone. The final boss swings with immense force, but he easily evades the strike, gripping his sword with both hands as he glides right past it. He unleashes a flurry of blindingly sharp slashes, completely carving up the boss in a crisscrossing pattern. As Luo Xi lands cleanly on his feet, the security captain is shredded into pieces behind him. Looking over, he calmly notes that the smaller monsters he just eliminated dropped an E+. By adding these 2 bonus points, his base strength stat will shoot up to 14, giving his overall combat power a massive boost. This is the ultimate payoff of hoarding all the experience points and attribute cards for himself. In his past life, Luo Xi was only level 220 upon completing the game. Behind him, the boss's corpse slowly dissolves. Xu Wen and the surviving players are completely speechless, realizing their leader's strength has surpassed any normal human limits. They quickly decide they need to stick to this absolute powerhouse like Luo. Luo Xi glances over at Zheng Yong, thinking that once this last minor monster is down, the stage should finally be cleared. Brimming with determination, Zheng Yong yells that his next punch will decide this fight. The beast screeches back, promising to drag him to hell. But before Zheng Yong can even throw his strike, Luo Xi steps in and cuts the monster in half with a single clean vertical slash. He speaks up, "You really did not have to risk your life like that." The other guy can only stare in disbelief. He struggled so hard against this monster, yet Luo Xi crushed it so easily. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the Rank E Beginner Dungeon, Corporate Massacre. Your final clearing rewards are now being calculated based on your actual performance. Here is the contribution leaderboard. Player Luo Xi, 99.9%. Player Xu Zhengyang, 0.075%. Player Xu Wen, 0.025%. All other players, 0%. Luo Xi stands there, full of anticipation. The final calculation is starting. You have to wonder what kind of insane reward a 99.9% contribution gets him. A new alert announces that the clearing rewards for the Rank E Corporate Massacre Dungeon are currently being distributed. Survival Reward. Rank E All Attribute Activation Card. This goes to every single player who survived this deadly dungeon. Please note that all items obtained inside this dungeon can be brought back into the real world. The survivors stare at the screen in pure joy. We actually get a reward too. This is amazing. Surviving that nightmare was not easy at all. Luo Xi looks at them and remembers. Just like his past life, simply surviving and clearing the game grants you the basic reward. A vital, life-saving boost for the next terrifying dungeon. But then again, gaining too much raw power might push some of them to commit terrible crimes back in reality. He silently calculates his next move. In this life, he needs to quickly set up rules for players to control this sudden, dangerous power. And to pull that off, he is going to need the backing of some highly influential figures in the real world. Luckily, Luo Xi's massive rank on the Global Contribution Leaderboard will definitely make them seek him out. Global Player Contribution Leaderboard. Rank 1, Luo Xi, 3,000 contribution points. Rank 2, Han Sunhai, 510. Rank 3, Liu Yan, 490 points. Further down, Yunran gets 480 points. Luo Xi smiles. He is absolutely dominating the global rankings right now. Anyone can see that he is the ultimate king of this terrifying game. Just then, more notifications pop up. Surviving players receive a Rank E All Attribute Activation Card. Attributes gained: Level 1 Strength, Level 1 Agility, Level 1 Stamina, and Level 1 Mana. They look ecstatic. Is this what gaining attributes feels like? I feel so much lighter all over my body. This is incredible. I feel like I am overflowing with raw power. Xu Wen is also caught off guard. I got it too. His agility is now level 4. Jing Yong stares at his own fist in absolute wonder. These extra attribute points really make me feel a lot stronger already. Luo Xi scratches his cheek. His own strength level is 15, which is just ridiculously high compared to theirs. Contribution rewards for clearing the stage are now being distributed. Based on your unique contribution percentage, special rewards will be generated just for you. Xu Wen scratches his head and sighs. I barely have any contribution points, so I probably won't get anything special anyway. Zheng Zhang grumbles in regret. If only he had jumped into the fight earlier, he might have walked away with a much higher contribution score. Luo Xi rubs his chin. Honestly, Even he has no idea what kind of rewards are coming his way. After all, he never managed to get a contribution rate anywhere near this high in his entire past life. System reward for player Xu Wen. 0.025% contribution, rank E strength attribute card. He gasps, there is actually a chance to boost attributes further. Zheng Yang smiles with pure satisfaction. I got 2 of them. So this is how contribution points actually work. Next, we have the system reward for player Xu Zhengyang. Contribution 0.075%. Rewards, rank E strength card, and rank E stamina card. The others stare at Luo Xi, wondering what the boss will get with his insane score. How insane will his drop be? Let's find out. Luo Xi stares at the 3 glowing cards, totally thrilled by his first ever custom reward. Boom. A massive flood of notifications appears on the screen. Player Luo Xi, 99.9% contribution. Reward. Rank E plus max effect all attribute card. Immediately boost plus, a special player class card that allows him to change his job class at will. This gives him a shot at a top-tier rank S class, a permanent squad creation card, and the power to summon any 2 players directly into his current dungeon. Luo Xi is deeply satisfied. Class progression plus team creation. He can make himself incredibly strong while building his own powerful guild. Not bad at all. Suddenly, the entire game space begins to shake violently, shocking everyone. What on earth is happening? Is this an earthquake? Wait. Look over there. Terrified whispers rise as the entire dungeon environment begins to fade into thin air. Are we finally going back to the real world? Just before fading out, Luo Xi turns around and nods. Exactly. Once you clear the game, you can head home and rest. He stands there, adding one last warning. The very moment we entered this game, our real world started changing drastically. Something evil is coming to destroy our world, and this twisted game is just the beginning. Xu Wen asks in shock, this game was actually created by someone? Zheng Yang is utterly speechless. I cannot believe this. Clenching his fists, Lahi addresses the crowd, pleading with everyone to give their absolute all in the next dungeon to clear it, defeat the boss, and gain power. He pours his entire heart into these words, urging them to obtain the strength needed to crush those bastards and protect their world. Hearing this makes Tuvan ask in utter disbelief, protect? Beside him, Trindung sighs, calling it a pretty terrifying statement. Suddenly, a bright red warning flashes. Player Lahi has officially taken the #1 spot on the global player contribution leaderboard. He receives an S-class special card as a reward. Its description says this power goes way beyond even the gods, so use it wisely. Wait, look at this. A winged, angel-like figure suddenly appears. She whispers that if Lahi keeps performing this well, she might grant him divine power. Back in the real world, Lahi finally opens his eyes, finding himself in a hospital bed. Yanking the IV needle from his hand, he silently hopes someone will heed his warning to save the world. He needs way more people on his side. The door suddenly swings open. Seeing Lahi up, the nurse yells in utter shock that he is awake. When the doctor rushes in to check his chart, he is completely lucid with normal vitals, meaning nothing seems to be quite wrong with him. He explains that Lahi was out for 3 days, collapsing alongside hundreds of thousands of others worldwide. Yet he is somehow the very first to wake up. The doctor frowns, deeply puzzled by how such a massive coincidence is even possible. Hundreds of thousands of people falling unconscious at the exact same moment. Do you know anything about this? Lahi only asks, where is my mother? Leading him to her room, the doctor explains she fell into a deep coma the same day. Her vitals are fine, but she still cannot wake up. He sighs heavily, admitting that from a medical standpoint, his mother has essentially become a vegetable. Lahi grows quite anxious. Just like in his past life, she was chosen as a first-wave player. The selection process for the day of confinement is not designed to pull everyone in at once, but rather drags humanity into the game through continuous, brutal waves, and those who fail will remain vegetative forever. Lahi quietly pulls out a golden card from his pocket, reminding himself of his rebirth. His main goal now is saving his mother from this nightmare to give her a better life. Looking down, he holds the S-class special card, number 001. Its name is Freedom. Its main ability allows the user to exempt one player from the day of confinement. Even better, the user gains the unique ability to freely enter or exit any game dungeon. He raises the card, and a brilliant golden light erupts. Now, he must use this power to set his mother free. The doctor blocks his eyes, shouting about the blinding light. Once the glow fades, he is left completely stunned. He stammers in disbelief, asking how this is possible, as Lahi's mother sits up, wondering why she is here. Ignoring the shocked doctor, Luo Xi immediately hugs his mother tight. He smiles warmly, promising her she will be safe from now on. Watching this unfold, the doctor can only wonder if he is witnessing a literal miracle. Meanwhile, other players see the global contribution leaderboard. Luo Xi is at number 1 with 3,000 points, making him everyone's target. They all agree that they absolutely must recruit the world's top-ranked player to their side. Mysterious figures are already predicting that this rookie could very well become the new ruler of this world. Resting in her hospital bed, Luo Xi's mother recalls entering a pretty terrifying amusement park. It was packed with endless monsters and desperate people, and those beasts just kept chasing them. Peeling an orange, he casually asks what happened next. Luo Xi breathes a sigh of relief, realizing she only faced a beginner level. She explains that a monster suddenly reached its claws toward her. She lowers her head, whispering that everything suddenly went pitch black, and she could not see a single thing. Gently patting his head, she smiles, saying that opening her eyes to see him made it feel like a bizarre dream. He simply smiles back, silently thinking that what she went through was definitely not just a dream. Right on cue, a familiar voice yells from the hallway, shouting that he got a second. Recognizing Khan's voice, Luo Xi smiles. Just like in the past life, his friend survived the tutorial. Then, Khan bursts through the door. Luo Xi, he blabs. I was literally transported into a game world, just like some manga protagonist. I am totally serious. He continues rambling, explaining that a powerful duo in his group basically carried him all the way through the stage. Hearing this, Luo Xi's mother asks if he had a weird dream too. Luo Xi sighs, realizing his friend's heavy Chunabu phase is still going strong. He quickly ushers Khan out, telling his mother to rest while the two of them step out to catch up. Once in the hallway, Khan desperately tries to convince him, asking why Luo Xi does not believe him. Everything I'm saying is completely real. That game world even has an official name. Sitting back, Luo Xi calmly answers it is called the Day of Confinement. His friend gasps, wait, how did you know that? Luo Xi calmly replies, did you know those game elements can actually cross over into reality? Go ahead, pull up the World Contribution Leaderboard right now. Wait till you see his reaction. The system opens up the Global Player Contribution Leaderboard. One look at the screen sends him into absolute shock. Xu Qing's eyes widen as he stammers out the person ranked number 1 on this list. Luo Xi just smirks, confirming it with a nod. Right there at the very top is his own name, rank 1, Luo Xi, with 3,000 contribution points. Crossing his arms, he boldly declares, that's me. Xu Qing's jaw is still on the floor. Luo Xi is actually the top player on Earth, and here I thought he was just joking around. Interrupting his friend, Luo Xi pulls out a card. Just watch, because after I activate this card, you're about to get a system notification too. He silently commands his interface system, go ahead and activate the player class card. Instantly, a global alert flashes that player Luo Xi has used a class card and is drawing his profession. Luo Xi recalls how every single class, in the Day of Confinement, class cards are incredibly rare. But the catch is that these legendary professions require serious leveling, since they are inherently weak in the early stages, but the late-game potential is completely limitless. Back then, 3 ultimate classes stood above all else. First, the Elemental Envoy, which could evolve into the 4 Symbols Mastery. This powerhouse controls the chaotic forces of wind, fire, water, and lightning. The second is the Blood Dragon Descendant, which eventually evolves into the terrifying Black Flame Dragon King. With this class, players can transform into a massive dragon, breathing out absolute apocalyptic black fire. And the final one is the Master Seeker, promoting into the legendary Chrono Sage. This god-tier class grants the user absolute control over the timeline, allowing them to travel. It's easily the strongest. In fact, it never actually appeared in his past life. He only read a few brief lines about it in the database. Luo Xi watches the screen with intense curiosity, since the draw is completely randomized. What kind of class is he going to pull? After a tense pause, the text flashes on the screen, Myriad Manifestations Apprentice. He feels a sudden wave of anxiety, realizing he's never once heard of this profession. The official system alert flashes on the screen. Player Luo Xi has successfully changed his class to Myriad Manifestations Apprentice, unlocking the unique talent called Resonance of Tools. Its passive effect allows him to perceive the hidden flow of energy and logic within all physical objects. He can bypass mere muscle memory, deeply empathizing with any weapon, tool, or basic object around him to achieve the absolute peak of mind and body integration. But right below the talent description is nothing but blank slots, filled with giant question marks. Get this. A standard class only has 3 evolutionary paths, but his has a whopping 5. The sheer difficulty of upgrading this class easily blows away every single profession he's ever heard of. He lets out a satisfied grin. Myriad Manifestations Apprentice. Once this path is fully completed, what kind of god-tier power will he unlock? Even a battle-hardened veteran like him is filled with genuine anticipation. Suddenly, Shu Qing screams out, "Luo Xi, you actually became the first player on Earth to awaken a class." The poor guy is completely stuttering, totally speechless. A massive, global system announcement rings out. Player Luo Xi has successfully awakened, becoming the world's first class holder. World reward. Luo Xi just frowns, looking over in confusion, while Shu Qing literally drops to his knees to grab his leg. "Come on, buddy, you've got to carry me with you. Remember our lifelong brotherhood." Right then, a nurse walks in, totally stunned by the bizarre scene. She mutters, "Did I walk in at a bad time?" Pushing Shu Qing off his leg, Luo Xi asks her what's going on. Luo Xi suddenly realizes in his past life, the nurse came to demand payment at this exact moment, which ended up causing him massive headaches. The nurse breaks the news. "Luo Xi, the half-year advance for your mother's hospital bills has completely run out. You are currently over a month behind on payments." Shu Qing immediately pulls out a card, offering, "Hey, I still have a few thousand left in my account. Let me lend it to you first." Waving it off, Luo Xi tells him, "Don't worry, I've got a plan." He remembers that in his past life, he made quick cash by working for wealthy elites as an elite bodyguard. After all, a player's physical stats easily surpass normal human limits. Clenching his fists in total determination, he promises himself to shoulder his mother's massive burdens, so he'll never be a helpless weight on anyone ever again. Right on cue, the nurse's phone rings out. She quickly apologizes to the two, answering it with a puzzled look, before suddenly gasping in shock. "Wait, are you really serious?" Turning back to him, she excitedly reports, "Luo Xi, you can relax. Someone just paid a massive sum of money for you, enough to cover 100 years here." She then points directly at Shu Qing, "And that goes for you too, buzzcut boy." He blinks in absolute disbelief. "Wait, did you just say the buzzcut patient?" Shu Qing quickly tries to clear the air. "Look, I am not crazy. I am just here to visit my friend." From a distance, a loud voice echoes, "Room 226 is right over that way." The first newcomer is Zhao Ming, the blonde-haired head of Y National Group. Beside him stands Yi Yun, the tech genius and CEO of S International Group. The girl with them is Shilin from Yang X Group. Zhao Ming speaks up, "Excuse me, where is Mr. Luo Xi?" Shu Qing scratches his cheek in confusion. Zhao Ming responds, "You must be his friends." Shilin immediately steps forward, "We have some highly urgent business with him." Yi Yun chimes in with a very serious look, "If possible, please help us get in touch with Mr. Luo Xi." Luo Xi smiles. He did not expect these powerful figures from the confinement day to track him down so quickly. Meanwhile, Shu Qing stares and asks, "Why are you looking for Luo Xi anyway?" Shu Qing rubs his chin. Judging by their expensive clothes, these people are definitely elite, high-level figures. Glancing at Luo Xi, Shu Qing wonders, did they come here because Luo Xi is currently ranked #1 in the entire world? I mean, think about it, how much would 100 years of hospital fees actually cost? It is beyond insane. Why pay for a whole century when he is not even staying here? Just then, the nurse whispers that these people already paid his entire bill. Luo Xi calmly replies, "Thanks for letting me know. I figured it was them." Hearing this, she gasps, completely shocked. "You already knew?" Stepping forward, he introduces himself, "I am Luo Xi." Instantly, all three power players share the same thought. No wonder he is the top-ranked player in the world. He stands perfectly calm under their heavy presence, but they never expected him to be so incredibly young. Luo Xi easily recognizes them as massive power players who hold immense sway over both the global business and political landscapes. Zhao Ming, the leader of Y National Group, is a man of absolute power and a rising star set on reshaping the world. Then there is Yi Yun, the CEO of S International Group, who is a dominant force in the high-tech sector. Plus, they work closely with the military. And finally, Shilin, the head of Yang X Group, controls a massive empire of global energy and vital minerals. Her influence stretches across multiple countries, giving her a massive amount of global leverage. Zhao Ming starts, "I have heard so much about you, Mr. Luo Xi." Yi Yun nods, "It is a pleasure meeting you." Shilin adds with a smile, "I doubt you know who we are, Mr. Luo Xi. So how about I introduce the three of us?" But Luo Xi cuts her off, "No need. I know exactly who you are, so let us just get straight to the point." Zhao Ming is taken aback. He actually knows who we are? Yi Yun silently agrees someone who can claim the #1 spot in the entire world is truly extraordinary. Shilin smirks with satisfaction. This guy is turning out to be way more interesting than I initially expected. She gestures politely. Since that is the case, would you mind coming with us, Mr. Luo Xi? This is not the right place to talk, and we have already prepared a spot. Luo Xi turns. No need for all that. Let us just use the doctor's office. The three exchange quick looks, nodding silently. Zhao Ming speaks for the group. Very well. We will do as you say, Mr. Luo Xi. Shilin notes silently from behind. This man absolutely refuses to let anyone else take control of the situation. Xu Qing watches them, completely mind-blown. Not gonna lie, this guy is on a whole different level, and even the nurse is staring in shock. To everyone, Luo Xi was just a broke patient who could not afford his bills. Suddenly, he turns. Xu Qing, bring that game guide I gave you, and come along with us. He is caught completely off guard, wondering silently. Wait, do I actually get to be included in this? Xu Qing nervously scratches his head. Wait, do I really need to bring that silly walkthrough guide? Luo Xi looks at him, highly skeptical. Did you not even read it? Feeling guilty, Xu Qing mutters, I honestly thought you were joking, so I threw it in the trash can downstairs. He dashes off, yelling that he will retrieve it right now. Luo Xi sighs in frustration. No wonder both Xu Qing and his mother got absolutely zero rewards from the tutorial dungeon. This idiot Xu Qing is seriously begging for a good beating sooner or later. Hearing this, Shilin asks, her voice filled with deep suspicion, Mr. Luo Xi, this dungeon walkthrough guide you mentioned, is it actually? He answers her directly. Exactly. It is a complete guide on how to clear the beginner dungeon. Zhao Ming gasps. How is that even possible? Yi Yun is highly skeptical too. This game literally just launched. How could you write a guide already? Shilin hesitates, frowning. Mr. Luo Xi, I really hope you are not joking about something this serious. Luo Xi turns back to them with a calm smile. Whether it is real or not, we will all find out the moment he gets back. A short while later, the bodyguard standing outside the doctor's office is feeling pretty anxious. The director personally called to order me to clear out the room for them. Just what kind of elites are we dealing with here? Inside, Zhao Ming finishes reading and shouts, These are the exact records of the dungeon I just struggled through myself. The monsters, their weaknesses, and even the hidden rules are written out with insane detail. Shilin is absolutely stunned by it too. I also found my own game instance on there. Yi Yun says, completely stunned. I have it too. Everything written inside is real. It is absolutely unbelievable. Xu Qing tilts his head and asks, Shizi, is everything you wrote in there actually true? Luo Xi nods in response. If you had just listened to me, you might have actually scored a spot on the global leaderboard by now. Hearing this, he covers his face in sheer regret. Damn it, I missed out on a massive opportunity. Zhao Ming speaks up in a serious tone, requesting Luo Xi to forgive their sudden intrusion. Yi Yun hesitates. We originally wanted to invite you to join our squad, but now it seems Shilin chimes in. Your abilities are far beyond our wildest imagination. We simply are not qualified. And crossing his arms, he asks, and what else? Showing a hint of fear, she replies, and you also seem like a prophet who knows absolutely everything. Luo Xi closes his eyes, admitting he does feel a bit that way. He remembers how in his past life, survivors would huddle together for warmth, while carefully writing down all of their painful experiences on the community forums. To find a way to beat the game, Luo Xi had memorized every single rule of the dungeons. He smiles to himself. Who would have thought his past life suffering would actually pay off like this? To defeat those evil gods, he is going to need every bit of help he can get. So, Luo Xi asks straight out, what do you all want from me now? They look at each other and nod. Then, all three bow their heads in perfect unison. Please become our official advisor for everything regarding the Day of Imprisonment game. Master Luo Xi, we desperately need your knowledge and guidance to survive. Zhao Ming admits frankly that the near-death experience from last time was truly terrifying. Yi Yun adds with a shudder, saying that with Master Luo Xi's help, they surely would not end up in such a miserable state next time. Shilin shares their dread, pleading that they will definitely get dragged back into the Day of Imprisonment and do not want to die. Meanwhile, Xu Qing looks at his friend, calling GZ. Zhao Ming remains bowed, adding that as long as Master Luo Xi agrees, they will accept absolutely any terms or conditions he puts forward. Luo Xi finally responds, noting that acting as their advisor is not entirely out of the question. Xu Qing's eyes light up, looking at him with pure admiration, saying, Shizi, you look so incredibly cool right now. Xu Qing puts a hand to his chin. He frowns, and starts speculating since Shizi has been dirt poor for so many years. His urgent priority must be cash. Shu Qing's own eyes sparkle, daydreaming of a rich future. This way, I won't have to work hard or drag myself to a job every single day. I can just mess around and live the sweet life with Shizi. Luo Xi calmly delivers his demands. If you want my help, you must agree to 3 of my conditions. Shu Qing suddenly slaps his own face in deep admiration. As expected of Shizi scaling 1 condition up to 3, this guy is a true master. I am still way too green. Shi Lin is absolutely thrilled, happily announcing that whether it is 30 or even 300 conditions, they will accept. Zhao Ming wears an expectant smile, asking him to speak freely. Meanwhile, Shu Qing goes pale, thinking of a scary possibility. Oh man, he is totally underselling himself here. Luo Xi raises his hand, quickly laying out his first demand. The first condition is the beginner guide that is currently in your hands. Printed in newspapers or broadcasted directly. Any method goes. Zhao Ming asks again, in complete shock. Are we really just going to publish a life-saving treasure like this to the public? Yi Yun frowns, emphasizing just how unbelievably valuable it is. The commercial value of this booklet is far beyond your imagination. Deep worry is clearly written all over Shi Lin's face. That is right. That game is incredibly dangerous, and nobody wants to gamble with their own lives. Luo Xi remains totally calm, explaining his goal. The very thing you all call incredibly precious. Did I not just give it to you for free? Shi Lin clenches her fists, her voice faltering. But Zhao Ming cannot help but praise him in high regard. You truly are incredibly generous. Luo Xi closes his eyes, calmly emphasizing his noble ideals. What I am chasing is entirely different from you all. I do not just want to save you. I want to save everyone. He then opens his eyes wide, demanding with a frown, if you cannot fulfill this first condition, then we have nothing more to talk about. Zhao Ming glances over, signaling to the others that he is definitely not acting. Yi Yun now respects Luo Xi deeply. A man like him is incredibly rare, standing in front of immense fortune without even a single flicker of hesitation. Shi Lin touches her nose, suddenly finding herself highly interested. He is so cool and incredibly kind-hearted, a truly rare, genuine man in this crazy world. With that, they all bow together, and Zhao Ming steps forward to make a promise. We agree to your first demand, and what is more, it will be published worldwide at the absolute fastest speed possible. Hearing this, Luo Xi nods in satisfaction and presents his next demand. Good. The second requirement is that you must establish a player administration bureau. Zhao Ming smirks, feeling incredibly confident about the situation. Do not worry. We already had the same plan in mind. Yi Yun chimes in from behind to explain their strategy. We will not allow high-power players to bully ordinary citizens. Luo Xi puts a finger to his temple, speaking with slight hesitation. Great. Just one last condition. This is totally doable. Zhao Ming gets anxious seeing this reaction, wondering if it is a ridiculously hard condition. The 3 of them wait in suspense, fearing that Luo Xi wants something so grand they might not even be able to pull it off. Right behind them, Chpara King tightly grips Gu Wu by his hands. Luo Xi, ask for money. Quickly ask for cash. That is literally my ultimate dream here, my friend. After a brief pause, he finally states a surprisingly simple condition. I just want a house. Nothing too big, so my mother and I can stop living in the mental hospital. Luo Xi has always wanted a better life for his mother, hoping she can finally live a completely normal, peaceful life. Look at their faces. The 3 of them freeze in absolute shock, while Su Qing facepalms in total, utter despair. Luo Xi scowls, looking a bit annoyed. If this is too much trouble, then I will just keep staying at the hospital. It is just a personal request anyway. And begging like this honestly feels pretty awful, like I am some charity case. Shi Lin quickly rushes over with a warm smile, telling him not to say such things, while Yi Yun enthusiastically nods. We agree to this request, 10,000%. Zhao Ming even begs with a bright smile, pleading with him to let them prepare the perfect house. Luo Xi raises his hand to stop them, leaning back as he gives instructions. All right, but there is no need to get so worked up. Zhao Ming coughs slightly, trying to regain his composed posture. Ahem. Sorry about that, Mr. Luo Xi. We lost our cool. Yi Yun scratches his head, smiling sheepishly in embarrassment. Now get this, he realized right away that out of his 3 requests, this one was by far the absolute easiest. He understands the benefits perfectly, knowing this simple favor is the best way to start building a strong relationship with him. Shi Lin firmly warns the other 2 not to steal this opportunity from her. As Luo Xi stands up, ready to head out, I have stated my 3 conditions. Now I must head back to my hospital room as I have things to do. Calculating the exact time, she should be arriving very soon. As he turns around, he does not forget to remind them that the countdown for the confinement day reset is about to begin. Hearing this, the three of them gasp in utter shock. What? Right at that exact second, a sudden system notification pops up. System announcement. Congratulations to all players who have successfully survived the compliance trial instance. This is the special privilege you have earned. The next phase of the confinement day game is about to commence. The countdown begins at 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Shu Qing looks up, stuttering in disbelief that it is actually happening. Shilin observes closely, realizing that this special privilege probably means being able to see this interface. Yiyun frantically points out the 72-hour window, meaning they only have 3 days left. Luo Xi glances back to give them a few final instructions. Once you complete my request, I will write detailed guides for every single second round instance. Make every second count. You only have 3 days. All three of them bow down deeply and shout in unison. Understood, Mr. Luo Xi. Suddenly, a loud and incredibly frantic knocking comes from outside, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the door. A bodyguard steps inside to ask for permission. Report, sir. There is someone who wishes to. Yi Yun points a finger forward, shouting in anger, did I not explicitly say no one is allowed to disturb us? Even if top government officials show up, you tell them to wait outside. The guard stammers nervously to explain, but she claims to be Mr. Luo Xi's girlfriend. The three of them drop their jaws in sheer disbelief, while Shu Qing charges forward, completely furious and demanding answers. Luo Xi, how dare you secretly get a girlfriend behind my back? You absolute jerk. Luo Xi pushes his face away, firmly shutting him down. Shut up, stop saying such misleading things. I am definitely not dating anyone. The bodyguard chases after her, shouting in panic, Miss, you cannot enter here. But Ji Yan already storms in holding a bouquet, greeting him happily. Luo Xi, it has been so long. Shu Qing glares, looking incredibly annoyed. So it is her. How does she even have the nerve to show up here? Zhao Ming frowns, scanning her from head to toe. So this is Mr. Luo Xi's girlfriend. Shilin places a hand on her chin, smiling casually as she judges her totally average looks. Luo Xi glares with clear disgust. So it is you? Turns out, in his past life, Ji Yan had completely looked down on and humiliated him. Get lost. You absolute psycho. What right do you even have to like me? Back then, she burst into loud laughter, mockingly saying how hilarious it was. He had long held a deep grudge against Ji Yan. Back in school, everyone assumed he liked her, even though he only saw her as a friend. But now, she is a player too. With a fake smile plastered on her face, she hands him a bouquet. Luo Xi, it's been so long. These are for you. I know I was awful before, but even Zhao Ming could easily see your true feelings. Luo Xi's cold eyes show he clearly detests this girl. Yi Yun already plans to step in and block this annoying nuisance for him when the timing is right. Shu Qing steps up, extending his hand to shield his friend. Back off, he snaps. What right do you even have to say those words? You humiliated Luo Xi in front of everyone back then. Her face turns completely pale as she stammers. I was young and foolish. I know I was wrong now. But Luo Xi had already seen right through Jian's fake act. You only crawled back because you saw that leaderboard, right? Her face deforms in shock, while Shilin frowns with absolute, pure disgust. So that's her angle. She is an incredibly materialistic woman. Still, Jian refuses to stop trying to defend her actions. Look, Luo Xi, even though I rejected you back then, you can't just leave me to suffer like this, right? Shu Qing completely loses his temper and yells out, that wasn't a rejection. It was public humiliation and slander. Pick your words carefully. Luo Xi places a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Shu Qing, this is a hospital. Keep it down. Let's just leave. Shu Qing turns around in utter confusion. Wait, what? Luo Xi simply walks past her with Shu Qing, making himself crystal clear. And one more thing. I only ever saw you as a friend. I never liked you. Hearing this, Jian arrogantly tries to make a deal. Luo Xi, you are just acting tough, aren't you? If you help me out, I will actually agree to be your girlfriend. She quickly chases after him, desperately shouting out, Luo Xi, I promise I will absolutely never leave your side. Suddenly, Yang Jian's expression freezes as two massive, towering bodyguards step forward to block her path. She wildly flails her arms and screams, get out of my way. I am Luo Xi's girlfriend. Zhao Ming stands in the back, frowning with deep disgust. Miss, he says, It's quite clear Luo Xi has zero interest in talking to you. Jilin crosses her arms, speaking with pure contempt. You should really stop flattering yourself like that. Luo Xi never once said you're his girlfriend. Seeing enough, Yi Yun orders the 2 bodyguards to escort this lady out of here. They immediately obey Lei Jiran's command. Yes, sir. She struggles wildly, screaming at the top of her lungs. Let me go. Let me go. I am Luo Xi's woman. I am. Watching this, Xu Qing throws his hands behind his head, absolutely loving every single second of this satisfying payback. Luo Xi's face darkens. Now, get ready. He is about to use his past life memories to find a very specific hospital room door. She should already be inside the hospital room. Just as that thought crosses his mind, the door swings open to reveal a beautiful girl with striking white hair. Wu Rui turns her head in surprise. Meanwhile, Mrs. Luo sits up on her bed, smiling warmly at them. Xiaoxi, come here quickly. Xiao Rui came to visit you again. She stands up, mentioning how Auntie told her he had stepped out earlier. I was just free, he replies. Had nothing major to do, so I ran some quick errands. Luo Xi smiles gently as he greets her. Long time no see, he says. Wu Rui tilts her head, frowning in utter confusion. Long time no see? I literally just visited you last week. In his mind, a memory of her dying in his past life flashes. Live on, she had begged him. You must survive. Pulling Wu Rui into a tight hug, he makes a silent vow. In this life, I will absolutely never let anyone precious leave me again. Her face instantly turns bright red as she panics. Standing in the back, Xu Qing tilts his head, highly suspicious if these two are actually just friends. Later that night, moonlight streams through the window. Luo Xi lies quietly on a cot right beside his sleeping mother's hospital bed. Looking around the spacious room, he appreciates how the hospital actively went out of their way to upgrade them to a much better ward. The sheer influence of Zhao Ming's family is truly massive. Suddenly, a cold system notification chime rings in his mind. A countdown starts. 63 hours left. Watch closely, because this is where the real race against time begins. With 63 hours left, the next dungeon should be exactly like his past life. He focuses on the stat screen before him after his class change. He unlocked the Qi resonance skill, granting him a completely heightened, profound perception of literally any physical object he lays his hands on. Luo Xi presses his palm firmly against the hospital bed. Testing it out, he quickly sends a pulse of acoustic waves spreading all around. The moment the skill triggers, Luo Xi looks down, feeling a strange sensation, as if his mind is actively mapping and analyzing the whole structure. His understanding of the bed deepens instantly, allowing him to easily pinpoint that the second screw on the left leg of the frame is about to fall completely out. Luo Xi looks at his palm, feeling a slight touch of disappointment. It is a shame there are no weapons in this hospital, otherwise he could have seen just how deep this analysis skill goes. Suddenly, a mysterious voice breaks the silence. Luo Xi, you are finally qualified to participate in this god's ultimate trial. A jolt of shock hits him as he recognizes that ancient, familiar voice from his birth. Scanning the dark room, Luo Xi demands to know who is speaking. What right do you have? He asks, as something suddenly zips past his face. You will know my identity soon enough. For now, the system panel pops up before him, giving Luo Xi a critical choice. You must decide whether to accept this god's trial or walk away. Looking at him, Luo Xi immediately realizes this man possesses the power needed to defeat the evil god. His eyes instantly go wide with pure determination. What is he waiting for? There is no time to waste. Clenching his fists, he makes his demand he will pass this trial. Start it now, he says. Baile's lips stretch into a bizarre, creepy grin. Fine, let's get this started. But first, he lays down the rules. Pass, and you get to return to your world. Fail, and you'll be trapped in this trial space for eternity. The moment he is pulled inside, Luo Xi feels completely disoriented. Even I've never seen this kind of power before, so divine and mysterious. He stares ahead, filled with intense curiosity. Passing this trial is the only escape, but what kind of reward will he get once it's over? Right then, a booming voice announces that the trial grounds have been constructed, and Luo Xi drops heavily onto the solid ground. Instantly on high guard, he carefully scans his surroundings, his brow furrowing deeply. In the distance, a magnificent, towering castle catches his eye, taking him by surprise. Baile's palace now towers right in front of Luo Xi. The god stands with folded arms, quickly laying down the law. The rules of this trial are simple. Kill your opponent within 10 minutes and you can leave. Before vanishing, Bai Lai leaves him with one last tip: only those with the wisdom to uncover the truth can win. With a final, booming shout, he declares, "And now, your trial begins." A blonde swordsman slowly emerges from the shadows. The system interface flashes, identifying him as the Oathkeeper, the ultimate swordsman who can never be wounded. Remaining time 9 minutes and 59. Luo Xi studies his foe, instantly realizing this is the opponent he must defeat. A smirk plays on his lips. Excitement surges. The strongest player versus the strongest swordsman? This is going to be epic. Bai Lai suddenly summons a sword right in front of him, calling it his weapon for the fight. He quickly grabs it, thinking it's the perfect chance to test his weapon resonance. But then, a system warning flashes on screen. This item is not real. Resonance cannot be activated. Reading this, Luo Xi immediately understands. His weapon resonance only works on physical objects, meaning this sword is nothing but an illusion. There is no time to waste. He leaps forward immediately, planning to power through this trial in one single go. Raising his blade, Luo Xi prepares to test the strongest swordsman's skills. As their weapons clash head-to-head, he can't help but feel impressed. His power is no joke, and their swordplay is absolutely incredible to watch. Yet Luo Xi quickly finds himself struggling. Even with a massive greatsword, his opponent transitions between stances lightning fast and with heavy force. Suddenly, the swordsman leaps back. Luo Xi's eyes widen as he recognizes the windup for a deadly ultimate strike. Luckily, he jumps high just in time. He focuses completely, his brow furrowed. That ultimate move is devastating, but it leaves a massive opening. This fight is already over. Besides, Luo Xi had already noticed something odd. This enemy is just another illusion, just like his sword. Killing him won't weigh on his conscience. With a clean strike, he manages to wound the enemy swordsman. Luo Xi glances back, absolutely certain that a strike like that should have been fatal. But to his total shock, his opponent remains completely unharmed. The strongest swordsman simply cannot be wounded, so that's what the rule meant. He can't be killed by physical attacks. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Luo Xi realizes he needs a different strategy. How can he win without striking him down? At that moment, with very little time left on the clock, the countdown sits at 4 minutes and 21 seconds. He desperately racks his brain to recall the clue. Wisdom is your only key to victory. That crucial hint has to be the key. Then, Luo Xi's eyes land on a skeleton nearby. The swordsman is desperately guarding it, and that's when the truth clicks. His real objective is to protect those bones, and just like that, the whole puzzle falls into place. He's the Oathkeeper, and his sacred promise is to protect the person behind him. Now he knows exactly how to bring this giant down. It's the only way to win. Watching from afar, Bai Lai remains incredibly arrogant, muttering that this kid doesn't have what it takes to earn a god's blessing. Grinning with sinister confidence, Bai Lai knows no sword style can ever defeat the blind Oathkeeper. But at that exact second, Luo Xi drives his blade straight through the night. Bai Lai freezes, watching the scene unfold with intense focus. He didn't try to kill him. Instead, Luo Xi tosses his sword aside and points behind the knight. Blind Oathkeeper, open your eyes and look. The one you have been protecting is nothing but a pile of bones. Hearing this, the knight glances back, letting out a terrified, agonizing groan. Clutching the skeletal remains, he collapses to his knees and fades away. The countdown stops at 51 seconds. Luo Xi turns back, pointing out that the answer was hidden inside the riddle itself. The Oathkeeper couldn't be killed in combat, but seeing his oath shattered made him crumble from within. He had figured out Bai Lai's plan from the start. Handing over that sword was just a trap to mislead him. Smiling confidently, Luo Xi looks up to question the god once again. Am I right? You hiding in the fog? The countdown for the trial is at 51 seconds. That actually gets Bai Lai to praise him. Good job. The simpler it is, the harder to spot. And you did it. Then he instantly summons a massive surge of energy. I am willing to bestow my true blessing upon you. You, Luo Xi, are worthy. He stares forward, bracing himself. I mean, what kind of insane, godlike power is he actually about to get? Suddenly, Luo Xi floats up into the air, while a knowing smirk creeps onto Bai Li's face. Luo Xi, prepare to face the real trial. Hearing this, he looks up, trying to understand. What does he mean? Another trial. The god speaks up, making the terms very clear. If you want this blessing, you must withstand the raw pressure of a god's power. Feel the mental impact of all living souls, the pain, joy, rage, and grief. This is the collective prayer of billions of lives. Instantly, he begins to plunge downward, completely losing control. Luo Xi grabs his head, screaming in pure agony, but as he falls into a new space, things click. It turns out, divine power actually comes from the belief of humanity on Earth. A sudden vision of two elderly people supporting each other flashes by. Luo Xi cannot help but marvel at this overwhelming force. Closing his eyes, he forces himself to push through, keeping his spirit up. Keep it going, just keep it going. Then he opens his eyes with a wild grin, laughing out loud at the thought of gaining such immense power. He knows exactly what he is about to receive. I will have the backing of Earth's gods to crush you invading evil deities. Bai Lai watches calmly, absolutely convinced that this final, massive mental strike is something no mortal could ever survive. But then, a terrifying wave of energy erupts. He spins around, trying to get a closer look, wondering if the kid has finally collapsed. To Bai Lai's sheer shock, he is still standing. Luo Xi wipes away some blood from his face, smiling as he says, "Is that all you got?" Totally taken aback, the god speaks with genuine amusement. "Fascinating. You really are something else. No wonder we chose you. You have officially received my divine blessing. Luo Xi, remember my name." Bai Lai points out a crucial detail. Once you earn their absolute approval, that's when the ultimate true blessing will finally descend upon you. But he is still left dazed, trying to process it. "What is your name, and what ultimate blessing?" The god completely vanishes, leaving Luo Xi shouting at empty air. "Hey, you still haven't told me your name." The next morning, he sits up straight in his bed, wondering if that whole encounter was actually a blessing. A system notification pops up, and that's when he realizes he has received a special blessing called Mental Guardian, making him permanently immune to any mental attacks. And there it is. Bai Lai, this must be the blessing he didn't quite understand before. He smiles, looking forward to the future. Complete immunity to mental attacks is insanely practical, but now he is even more curious about the others that Bai Lai mentioned. Luo Xi pieces everything together, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Think about it. That supposed mental illness that has been plaguing him. It was actually the gods of Earth whispering all along. Talk about a crazy plot twist. His cure is literally the power to save the world. Right then, the system counts down the remaining time, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 23 seconds. Shu Qing stares at his phone, jaw dropped, yelling about a video of Xi Zi. Luo Xi smacks his head as a reminder. This is a hospital, you know. Shu Qing quickly shows him the screen, explaining he just got too excited. Look, this is a simulated dungeon clip they made. It looks quite realistic. Watching from a distance, Mama Luo smiles warmly, glad to see them so close. Luo Xi studies the screen, realizing that Zhao Ming and his crew are incredibly efficient. In less than 2 days, the promo for the initial dungeon has gone completely viral. He watches closely, knowing this will secure their partnership with the government to establish the Action Bureau and manage the player base. Luo Xi looks up the global player contribution leaderboard, wondering how the rankings stand. First place Luo Xi, 3,500 points. Second place Han Xunhai, 510. Third is Liu Yan with 490, and fourth is Yun Yan with 480. He wonders if this storm he started will help these strong players soar even higher. Suddenly, a nurse walks in to deliver a message. "Mr. Luo Xi, please come outside and take a look. There's a motorcade outside waiting to pick you up." Hearing this, Shu Qing rushes to pull back the curtain. An actual fleet of cars is here for Xi Zi. His eyes widen in absolute amazement. Sure enough, those three from yesterday are waiting right down there. Shi Lin yells up to get their attention. "Shu Qing, please tell Luo Xi that we are here to take him to his new place." Shu Qing turns back, completely blown away. "Xi Zi, those three actually brought a whole fleet of cars for you." Luo Xi throws off the blanket and gets out of bed. "Got it, let's go." Do rich people always love making a huge scene like this? Holding an apple, Mama Luo warns him with a worried look. "Little Xi, make sure you aren't doing anything illegal." Shu Qing is totally dumbfounded by her words. "Illegal?" Luo Xi takes the apple from her hand and reassures her. "Don't worry, Mom, I am not breaking any laws." He even confidently doubles down on his grand ideal, declaring that he is saving the world, leaving his mother tilting her head in total confusion. A nurse nearby immediately bursts out laughing, mocking his wild claims about saving the world. Annoyed by their mocking laughter, he just strides off, muttering that sooner or later everyone will learn the truth, while the nearby bodyguards bow deeply in absolute respect, welcoming both gentlemen inside. Zhao Ming leads La He to a massive property, proudly explaining that he spent a very long time securing this exclusive private villa. It is surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers, with a backyard garden producing nothing but the freshest organic food. He smiles with absolute confidence adding that 16 bodyguards and 8 nannies will rotate on duty 24 hours a day so that Lahi and his mother can live in total comfort. Hearing this, Xu Qing's jaw instantly hits the floor. 16 bodyguards, 8 rotating nannies, and a private villa with its own garden. He wonders just how much a luxury place like this even costs. Zhao Ming gestures ahead with a proud smile, explaining that because this is his personal estate and completely off the market, it is priceless, and it is all Lahi's if he wants it. Hearing this, Xu Qing gets incredibly hyped up and excited, instantly realizing that this spectacular, one-of-a-kind home is literally priceless. Absolutely, one of a kind. Zhao Ming nods with a slightly awkward smile. But then, Lahi suddenly turns on his heel and walks away. Wait, he rejected that too? You can't help but wonder what he is actually looking for. Zhao Ming can only sigh in disappointment, realizing that Lahi's vision is on a whole different level that he cannot even begin to grasp. Seeing Lahi walk out, the other 2 contenders are shocked. Yi Yun nudges his companion, hinting that their turn has arrived. Since Lahi passed on Zhao Ming's offer, Yi Yun declares his chance has come, while Shilin crosses her arms and smiles with deep anticipation. Actually, Yi Yun rubs his nose with absolute confidence, claiming that no hot-blooded young man on earth could ever turn down the stunning property he has personally selected. He is absolutely certain he can win Lahi's favor with this one. From inside the luxurious building, Yi Yun's voice echoes, declaring that a brilliant young talent like Lahi deserves a high-rise home that overlooks the entire skyline of Qingshan City. Xu Qing's eyes light up as he presses his face against the glass, stunned to see the entire city stretched out below. Yi Yun stands behind them to explain that this landmark tower, located right in the heart of Qingshan City, was designed by a world-famous master architect. Puffing his chest out proudly, he boasts that this specific unit has the absolute best view in the entire building. He adds with a grin that he has prepared even more surprises. An excited Xu Qing spins around, wondering what else there could possibly be. Just as Yi Yun claps his hands to summon the staff, revealing, Tukan's face turns bright red, panting heavily like a total creep while maidens crowd around, desperately trying to flatter Lahi. Master, you can make us do whatever you want. You are just way too handsome. Watching this, Trio Min and Thien Lam can only sigh in jealousy. Why on earth didn't we think of that? Not Van smirks, fully convinced no man could ever reject a luxury mansion like this. Yet Lahi calmly demands to see the next spot, leaving Not Van utterly shocked. Thai Lam's eyes instantly sharpen as she watches him. Truman's eyes flash with pure calculation. This means he still has a shot. Thi Lam then steps up, politely gesturing for Lahi to follow her. My choice is not quite as fancy, but I truly hope you will find it comfortable. Along the way, she mentions she did some homework on Lahi's childhood with his mother, eventually stopping right in front of a small house. She asks if this looks familiar. Lahi stares blankly, feeling both nostalgic and distant, as Tukan suddenly chimed in from behind. Is not this Lahi's old childhood home? They had to sell it back then just to pay for his medical treatments. And here is the twist. Those 2 realize they are completely done for as she opens the door. The place went through many owners and lost its original layout. But she smiles, explaining how she tried her best to restore its warm, cozy feel. Looking around, Lahi quietly realizes she put a massive amount of heart and effort into this place. It looks almost exactly like his childhood memories. Without a single second of hesitation, he chooses it and thanks her warmly. Thilam quickly waves her hands, saying it is her absolute honor. Meanwhile, Tru Min's group groans in despair, utterly crushed by their total defeat. Lahi signals Tukan to pull it out. Nodding quickly, he starts rummaging through his clothes to find the hidden item. Thi Lam watches in absolute shock as Tukan hands over a strange package to them. It is the complete strategy guide for the level 2 dungeon that Lahi just finished writing for players who clear the tutorial. Thi Lam takes it, completely speechless, that something this incredibly valuable was just tucked into his waistband. She asks if this should be distributed to everyone. Lahi responds very coldly, no, there is no need. But you can give it to a select few, whom you deem quite capable. Luo Xi turns to the 3 of them, warning that this day of confinement game requires players to figure out how to get stronger on their own. Even the lucky ones who pass the tutorial dungeon won't get very far. His gaze sharp, he only has one goal. They need to find the absolute best players, and helping rookies adapt to the rules is just the first step. Luo Xi states with absolute conviction the top-tier players will naturally stand out. Zhao Ming nods as it clicks for him. But Shilin still wonders why exactly Luo Xi is looking for these standout players. Clenching his fist, he answers with unwavering determination. He needs them to save this world with him. The other 3 stand there in absolute awe, Luo Xi's ambition is grand, far beyond anything they could have ever imagined. Time jumps forward slightly. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, beginning the official countdown for the day of confinement. With 2 minutes and 69 seconds left, Xu Qing shows up grinning with a mountain of gear. He yells, "I packed absolutely everything we might need." Luo Xi hugs his mother tight to say goodbye, promising he will be back soon. Confused, she asks where they are even going. Xu Qing's eyes light up as he gestures wildly, telling her they are heading off to adventure in another world. She just sighs, smiling helplessly. The system announces the final countdown for the day of confinement has ended. The selected players are about to be teleported. Enjoy your game, the system alerts. As blue light envelops them, Xu Qing grins, yelling that he will see him soon. Before they part, Luo Xi gives one final warning. "You can definitely beat this on your own, because this time, I cannot carry you." Brimming with confidence, Xu Qing fires back to just wait and watch him climb the leaderboards. The teleportation light flares, blindingly bright now. A second later, Luo Xi materializes in a completely different zone. He scans his freezing surroundings just like his past life. The second dungeon is the Polar Apartment. The system sounds an alert. This is a D-rank dungeon, the Polar Apartment. The stage is set, and player soul integration is now complete. Players sent here are not rookies. They have to locate the boss, defeat them, and then survive as the countdown to unlock the doors ticks away. 4 minutes and 59 seconds left. Luo Xi wonders if he should trick the system with false hints. Just like before, finding the boss is not the real challenge here. His eyes sharpen as he realizes that to survive this frozen hell, he needs an ally he can trust completely. But here is the catch we did not see coming. You actually have to team up with someone truly reliable. They have to lure 2 separate bosses from the very top and bottom floors, dragging them to the middle so they fight each other to clear it. Luo Xi still remembers the brutal lesson from his past life, the sting of betrayal, fresh in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he pulls out a gold card. "Show up now, the only partner I can truly rely on." The card flashes with bright details, activating a special permanent card to trigger a team-building contract. A second later, Wu Rui abruptly materializes inside the summoning circle. She looks around, completely lost and utterly confused. Spotting him, Wu Rui gasps in shock, asking Xi why he is here and where on earth she is. Luo Xi calmly begins to explain. "I invited you directly into my active game dungeon. If I remember correctly, you were just on a stranded island, with endless system notifications spamming your screen." Furrowing his brow, he recalls that this was the second time Wu Rui entered the game as an active player. His memory returns. Her first tutorial run was a brutal double-island survival nightmare, the very place that inflicted massive trauma on her, leaving her to suffer endless torment in the future. Frowning deeply, determination blazes in his eyes. Pulling her into his dungeon was for one critical goal. He is going to rewrite her tragic fate. He refuses to let her suffer like that again. Meanwhile, Wu Rui just stares at him with a strange, suspicious look. "How did you know I was on that tiny island?" she asks. But before he can answer, a virtual screen flashes right before her eyes. This area has system prompts too. The text welcomes player Wu Rui to the D-rank dungeon of the Polar Apartment. She reads it over, pausing to think. She remembers seeing something like this in recent online videos. What was it called again? Luo Xi quickly answers the day of confinement. She cheers instantly, saying that is exactly right. The virtual screen flashes once more, displaying a fresh countdown to unlock the room doors. With 3 minutes, 32 seconds left, Luo Xi doesn't hesitate. "Look," he tells her straight up, that he chose her because he needs an ally he can trust completely. He looks at her solemnly. "In 2.5 minutes, these doors will slide open, and some terrifying monsters are going to pour out. Rui, will you fight by my side?" Wu Rui stands there dazed. This exact moment feels incredibly familiar, and suddenly, she finds herself drifting back to a memory from her childhood. A young boy had reached his hand out to her, asking with that exact same determined voice if she wanted to play with him. Back then, she had stared in absolute shock. But now, she reaches out, wrapping both of her hands around his open palm. This time, Wu Rui beams with a bright smile, saying she would absolutely love to. The screen continues to tick down, showing 22 seconds until room door number 2 unlocks. Luo Xi whispers, asking if she remembers everything he just told her. Wu Rui nods with an incredibly serious face, telling him not to worry. She remembers. They are inside the polar apartment exploration game. She rattles off the warnings she was given earlier. Monsters will spawn everywhere in here, so do not touch a single thing. This place is not a normal apartment complex, but a multi-layered maze. Finally, Wu Rui reminds him of the most crucial detail to clear the stage. They must make the top boss meet the two bottom bosses. He turns his head back, looking pretty satisfied, and tells her he's opening the door. Wu Rui nods with determination, promising she will be a reliable teammate for him. As Luo Xi slowly turns the door handle, the on-screen countdown shows almost no time left, only 3 seconds remaining. Just like the hint said, this dungeon is an apartment completely frozen in thick ice. Wu Rui shivers uncontrollably and wraps her arms around herself. So freezing. Way colder than the room. Luo Xi just stands there calmly and tells her she'll feel better once she gets some attributes. He knows where the monsters are, so they head over. With those words, he glances toward a looming shadow in the dark. In an instant, Luo Xi's eyes turn deadly serious. Just like in his past life, this absolute rat of a traitor shows up. And honestly, just look at how shady his eyes look as he scans around. Damn it. Why is it so cold in here? There aren't any monsters waiting to jump us, right? When he spots Wu Rui and Luo Xi, he gasps in absolute relief, calling out that they're real survivors and players just like him. Luo Xi's face grows even darker, remembering how this guy will soon invite him to team up. Acting all innocent to gain trust, he bitterly recalls the events from his past life. In reality, he's just a worthless coward who betrays his allies. Back then, he played nice just to form a party together. Remembering it makes Luo Xi absolutely furious during fights. The guy always hid behind him, making him look simply too weak to help. Trusting Lu Jie back then only rewarded him with a cold, calculating betrayal. He remembers that day perfectly right after he exhausted himself beating the first-floor boss. This rat stabbed him in the back, just to steal those attribute cards. Luo Xi remembers how he almost died right there, if not for a certain someone reaching out to save him. And now, the current Lu Ji reaches out with that same innocent face. This place looks super creepy. Why don't we team up so we can watch each other's backs and handle any monsters together? But behind that friendly smile lies a mountain of filthy schemes. He's planning to kill the guy, take the pretty girl for himself, and enjoy her later. His eyes lock onto the sword at the guy's waist, thinking it's way better than his own knife. Once he's dead, that blade will be his. Lu Jie keeps smiling warmly, telling them not to be shy, because they must work together to survive this messed up game. Luo Xi finds this utterly hilarious, instantly drawing his sword and slashing him down, returning the exact same stab from his past life. Lu Ji never expected such a sudden strike, his face freezing in pure, unadulterated terror. Luo Xi cold stares at him, deciding to leave him to rot here just like before. As Lu Ji collapses in agony, Luo Xi calmly looks at Wu Rui. He asks if she has questions, and she immediately says she trusts him. This total trust clearly lifts Luo Xi's mood, and he tells her it's time to head out and find her some attribute cards. Wu Rui happily agrees. Meanwhile, Lu Jie collapses in a pool of blood as the mysterious Lu Mao slowly steps out from the darkness. He watches them go with sharp eyes, recognizing the leader as the world's rank 1 player, Luo Xi, matching the intel perfectly. Lu Mao silently adjusts his glasses, wondering why the guy who generously shared the tutorial guide would suddenly attack someone for no reason. Talk about an unpredictable player. You never know his next move. The virtual screen shows the world ranking table. Rank 33 is Xu Lian, rank 34 is Lu Mao, and rank 35 is Islorinya. His eyes narrow. This guy is definitely worth watching closely. In another room, a frost soul hangs silently from the ceiling, waiting to claim its next victim. Luo Xi does not keep it waiting and simply kicks the door wide open. Meet the level 5, Frost Soul Power 5, Speed 6, Stamina 2, and Mana level 1. Sensing them, its eyes snap over, instantly terrifying Wu Rui as it lunges directly at them in a flash. It lets out a piercing screech, turning her pale as she frantically grabs his sleeve, calling out for his help. The monster's form distorts as it charges. Annoyed, Luo Xi mutters it is too noisy. Before the beast can even process what is happening, he swings his arm, effortlessly blasting it straight into the wall with raw force. A single hit vaporizes the Frost Soul, dropping an E+ stamina attribute card that boosts stamina below level 10 by 1 level. Wu Rui is left utterly stunned. Luo Xi, is this how you always fight these monsters? Wu Rui asked, while Luo Xi calmly adjusted his cuffs. Not really. Some dungeon monsters are actually pretty tough to handle, but this one, it is just exceptionally weak. Hearing that, Wu Rui got totally excited. She wondered if a monster that even Luo Xi found tough was some massive, terrifying beast straight out of a movie. Luo Xi raised the attribute card he just got, turning around slowly. Just hold it and use your mind to activate it. You'll get your player stats. She quickly nodded, agreeing to do it. Wu Rui stared at the card in her hand, her mind wondering, how could a simple apartment building hold monsters like that? Whispering his instructions, she decided to give it a shot. Focus my mind? Like this? Suddenly, the card in her hand glowed with a soft golden light, leaving Wu Rui completely stunned. It really worked. Her holographic screen flashed and instantly updated. Player Wu Rui, level 0, stamina upgraded to level 1. Luo Xi quietly said, you catch on fast, let's go find the next one. She nodded immediately. Oh yeah. Wu Rui raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Now that she had stats, the freezing cold didn't feel so bad. Following Luo Xi to find their next target, she just couldn't hold back her curiosity. Luo Xi, how are you so incredibly familiar with this game? Do you just really love playing it? He didn't answer. Instead, he stopped dead in his tracks, leaving Wu Rui looking up in awkward silence. The dim light cast a dark shadow over Luo Xi's face as he turned slightly. Panicking, Wu Rui murmured, Luo Xi, did I say something wrong? Only then did Luo Xi reply, his voice heavy. This game is not fun at all. He stared coldly at her. Wu Rui, remember this. Our only purpose in playing this game is to completely destroy it. Wu Rui froze in shock. Even if she didn't understand, she knew he had his reasons. But right then, a horrifying hand from a chill soul lunged at her again. It blasted right through the solid concrete wall, desperately trying to snatch Wu Rui. Luo Xi frowned. Without a single word, he reached out, grabbed its throat, and crushed the chill soul to pieces with his bare hands. But this monster was totally different from the last one, leaving him highly unsatisfied. No attribute card dropped. That is one of the brutal challenges of this dungeon. Card drops are totally random. Luo Xi turned away, his face cold. But the floor bosses? They are guaranteed drops. Let's hunt them down. Still in a daze, Wu Rui quickly nodded. The temperature in the apartment was plummeting fast, and the sound of shivering sneezes began echoing around them. It's freezing. Sneezing and terrified screams of other players started echoing through the halls, begging for mercy. Now look at this. Other players are already losing their minds, trapped in an endless maze with no escape, with no stairs leading up or down. They were trapped inside this endless apartment block. There was absolutely no way out. Wu Rui glanced back, sighing quietly as she wondered if those people were also players. But they clearly don't have a clue compared to Luo Xi. He is just incredible, navigating this crazy maze without breaking a sweat. Luo Xi broke the silence. The cold starts slow. Every 5 minutes, the temperature drops by 1 degree. Starting at 6, we have exactly 30 minutes before we hit 0, and the dropping temperature has no limit. As time ticks on, even players with upgraded stats will eventually freeze to death. Unless we eliminate this floor's boss, the passage to the next level will remain sealed forever. Luo Xi said it with zero fear, his voice completely calm. Like it was just a simple fact of life, which means everyone here is going to freeze to death. Wu Rui shattered freeze to death? Luo Xi's eyes turned dead serious. On top of that, the higher or lower we go, the faster the temperature will plunge. But he already knew exactly where the boss was hiding. All he had to do was hunt it down. Lin Mao had quietly followed them all this way. Hiding behind the corner, he frowned. Every move this guy makes is highly calculated. Where is he heading now? The hints provided by the system are incredibly scarce. No one even knows how to find the exit to this floor. Does this guy actually have a way out? At that thought, a wicked smile crept onto Lin Mao's face. Since you could write so many detailed guides on clearing these beginner dungeons, you must be hiding some special cheat. Don't disappoint me. World rank 1 player. Meanwhile, deep inside the maze, Luo Xi stared straight ahead, his face totally blank. The first floor boss is definitely lurking nearby. It usually hides, so we need to make some noise to lure it out. Suddenly, a loud and arrogant voice boomed from behind. Hey, you must be Luo Xi, right? Zhang Qi stood there, leading a hostile group of players. Are you Luo Xi? Speak up, we're talking to you. Wu Rui stared blankly at the hostile crowd blocking their path. Luo Xi, are they friends of yours? Luo Xi replied with a flat, cold tone never met them. Seeing himself getting completely ignored drove Zhang Qi absolutely wild. Hey, don't play dumb with me. I am a ranked player on the global leaderboard. You know, hiding nearby. Lin Mao grew pretty curious. He is on the global leaderboard too? What rank could this loudmouth possibly be? Luo Xi turns around, saying he has absolutely no memory of this guy. since he remembers the rank of everyone in the top 10. The guy immediately smirks and brags, telling him not to be arrogant, because even if he is rank 783 now, he will soon be number 1. He says to remember his name, Zhang Qi, or just call him Young Master Qi, while Wu is just too annoyed to even speak. Ranked 783, Liu Mao stays hidden, completely annoyed at this clown. Talk about a massive waste of energy. Luo Xi impatiently asks what he actually wants, but Zhang Qi just snaps, yelling to call him Young Master Qi and stop using that rank as his name. He claims he is here to defeat him and take that top spot. Then, overestimating his own strength, he blindly charges forward with a swing. He wants to show the whole world that the number 1 ranking was nothing but pure, lucky garbage. Annoyed, Luo Xi raises a hand and swats Zhang Qi away. The guy screams in pain, flying straight back into his crew. Luo Xi casually tells rank 783 to go hide in a corner because he is busy, but Zhang Qi instantly pulls a knife, yelling that he never gave permission to leave. He rallies his crew to grab their weapons, claiming the world number 1 must have crazy loot. Once we kill him, all the gear is yours. I just want him. Grimacing, he vows to slap Luo Xi 100 times for that hit. Staring blankly, Luo Xi realizes these fools are just incredibly stupid rather than actually evil, so he decides to teach them a quick lesson. Just look at this. He kicks open the nearest door, grabs a wooden stick, and flashes a highly provocative smirk at them. Time to teach you some manners with this. His eyes narrow as a brilliant plan strikes. He needs to make noise to lure out the floor boss anyway, as his skill suddenly activates. Skill Resonance of Tones activated. This is a perfect chance for him to test out his unique class skill. The system alerts continue. Resonance of Tones successfully activated. Weapon evaluation is E-, practically useless garbage, with a 99.9% resonance rate. Repeated use of this weapon will increase the resonance, granting a level 1 power boost to his overall strength. Luo Xi finally realizes that this Resonance of Tones skill automatically evaluates the exact grade of any weapon he holds. Clutching the stick, a sly grin spreads on his face. If he ever runs into unidentifiable items, this skill will be incredibly useful. Charging forward with his gang, Zhang Qi yells that not using his main sword is going to be his absolute biggest mistake. Ignoring the trash talk, Luo Xi stands his ground, radiating an incredibly cold and powerful aura. Zhang Qi screams for his boys to charge, but his cowardly crew just starts pushing each other back. Yeah, charge. You go first. Wait. Stop pushing me. Let me get to the back. Enraged by their cowardice, Zhang Qi screams at them to get moving, but one of them stammers that the guy is world number 1. They ask if he really knows what he is doing, but Zhang Qi just clenches his fist with pure determination. He screams that he does not care, lunging forward with his knife because he simply cannot swallow this absolute humiliation. He yells that the rank is fake, but Luo Xi just stares, deciding to crush him in the most painful way possible to make noise. Leaping forward, he swings his stick, landing a crushing blow right on top of Zhang Qi's skull. Calling him brainless, the brutal impact leaves the stick's outline imprinted on his distorted face. Zhang Qi drops to his knees screaming in agony, while his terrified crew covers their mouths in shock. Luo Xi figures the scream was loud enough, and right on cue, a massive blue tentacle whips out from the darkness, wrapping tightly around Zhang Qi's body, thrashing him around like a helpless cocoon as he cries and begs for his life in absolute terror. His crew panics, screaming to save him, while Wu walks over to Luo Xi, asking what that monster is. He calmly replies that it is the floor boss, and slaying it is the only way to advance. Luo Xi turns to lead the way, telling her to keep up, and she quickly agrees. Wu is absolutely blown away by his crazy speed, a huge, excited smile spreading across her face. He is moving so incredibly fast, she wonders if this is the power of those player stats he mentioned. She dreams of becoming a superwoman too, while from a distance, Lu Mao watches closely, adjusting his glasses in deep thought. The world's number 1 is truly terrifying. Realizing that Luo Xi came here specifically to hunt down the floor boss. Leaning against the wall, Lu Mao knows that fighting alongside this guy would guarantee a safe exit from this dangerous dungeon. To make that happen, he is willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi gets wrecked while his crew can only scream to let their boss go. They chase after him in a frenzy, screaming for him to stop. The angry mob points and yells, "Put our boss down right now, or we will hack you to pieces the moment we catch up." But as they chase him down like wild animals, massive tentacles from the floor boss suddenly explode out from the shadows. One by one, they are brutally impaled through the chest. A bloody massacre unfolds, accompanied by agonizing, blood-curdling screams. A red warning flashes. Mutated man-eating flower level 8, floor boss rank E+, strength level 9, speed level 7, power level 5. Staring directly down a grotesque mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, Zhang Qi looks over with absolute helplessness, crying out desperately in his head, "Please, someone save me." Suddenly, he spots a figure stepping through the gloom. It is Luo Xi. Zhang Qi immediately recognizes him, the #1 player in the entire world. His eyes widen in shock. Will he actually save me? But I just provoked him earlier. Ignoring the thrashing tentacles, Luo Xi leaps high into the air and unleashes a massive, aura-heavy slash that cuts right through the monster as Zhang Qi screams. Look at his face. He is completely stunned because Luo Xi actually saved him. Zhang Qi rolls onto the ground, staring up in utter disbelief. Their gazes clash. Luo Xi is cold like a sharp blade, while Zhang Qi stares back with tearful, bitter eyes, drowning in a mix of resentment and total confusion. But why does this feel worse than dying? Luo Xi simply turns to leave, coldly tossing a card over. If you could climb the leaderboard back then prove yourself and keep winning now. I will be waiting for you in the top 10. Only then will I draw my blade for a real fight. Hearing those words, Zhang Qi is startled and looks up with wide eyes. Forcing himself up through the intense pain, he screams out passionately, "I will definitely make it to the top 10. Thank you for saving me." Luo Xi quietly thinks to himself, just like his past life, clearing the floor boss unlocks the next path. But it also presents two distinct choices. The red notification points up to fight mutated apartment creatures. The blue notification points down to face the terrifying undead apartment horrors. After sprinting frantically to catch up with Luo Xi, Wu Rui finally catches up, gasping heavily for breath. "Luo Xi, the notification is here. Please make your choice." Countdown is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. She notices how different the two options are. Zhang Qi wonders aloud, aren't both of these choices incredibly terrifying for a girl like you? Wu Rui looks puzzled. Terrifying? She shivers, gritting her teeth as she imagines something else entirely. Monsters above, ghosts below. Honestly, talk about a crazy dilemma, but she has to hide her excitement. Otherwise, Luo Xi will think she is a complete lunatic. Suddenly, Luo Xi snaps her back to reality, asking which path she wants to choose. The sudden question flusters her. Stuttering, Wu Rui grabs her head, fighting a massive internal struggle because it is just way too hard to choose. She wants to do both. Suddenly, a man steps out, calling out to Luo Xi and asking if he can tag along. Lu Mao introduces himself, explaining he is ranked 34th on the global leaderboard and promises he will be useful. Luo Xi turns around, murmuring that he finally showed up. Wu Rui gasps, covering her mouth, in complete shock. Rank 34th is incredibly high, especially since the news said the first batch of players had hundreds of thousands. Zhang Qi sneers, muttering that rank 34th is nothing special because he will be in the top 10 soon. Luo Xi just stares off into the distance. "You've been tailing me for so long. I actually noticed you a while ago." He recalls sensing the stalker, but why didn't he call him out? Because in his past life, this man was the one who saved him. Lu Mao approaches, surprised he was spotted so easily. Memories of betrayal flood Luo Xi's mind back when he was betrayed and thought he would die. Back then, this man suddenly appeared and saved his life. Now, Lu Mao holds out a blue card. "Your skills aren't bad. I need a competent teammate, and you fit the requirements perfectly." He insists that if Luo Xi follows his lead, they will both survive and clear this dungeon together. So they fled, navigating the dangerous trials together under this top player's lead. Staring at Lu Mao's reliable, powerful back as he stands tall, Luo Xi can't help but reflect on, even though clearing the stages was brutal in his past life, back then, this man felt like a literal savior to him. But even a hero like him would eventually end up as a blood-soaked corpse on that fateful final day. His eyes widen in absolute horror under the pouring rain. That was when he realized even the strongest are helpless when that day comes. Sitting alone in the rain next to that crushed corpse, he knew they were all just playthings. Snapping back to reality, Lu Mao rubs his neck, asking if he is okay. Since he hasn't answered, Zhang Qi thinks to himself, is rank 34 really that impressive? Luo Xi is literally the world's #1. Why would he ever need you? Luo Xi speaks up, praising him as being very capable. Sure, why not? After all, I need strong allies too. This response completely catches him off guard, so he steps forward and offers cards as a gesture of goodwill. Thank you. It's just a small token of appreciation. Luo Xi politely declines, saying it's fine. a subtle smile touching his lips. Since you paid me in our past life, it is only fair that I repay you now, Liu Mao teases with a friendly grin. Someone as strong as Luo Xi obviously does not need this, so he hands them over to Wu Rui, knowing she definitely needs a boost. Her eyes instantly light up like stars, thinking that with these stats, she can finally become a real superhero. But she quickly masks her excitement with a calm look, while Luo Xi simply asks if she wants them, leaving the choice to her. This makes Wu Rui extremely excited, while Luo Xi silently notes that she needs these attribute cards to grow stronger in this world. She happily reaches out with both hands to accept them, as Liu Mao respectfully thanks her for actually taking his offering. He secretly feels relieved, because if they refused to take anything from him, he would not have dared to trust them at all. Liu Mao's gaze turns slightly dark, as he plans to prepare another special gift for Luo Xi once they return to reality. Turning around, Luo Xi signals everyone to move out, warning them that the boss on the next floor will be much stronger. We cannot waste time, so Wu Rui immediately follows his lead, while Liu Mao quickly tags along without any hesitation. Watching them go, Zhang Qi refuses to let himself be outdone by that guy wearing glasses. Clenching his fists, he wonders if Luo Xi would actually let him join their team if he just asked. Telling himself that he is too talented to be rejected, Zhang Qi desperately reaches out and calls after Luo Xi, begging to let him join their group. But before he can finish, Luo Xi shuts him down with a cold glare to get lost. Utterly humiliated, Zhang Qi freezes mid-gesture, while Liu Mao watches in confusion and asks Luo Xi a question, asking if she knows every detail of this place. He is told to just call him Xi. With a cold, emotionless expression, Xi explains that the basic structure of this dungeon is actually quite simple. We started on floor 4 of this 7-story building, so clearing either path takes exactly 3 floors. Liu Mao eagerly asks if she knows the main weakness of the final boss in this zone. She calmly reveals that there are actually 2 final bosses in this dungeon, and they are completely immortal to players, leaving Liu Mao stunned. To clear the stage, they must lure the bottom floor boss and the top floor boss to meet each other directly. Realization hits him hard. Making them clash would mean their team has to split up, heading both up and down at the same time to complete the quest. Instead of splitting up, she plans to lead them to the bottom floor first, draw that boss out, and then lure it all the way up to the very top floor. By doing this, both terrifying bosses will clash on the top floor, minimizing the danger for their entire group. Deeply impressed, Liu Mao praises this brilliant plan that only someone with Xi's incredible strength could pull off. After all, normal players would immediately get crushed trying to escape even a single immortal boss, let alone 2 of them. Wu Rui blinks in pure confusion. She wonders if his original plan when dragging her here was to have her deal with those floor bosses alone, to lure them to the middle. She admits that was indeed his plan at first, but quickly adds that her safety means far too much to him to let her take such a huge risk. Blushing deeply, she feels incredibly touched and whispers that he is honestly just too good to her. Suddenly, Wu Rui starts shivering violently from a sudden draft, complaining that it is freezing despite her improved stats. Her screen updates, showing level 4 stamina, level 3 strength, and level 2 speed. Observing their chilling surroundings, she notices that the temperature on this 2nd floor drops twice as fast as the initial zone. He estimates the temperature is already below freezing, immediately picking up his pace to rush through the corridor, urging them to move before they freeze. He dashes ahead, with Liu Mao and Wu Rui following close behind him, and right on cue, terrifying glowing eyes snap open in the pitch-black freezing air, raising the stakes instantly. As they spot the threat, Liu Mao is amazed that she managed to locate the boss so easily in this massive maze. She draws his blade, calmly stating that a path bought with blood and countless deaths is impossible to ever forget. This makes Liu Mao wonder if she had already fought his way through this nightmare zone in a past life. But that makes no sense, since the survival game only recently started. The system screen warns them of a rank D boss, level 10 King of Wolves Ala 2, with level 11 strength. He warns them to stay alert and guard themselves against the incoming assault of ice spirits. Liu Mao promises to keep Wu Rui safe, allowing Xi to focus entirely on the massive boss right in front of him. Without another word, Xi charges headfirst into the pack of icy beasts, ready to tear them all apart. The clash between the 2 of them makes an ear-splitting noise. Meanwhile, the monsters charge forward with fierce, bloodthirsty energy. Liu Mao blocks her with his arm. Lady Wu Rui, they are coming, hide behind me. He punches outward, delivering a brutal, heavy slap right to each monster's face. In his mind, Liu Mao begins. a relentless counter combo. He thinks to himself, I am the 9th generation successor of the 8 trigrams palm. This is exactly why I easily cleared the beginner dungeon. You small fraud. Liu Mao glances back over his shoulder, trying to play the heroic protector. Lady Wu Rui, do not fear. I will wrap this up fast. But behind him, Wu Rui is also relentlessly striking down those monsters. She flashes a bright smile. Player stats are awesome. I can actually fight monsters now. This leaves Liu Mao feeling quite impressed. Just like Luo Xi, Lady Wu Rui is shrouded in absolute mystery. Aladdis reaches out with a loud bark, channeling his raw power like a leveled-up beast, opening his massive jaws to plunge straight toward Luo Xi. He steps aside to find a clear opening, but Luo Xi seizes the chance to unleash a flurry of bright, devastating slashes. Look at this. Liu Mao is completely baffled because Luo Xi has so many chances to kill the boss. Yet he keeps deliberately avoiding its weak points. Why do that? Then, a sudden realization hits him. Isn't killing the floor boss the only way forward? Liu Mao looks up at the heavy mist filling the air, noting that the temperature is dropping rapidly. We are going to freeze to death here. His brows furrow tightly. Luo Xi, what on earth are you thinking? Meanwhile, Aladdis and Luo Xi continue their intense battle, countering, parrying. He reflects on his strategy. If I kill it, the final boss triggers a berserk mode, yielding low rewards. But defeating it while keeping it alive can trigger a hidden storyline. Luo Xi keeps a close eye on Aladdis, needing to precisely control its health bar down to exactly 1%. The system alerts a D-rank roar. The boss is channeling its power to unleash a freezing shockwave strong enough to tear everything apart. Liu Mao yells from behind Luo Xi. The boss is about to unleash its ultimate skill. Get to cover. The beast opens its jaws, spewing a blinding, freezing mist. Leaping high into the air, Luo Xi calls back, do not worry about me. Just protect yourself and Wu Rui. Liu Mao watches with intense anxiety, taking the boss's ultimate head-on like that. Even someone as strong as him would surely get hurt. Luo Xi, what are you trying to do? He runs to find safety, muttering, but I choose to trust him. Loyal to the end. That is my way. That is my golden rule. Liu Mao points toward the exit corridor, yelling, follow me to the corner immediately. Lady Wu Rui quickly nods. All right, all right. Meanwhile, the massive wave of frost continues to rage, sweeping across the battlefield. It sweeps away and freezes countless monsters. Wu Rui huddles in a corner, catching her breath. That was way too close. Thank you, Liu Mao. But she suddenly springs up as she remembers. Wait, Luo Xi is still out there. I need to go look for him. Liu Mao holds her back. Wait, he ordered us to stay. He looks outside with complete confidence. We must stay here and believe in him. Wu Rui stammers, deeply worried. But can he really handle all of this on his own? By now, the thick frost has dissolved, leaving only wisps of white steam. Wu Rui, growing increasingly anxious, urges him. The wind seems to have died down. Let us go out and check. Liu Mao tries to stop her. Luo Xi hasn't called us yet. Let's wait. She hesitates, but suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from outside. You two can come out now. Wu Rui instantly recognizes it as Luo Xi. Liu Mao takes a long stride forward. Let's go. Both of them step out, calling out his name, but they instantly freeze in their tracks and wait until they see this. Wu Rui's eyes widen as they find Luo Xi standing triumphantly, with Aladdis's leg pinned to the ground by his sword. Wu Rui clasps her hands in absolute awe. Luo Xi, you are incredible, just like a superhero in the movies. Liu Mao lets out a massive sigh of relief. To think I was actually worried about Luo Xi. I was being so foolish. Drawing his blood-red sword, Luo Xi calmly informs them that now is the perfect time to trigger the hidden quest. Liu Mao stands stunned. So that's why he didn't kill it. He wanted the hidden quest. Wu Rui's eyes sparkle. A hidden quest. That is so cool. Luo Xi reaches out his hand, asking, Alatus, I can take you down to meet your master. Are you willing to follow me? Alatus's eyes light up, and then it whimpers softly, rolling onto its side like a totally adorable, harmless puppy. A system notification pops up. Luo Xi taps the screen to accept. The system displays Aladdis has joined the party, unlocking quest A6N3. With Aladdis successfully recruited into the party, everyone receives a special stat buff, boosting the final cleared rewards by an additional 50%. A notification appears. You have defeated the first floor boss, receiving a D-rank attribute card that doubles both your authority and physical strength. This card can be used for any attributes below level 15. You also receive an upgradable D-rank storage ring, which is capable of holding non-living items up to 5 cubic meters in volume. Luo Xi's lips curl upward, A B rank attribute card. I can definitely use this. An alert pops up. You have received a permanent mental protection buff, granting complete immunity to all mental. Luo Xi reaches out to use the item. His smirk shows he is pretty pleased with this quest. Staring at the item card, Luo Xi slips on the ring of contemplation. It will make storing loot much easier. Suddenly, an incredibly cute bark echoes from below. It is Alasuo. Luo Xi stares, wondering if this tiny, adorable pup is actually the beast's true form. Wu Rui crouches down, patting its head. Is this tiny pup really that massive boss from before? Too cute? But Luo Xi calmly replies he can easily revert it back to its monstrous original form. That chilling warning instantly freezes her in her tracks, recalling its giant, terrifying face. All the color completely drains from Wu Rui's face. Seeing her panic, Luo Xi softly chuckles. He was just joking, as this harmless form is its actual state, leaving Wu Rui to stammer in sheer relief. She asks Luo Xi if all the bosses in this bizarre dungeon are made from these adorable creatures. Lu Mao rubs his chin in deep thought. If that is true, then the creator of this game is an absolute sick bastard. Hearing this, Luo Xi's gaze immediately turns ice cold. He agrees. As they venture deeper, they will witness the truly dark, twisted reality of this game. Wu Rui looks at him. She finally understands why his sole, ultimate purpose in playing this game is to completely burn it to the ground. Next, they all teleport to a freezing new area. At the end of a pitch-black corridor, the incredibly cute meowing of a tiny kitten suddenly echoes through the dark. Both Lu Mao and Wu Rui immediately perk up, easily recognizing that soft cat sound. But as they think a cute kitty awaits, Alasuo suddenly goes wild, barking frantically. Luo Xi warns them that is no normal pet, but their next boss. He turns to leave, telling them to move because their new pet is dying to meet its old pal. Just as system alerts start frantically flashing. Frozen apartment floor 2. The temperature is minus 100 degrees Celsius, dropping by 20 degrees every single minute. Their footsteps finally come to a sudden halt. Arriving on this freezing new floor, the group is instantly spotted by a horde of grotesque, mutated monsters lurking nearby. Wu Rui gasps. The monsters here have increased and changed, to which Luo Xi simply nods in agreement. The closer they get to the main boss, the more enemy numbers and power will spike. The temperature plummets as the horde grows stronger. This dungeon's brutality completely blows past any normal E-rank rookie trial. With bloodthirsty roars, the mutated horde suddenly charges straight at them. Luo Xi smirks, but before he can draw his weapon, Lu Mao's figure suddenly blurs right past him, throwing himself into the pack. Lu Mao unleashes a powerful, explosive counterattack that violently blows the first wave backward. He shouts back to let him handle these weaklings, while Luo Xi rests up and saves his real strength for the upcoming boss. Luo Xi watches him, quietly realizing that elite players in this game are rapidly evolving, and Lu Mao is a prime example. With blinding speed, the warrior unleashes a flurry of high-impact slashes. In a matter of seconds, the entire wave is completely wiped out. Looking ahead, Lu Mao politely tells them to stay right behind him, leaving Wu Rui deeply impressed by how insanely strong and reliable this man really is. But watch this. Luo Xi asks a question that completely stops him cold. Clearing the path is fine, but does he even know where this floor's boss is hiding? Liu Mao turns around, stammering. Before he can even answer, another pack of monsters suddenly drops down from the ceiling right behind him, prompting Wu Rui to scream out a terrified warning. Hearing her yell, he whips his head around to see razor-sharp claws lunging at him with lightning speed, catching him completely off guard and leaving him frozen. At this distance, he's doomed. Drop, a cold voice commands, which he instantly recognizes as Luo Xi. Slamming himself flat onto the floor, Lu Mao watches as a storm of lethal slashes erupts above him, blowing just as quickly. His slimy blade obliterates them all, leaving him to smirk. No matter how many times she watches him fight, Wu Rui finds his style ridiculously showy, while Lu Mao realizes Luo Xi is still way too overpowered. Sheathing his sword, Luo Xi tells them to keep moving, because he knows exactly where the boss is hiding, leaving behind a trail of brutally beaten monsters. Halting, Luo Xi points ahead, declaring that the floor boss is right there. Before them stands a colossal cat king, stretching its massive jaws open just like Alasuo did earlier, letting out a deafening, savage roar. Wu Rui squeals about how cute the giant cat is, leaving Lu Mao to sweat drop and wonder if something that massive can really be called adorable. Luo Xi silently analyzes the beast. Recalling its stats, he remembers this boss gets a massive speed buff from its skills, making it so fast that even he cannot outrun it right now. Narrowing his eyes, he realizes they need a clever trick to take it down. Turning to Wu Rui to ask if he can borrow the little pup in her arms, she immediately nods in agreement. Luo Xi explains that bringing Alasuo into battle against its former comrades triggers a hidden rule, where the little pup's barks will cast a massive, crushing debuff on its old allies. Clueless as always, the tiny pup just lets out another incredibly adorable little yip. Turning back, Luo Xi commands them to handle the wave of frozen monsters while he takes care of the boss alone, to which his allies quickly agree to do their part. Luo Xi observes that while Lady Wu Rui doesn't seem that afraid of the monsters, she clearly has absolutely no real combat experience. With his decision made, Luo Xi spins around and dashes. Xiao Basi and the horde of monsters charge right at him, but with bloodshot eyes and blazing killing intent. He growls for them to get, dragging his sword along the ground. Luo Xi swings, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Dropping low to build up momentum, he scoops Alatus into his arms and leaps high into the air. Xiao Basi bares its jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth as Luo Xi lands, waiting for the beast. Its onslaught has begun, and Luo Xi must halt its momentum right now. He tosses Alatus into action, and the once adorable little puppy immediately growls fiercely to perform its task. Xiao Basi raises its sharp-clawed paw high, as the system alerts that the boss has sensed the call of its companion, Alatus. Luo Xi leaps high into the air, seizing the perfect moment to deliver a brilliant, powerful slash straight down. A massive explosion shakes the entire space, sending a thick wave of dust and smoke billowing into the air. With Xiao Basi finally defeated, Luo Xi stands before the fallen boss, letting out a sigh of relief. It is over, and now it is time to take the next step. Luo Xi reaches his hand out Xiao Basi. Do you want to join me and Alatus to go down and find your master? Xiao Basi calms down, baring its teeth slightly, while Alatus wags its tail nonstop and lets out adorable little whimpers. Hearing this, Xiao Basi seems comforted and responds with a soft, quiet purr. When the system prompt pops up, Luo Xi immediately hits yes. A notification confirms that he has defeated the second-floor boss, which now shrinks down into an incredibly adorable little kitten. He receives a D-rank item card, a flawed upgrade core, which can be used to upgrade his weapon. It only works on items below S rank and upgrades a single attribute. Luo Xi rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. To think a flawed upgrade core would drop this card, now my blue wave sword can finally get an attribute boost. 4 attribute cards appear and are used immediately. The system notifications keep flashing. Xiao Basi has joined the party, unlocking a hidden quest. With both Alatus and Xiao Basi added to the team, Wu Rui squeals with excitement, realizing they now have a special buff. Lu Mao looks at his screen and sees the final reward payout has increased by 50%, just as a teleportation portal suddenly appears. Has the path to the next floor opened already? She wonders, and he nods, saying it seems so. Luo Xi turns to lead the way, confidently declaring that they should move on to face the final boss of the upper floor. The first boss cannot be killed by normal means, and the deeper they go, the colder it gets. Wu Rui rubs her arms, shivering like they are in a freezer. Lu Mao teases her, noting that anyone without proper cold weather gear would be suffering terribly down here. Luo Xi stares at the card, wondering how his blue wave sword will change after the upgrade, since it currently only has one skill. A D-rank skill upgrade usually just boosts damage, but it's still far better than nothing. He activates the card, sending a swirling wave of energy straight into the blade. As the sword stats pop up, Luo Xi gasps in surprise, realizing he had completely forgotten that reaching level 10 unlocks the blue wave sword's special attribute and its second skill slot. The status window updates flawed upgrade core successfully applied, and the blue wave sword has leveled up. New stats flash on screen. A smirk plays on his lips. Rift Slash got upgraded, boosting his strength whenever it triggers, and now he has another skill slot ready to roll. Without hesitation, Luo Xi taps the draw button. A purple bar glows as the second exclusive skill is rolled, and a flurry of colorful cards flies out. Watch closely now. What's he getting? This skill draw sequence is a private illusion only he can see. Gray, green, blue, purple, gold, and red represent the 6 tiers of skills from E to S. Luo Xi reaches out to grab the cards, whispering for them to come to him. Aiming for the blue wave sword's second exclusive skill, he pinches a glowing purple card, choosing it as his prize. The system proudly flashes a successful draw notice on the screen. He just pulled a powerful B-rank skill called Surging Wind. Surging Wind gives the wielder a level 5 speed boost whenever they use the weapon, making Luo Xi smirk in satisfaction. Not bad at all. A straightforward speed boost is always incredibly useful. But suddenly, a massive horde of monsters blocks their path, triggering endless warnings. Liu Mao points out that the monster density on this bottom floor has spiked. Wu Rui clenches her fists, her eyes filled with determination as she insists on fighting alongside them. Liu Mao glances at her, secretly thinking that as long as Luo Xi steps up, these mobs will be cleared in seconds, leaving them as mere background cheerleaders. Luo Xi tells them to handle the trash mobs so they can level up, immediately using the attribute cards that drop. He tells them he's heading for the boss first, making Wu Rui ask if he's going solo. Liu Mao's eyes narrow, realizing Luo Xi always ends up fighting alone anyway. Luo Xi immediately turns and runs off, planning to lure the boss over. He advises them to clear out these frost ghouls to boost their stats and levels, prompting Liu Mao to quickly tell Luo Xi to make it quick. Mr. Luo Xi, leave this to me, hissed to her face completely pale. But Luo Xi had already gone. While she stood there frozen, the freak charged right at her. From behind, Liu Mao screamed, "Miss Wu Rui, look out!" Wham! Wu Rui delivered a devastating punch right to the beast's face. She reacted just in time. Her eyes blazed with pure killing intent. Come on, you monsters. Taste the fist this lady has trained over 10 years for. Wu Rui clenched her hands and charged. Besides, I've leveled up along the way. She growled, swinging her fists wildly as she beat the freakish horde to death. This is the strength I built to protect Luo Xi. Seeing her go wild like this left Liu Mao completely stunned. He knew Miss Wu Rui had a hidden side. But with Luo Xi gone, she was finally letting her true self fly. Too slow. While he stood there dazed, a monster crept up from behind, ready to strike him down, as if they could catch him off guard. Liu Mao whipped his arm around with insane power, blasting the beast backward. Pushing up his glasses, he muttered coldly, "Guess I better get serious too. And get ready, because you're about to see him completely rip through this ugly swarm of monsters." Meanwhile, in another grim chamber, a mountain of human bones lay piled high in pools of fresh, sticky blood. The system screen flashed a warning as a deep, hollow black eye with no pupil suddenly snapped open. The frost specter rose with a horrific cackle. "Living prey is here." Luo Xi stared coldly, calculating that the beast's calls had a 50-50 shot at waking her past memories. Only one shot. Even though the system didn't spell it out, he knew this was it. Meanwhile, she gasped weakly, "Living flesh, sweet blood, I want it." Screaming for fresh blood, the terrifying specter lunged straight at Luo Xi. He immediately threw Little Persian and a lass toward her, yelling. Hearing their familiar calls, the specter actually froze, her empty black eyes flickering with a faint spark. But then, a red warning popped up on his screen, awakening the frost specter's memories has failed. She didn't calm down like the beasts. Instead, she went completely berserk, unleashing brutal, non-stop strikes with a twisted laugh. Luo Xi quickly caught his two loyal beasts, reassuring them it wasn't their fault. Frankly, he never expected waking her memories to be that easy anyway. Driven by pure hunger, the specter relentlessly charged forward, her raspy voice chanting for fresh, warm blood. Dashing backward, he glanced behind him. He needed to buy some time so Wu Rui and Liu Mao could level up more. After all, with the insane speed buffs from his wind attribute sword skills, dodging her attacks was pretty effortless. Meanwhile, the other two finally managed to finish off their own wave of monsters. Liu Mao surveyed the chamber, noting they had cleared all the local frost spear. As the system flashed another notification, Wu Rui raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. These monsters were tough, but the stat upgrades they dropped were absolutely massive. But wait, did you hear that? The entire room is suddenly shaking like a violent earthquake. Thud, thud, a heavy pounding sound echoed through the halls, getting closer and closer by the second. Did Luo Xi actually lure the final boss over to us? Wu Rui quickly started brushing the dust off her clothes. She just wanted to look cute for his return, leaving Liu Mao sighing. This girl literally had two completely different personalities. Suddenly, Luo Xi dashed through the entrance. Her eyes lit up as she screamed his name, but right on his heels was the monstrous specter. Wu Rui shrieked in absolute terror, "That lady is freaking massive." Liu Mao panicked too, recognizing the lower floor's final boss. Luo Xi looked grimly determined as he yelled at them, "Run. We need to backtrack and head straight for the top floor." Behind them, the boss raised her hands to summon deadly, razor-sharp icicles. As they bolted, Liu Mao yelled back, "Boss, do you need me to tank her aggro so you can rest? You should rest." But Luo Xi flatly refused. "No need. Her target lock is stuck on me. She won't switch her aggro to anyone else until I am dead. The system confirmed the worst target locked on Luo Xi. The specter shrieked with a horrific laugh. Don't run. Living meat. Ice spikes kept raining down on Luo Xi as they ran. Lu Mao couldn't help but marvel at how insanely calm his boss was, despite being marked for death. Wu Rui agreed. Luo Xi always says the most terrifying things in that chill voice. Suddenly, a sea of vengeful ghosts blocked their path. They were completely cut off. Until we kill the boss, these annoying minion mobs will just keep spawning. Lu Mao unleashed a brutal strike. Stay out of our way. Wu Rui wasn't sitting back either, ripping through the ghosts like butter. I'm not scared of you weaklings anymore. In seconds, the horde was wiped out. Luo Xi glanced back, pretty impressed. It looked like both of them had grown quite a bit in a short time. Meanwhile, down on the first floor, desperate screams echoed everywhere. I can't breathe. Why is this damn thing taking so many hits? My face hurts so much. Stop hitting me. Stop chasing me. Please. It's just so freezing cold. As he pulverized the ghosts, his lackeys cheered loudly behind him. The boss is insane. Truly the #1 fighter of the future world. Zhang Qi just scratched his head with an arrogant smirk. Take notes, boys. No need to look so shocked over a tiny warm-up like this. Suddenly, massive explosions echo from above, making the entire hallway shake violently and leaving Zhang Qi and his gang completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? No way. Since when do earthquakes feel like a club? Behind them, Luo Xi and his team are sprinting like crazy. Zhang Qi immediately spots them, while his terrified lackey panics, asking if the final boss was supposed to be waiting downstairs. Why are they running backward? The screeching yin ghost chases them from behind, demanding fresh blood, which leaves Zhang Qi utterly paralyzed with pure terror. Oh man, it is not an earthquake, it is the final boss. Lu Mao screams to move or they will die. Zhang Qi points ahead, yelling that it is just a boss, and a future world champion like him will never back down. His followers are deeply touched, praising their handsome leader, while Zhang Qi smugly watches Luo Xi rush past him, inviting the monster to come get him. But the moment the yin ghost's gray, decaying legs stop right in front of them, they freeze, only for her to instantly bolt after the other three. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi collapses onto the floor, sending his panicked lackey into a frenzy as they beg their boss to wake up. Luo Xi glances back, noting that once a boss locks onto its target, it won't attack anyone else, so standing still actually kept them perfectly safe. Lu Mao squints his eyes, realizing he was totally overthinking things. As they sprint upstairs, a system notification pops up, warning them they have cleared the middle zone and are heading toward mutated apartment beasts. Out of breath, Wu Rui asks if the upper floor bosses have hidden rules, like the lower ones, but Luo Xi quickly tells her they do not. That is because the layout of the top and bottom floors differs, and these upper bosses are all things the ultimate boss detests. Staring straight ahead, Luo Xi explains that the top floor boss is actually the father of the bottom floor boss, and uniting them triggers the clear condition. But whether it is the top or bottom boss, when they were still alive, they were just incredibly pitiful human beings. On the day the top boss became a father, his wife died in childbirth due to a quack doctor's gross medical negligence. Raised without a mother, the daughter's only companions while her father worked were stray cats and dogs, but she still managed to grow up healthy. But just as her father got home, his daughter died in a tragic accident right before his eyes. Luo Xi reveals that the twisted creators of this game trapped their souls here, forcing them to remain locked inside this building forever. With a highly determined expression, he adds that only by finding the absolute correct way to clear the stage can players grant them a brief reunion, finally soothing the heavy resentment lingering in their souls. These memories flooding back explain exactly why bringing the top and bottom floor bosses together is the key to clearing the stage. Wu Rui nods, feeling deeply sorry for the tragic bosses, while Lu Mao notes that the sick mind behind this game is the real villain. Meanwhile, monsters keep throwing relentless attacks at them. How are they so incredibly strong? How do we even fight back? We are going to die? What should we do? Just then, a creepy quack doctor appears, making Lu Mao look up. Is that the infamous quack doctor? Wu Rui agrees, pointing out that no normal doctor would ever look like this monstrosity as he winds up a massive punch. The quack doctor lunges forward relentlessly, but Luo Xi leaps high into the air, swinging his sword to strike back. His devastating slashes tear the quack doctor to pieces, triggering a system alert confirming they killed the level 11 disguised D-rank boss. With the fight finished, he stands silently in the rising dust cloud before the three of them quickly resume their escape. Look at that out of the rubble behind them. Slimy tentacles are slowly creeping out as a massive dark figure rises, glaring with glowing red eyes. It speaks in an eerie voice, noting that their clear time is faster than the minimum designed by Lord Deity. These humans are completely abnormal. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the frozen apartment, a massive level 10 mutated giant suddenly appears before them. An entire horde of mutated giants quickly gathers around them, and the loud noise makes every single one of them snap their heads around. It is Luo Xi's group, desperately running for their lives to escape the terrifying Yin ghost. He yells at them to push right through, because the top floor final boss is just beyond that door. Seeing them, the mutants growl savagely and charge, but Luo Xi orders the other two to keep running forward and leave the rest to him. The two quickly obey, as Luo Xi immediately delivers a devastating, high-powered kick to clear their path. Luo Xi shouts for them to jump, and the pair leaps high into the air, throwing their bodies hard against the wall, successfully smashing through to the other side. Wu Rui cheers while Lu Mao realizes they have finally reached the top floor boss. A flashing red warning confirms they have entered the final boss's domain on the top floor. The screen displays a D-rank skill called Frost Breath, which allows the boss to blast freezing air at will during combat. Wu Rui stares up at the mutated giant, questioning if this is the final boss since he looks completely different from the tragic father they expected. Suddenly, the heavy door slams shut behind them, startling them both as they look to Luo Xi in confusion. A red warning alerts them that the door cannot be opened from the outside until the specific unlock conditions are met. A terrified scream echoes in the dark as they wonder what is happening, while another horrifying beast growls savagely nearby. Wu Rui frowns. We just have to hold out until Luo Xi manages to open this door again. Lu Mao says coldly, then we fight to the death until Luo Xi arrives. A red screen triggers a new quest. We must clear every single mutated monster on this floor within 5 minutes, or the gateway to the boss room will stay locked. The countdown reads 4 minutes and 59 seconds. A quest trigger. Luo Xi realizes this is a newly added late-game dungeon rule. He wonders why this second round run feels so different. Glancing backward, Luo Xi suddenly pauses. Wait, what on earth is that? That thing definitely never existed in his past life. His gaze locks onto a glowing red eye hiding behind a massive block of ice. Could that be the eye of the evil gods monitoring this area? Luo Xi's gaze turns incredibly sharp. It seems my rebirth has caused some shifts in the day of confinement itself. Even with all my future memories, I need to proceed with absolute caution. Turning around, he makes up his mind if clearing these things is the only way to open the gate, he will end them instantly. He only has 5 minutes. Now watch this action. Luo Xi leaps high into the air, unleashing a continuous barrage of blinding, chi-infused slashes that completely rip the air apart. With 4 minutes and 49 seconds left, the frenzied mutants continue their relentless swarm. Luo Xi looks closely at the fleeing mutants. They are actively avoiding conflict. It seems even their core behavioral patterns have shifted this time. He lunges forward to strike even if this turns into a pure race of speed. You beasts are still no match for me. But suddenly, a giant hand claws out of nowhere, catching Luo Xi completely off guard. The Frost Maiden has caught up, striking him right in a moment of vulnerability. Luckily, Luo Xi reacts instantly to block her strike. This must be the real trick of this stage. The Frost Maiden is here to drag me down. The system timer hits 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Laughing maniacally, the Frost Maiden raises her claws, screaming for him to shed his fresh blood. Luo Xi's eyes widen as a massive glacier suddenly materializes. Thick white frost rolling off the freezing ice in dense, heavy waves. Peerless and crazed, the Frost Maiden lunges from behind. Where is it? Where is your fresh blood? The timer mercilessly ticks down to 4:22, but Luo Xi is already airborne right behind her, ready for an ambush. System alert, Skyren slash. Second stage activated. Strength boosted by level 2. He brings his chi-infused blade down with devastating force, cleanly slicing the Frost Maiden's entire body right down the middle. Yet even sliced in half, she flashes a grotesque smile. So you slipped behind me. Luo Xi lands heavily back on the floor, darting like lightning from side to side. He realizes this thing is completely immortal, but at least this blow will keep her off his back for a while. Now is his chance. He must wipe out every single monster on this floor immediately to force that main gate open. The red warning bar flashes. 4 minutes and 15 seconds remain, and Luo Xi's gaze turns incredibly icy. He knows the top floor boss and Lu Mao are fighting is not only immortal, but its raw power far exceeds even the Frost Maiden. Hang in there. Lu Mao, you have to hold the line and wait for me. The timer plunges to 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Back on the top floor, the painter raises his colossal fist, His space-shattering punch tears through the air with a deafening, thunderous roar. The impact sends Lu Mao crashing back. Gritting his teeth, he wonders, is this the speed of a level 15N boss? I can't even track his movements. A heavy boot slams onto the concrete. Looking at this monstrous boss, Lu Mao wonders if this is the level of danger Luo Xi faces daily. He is paralyzed by these thoughts as the painter raises his massive fist once again. You can really feel his despair here. He always thought the gap between them wasn't big, but the absolute difference between rank 1 and rank 32 is a gap as wide as heaven and earth. Just as all hope seems lost, Wu Rui throws herself into the fray, barely deflecting the boss's crushing blow. Get up, she screams in a panic. We already promised to hold out until Luo Xi gets here. But suddenly, a decaying, pale green hand lunges straight toward Wu Rui. The painter clamps his fingers around Wu Rui's throat, lifting her up as she lets out a sharp scream. Bagua Palm, third stance. A brilliant orb of energy ignites, exploding in a blinding flash of light. The painter is knocked flat onto the ground. Wu Rui whips her head around to see Lu Mao standing behind her, radiating an immense, powerful aura. Miss Wu, I am not giving up anymore. Even if the gap between me and Luo Xi is as vast as heaven and earth, I absolutely refuse to surrender ever again. The system alerts him that he can now combine his Bagua Qi with physical techniques to launch ranged attacks. As the painter charges, Liu Mao narrows his eyes in focus. Do not underestimate me. Screaming, he unleashes a fierce palm strike directly at the monster. Liu Mao unleashes a continuous barrage of devastating shockwaves, and the painter can do nothing but take every single direct hit. Lowering his arms, Liu Mao is amazed that the force emission technique his father taught him actually works here. Memories flash back of his father, warning him, Xiao Mao, remember, the Bagua Palm is never just. He remembers the man striking a wooden training post. Once you master the true essence of the Bagua Palm, you can project your palm force to smash foes from a distance. Liu Mao grit his teeth, but unfortunately, I still haven't fully mastered this force projection technique. His brows furrow tightly. In this enraged state, he can only hold out for 3 minutes. Just then, the painter charges at him with terrifying force. The boss barrels forward like a heavy, bloated boulder. Liu Mao channels energy into his fist. His attack cooldown has finally reset. This boss really can't be killed. He throws a direct punch straight ahead, hitting the painter right in the chest. But something feels off to Liu Mao. Even if I can't hurt you, slowing you down for a bit shouldn't be a problem. But the boss grabs his head, completely shutting down his momentum. Damn it, he forgot this monster's speed is actually incredibly terrifying. Forcing his arm up, Liu Mao channels his last bit of strength to break free. The desperate counterstrike forces the painter to let go. Seizing the opening, he drives his fist straight into the beast's bloated belly. A system alert flashes. Player Liu Mao has completely exhausted his stamina, forcing his enraged state to deactivate early. Gritting his teeth, he realizes pushing his body this hard has completely drained him. And now, the painter is closing in on him again. Staring at the massive fist swinging toward him, Liu Mao wonders if this is where his journey finally ends. Wait for it. Out of nowhere, bullets rip into the painter's back, making him scream in pure agony. As the giant stumbles, Wu Rui appears from the shadows with determination in her eyes. This weapon card was meant for Luo Xi, but saving Mr. Liu Mao is way more important right now. She would surely agree. Just then, the system displays the gun stats. Liu Mao is absolutely stunned. Did she actually manage to get this card while clearing out those lesser monsters? He had absolutely no idea Miss Wu Rui possessed such a high-tier card. But even after taking those heavy hits, the painter struggles back up, roaring with savage fury. She fires, shot after shot. No matter what, she needs to hold the line with Mr. Liu Mao until Luo Xi finally arrives. The monster raises his massive arms to block the incoming rounds. Liu Mao yells out, "Stop fighting and run." This boss adapts to any damage it takes. It simply cannot be killed. But before they can escape, the painter's massive hand reaches for Wu Rui, making her scream in terror. What? The monster grabs Wu Rui's small frame in a vice grip. She grits her teeth. This is bad. Wu Rui aims her gun, firing rapidly, while screaming for it to let her go. Stung by the pain, the painter violently flings her away. She crashes hard against the wall, crying out in pain as Liu Mao watches in terror. Clutching her chest, she collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Mr. Liu Mao, but he cuts her off. This monster is just too strong. The two of us stand absolutely no chance against him. The system warns of an incoming extreme frost breath. Wu Rui looks up, realizing this is the end. A direct hit means certain death for both of them. Bowing her head, she sighs, I regret this so much. Hearing this, he asks Miss Wu Rui, does someone like you actually have regrets in life? Right then, a blinding light from the painter's attack completely illuminates the two of them. Wu Rui mutters softly, my only regret is not dying alongside Ah Shi. But suddenly, a lone figure bursts through the door. A massive wave of light erupts with a deafening roar, completely swallowing the entire space. A familiar voice calls out, sorry. Ran into a bit of an unexpected situation. Lying on the ground, Wu Rui looks up to see Luo Xi and bursts into tears. Ah Shi, I really thought I would never see you again. Lu Mao struggles to his feet behind her. Mr. Luo Xi, you saved my life yet again. Looking back, Luo Xi realizes that if he was a second later, they would both be dead. He turns to them, you are safe now. The clearing conditions are met. Still giving chase, the Yin woman laughs maniacally, chanting about fresh blood. But as she and the painter collide, both of them suddenly freeze in place. The system announces that the hidden clearing condition is met. This unexpected reunion causes the Yin woman's body to glow, releasing a thick white mist. The painter's expression softens. A notification pops up. The Extreme Frost Yin woman and Extreme Frost painter have finally reunited. The stage's hidden lore unlocked. Together, they begin to fade, turning into white plaster statues before their eyes. From the fading light, a sweet little girl appears, calling out for her grandmother. Then, a tearful, middle-aged man rushes forward to embrace them. Reunited at last, father and daughter hold each other in a warm embrace. With the true ending achieved, the tragic memories of their past are downloaded directly into the players' minds. Wu Rui whispers softly, just as Ah Shi said. They were really just a tragic father and daughter. Liu Mao curses under his breath. Damn it, whoever is pulling the strings behind all of this, you better hope I never catch you. But Luo Xi's gaze remains highly alert. He can't shake the feeling that something is seriously wrong here. Could it really be this easy? But get this, while the clear steps match his memories perfectly. Why did the quest trigger so late? Suddenly, those glowing eyes appear again. Too fast. Far too fast. The great god is displeased. Deeply displeased. A dark, writhing energy manifests before the three of them, leaving Wu Rui frozen in absolute shock. What on earth is that? A red warning flashes on screen. Boss level quest triggered. The Scout of God has descended. The Servant of God grins maniacally, saying, let us start over. We must satisfy our Lord. Hovering high in the air, he lets out a low growl. You pathetic humans truly do not understand the grace of God. Making our God happy, bringing our Lord joy, that is our sacred duty. Sweeping down to begin the real show, the Servant of God swings his massive chains, striking directly at the Yin woman and the painter. It is starting. They are mutating back into their grotesque forms, lunging forward even more viciously than before. Wu panics. How is this happening? Liu Mao is just as terrified, seeing them morph back into monsters. Suddenly, Aladdis and Little Persia leap down, shrieking wildly. She screams out, Aladdis, Little Persia, get back. That place is too dangerous. The chain god servant descends, preparing to snatch both of them up. The servant sneers, you will all entertain the great god. Liu Mao screams out, this is bad. He wants to turn them into monsters. We cannot let him do it. Liu Mao risks his life, charging forward to sever the servant's heavy chains. Wu Er screams in sheer terror. Luo Xi, glaring straight at Luo Xi, the servant snarls, it is you. You have been ruining this grand performance from the start, and the god absolutely despises you. Luo Xi's gaze remains freezing cold as he thinks. This dungeon is definitely not as simple as it looks. That I already noticed it just a moment ago. Luo Xi stares at him, realizing he is completely different from normal monsters. No level display, no health bar, and not even marked as a hostile enemy. It makes no sense. Even in my past life, I never saw an entity like this. The servant points, commanding them to slaughter the anomaly. Instantly, the painter and the sound maiden rush Luo Xi. He retreats, tossing Aladdis and Little Persia backward, telling his allies to watch over them. Both of them quickly acknowledge the order. Drawing his sword, Luo Xi wastes no time, channeling massive energy into a powerful strike. His devastating blade sweeps across both the painter and the sound maiden. Luo Xi knows he cannot kill them easily, so slicing them apart is just to buy time. But then, their health bars suddenly drop, leaving him completely baffled. What is going on? Why is their health dropping? A red warning flashes as a new quest triggers. Look at this. The Extreme Cold Apartment Boss Battle, Phase 2, is officially unlocked. Your objective: defeat the bosses to destroy their souls. Defeating them now is the only way out of here, and the clear reward is boosted by 100%. Wu and Lu Mao stand frozen in utter confusion. What does destroying their souls even mean? The servant points a finger, stating coldly that it means exactly what it says: execution will vaporize their souls. He explains that although they were human, they offered their souls to the god, so killing them should not give you any psychological burden, right? The servant mocks them with a wicked laugh. His arrogant attitude makes Luo Xi incredibly uncomfortable. Furious, Wu screams out at him. Why would you do something like this? You absolute bastard. Lu Mao realizes they were just normal people who suffered a tragic fate. The servant simply scoffs. Did I not tell you already? Everything is purely for the god's amusement. The servant gazes up at the blood-red sky above them. The god is watching from up there, and failing to present a spectacular show is the ultimate disrespect. Enraged, Wu raises her gun and unloads a barrage of bullets, screaming that she does not care about his god, and demands he stop this immediately. But he catches the bullets with his bare hand, chuckling softly that this pathetic level of power cannot hurt him at all. Lu Mao stands stunned as if struck by lightning, catching bullets barehanded. There is no level display, so just how strong is this monster? This makes Luo Xi hesitate too, staring at how easily the servant caught that bullet. Taking advantage of his hesitation, the painter and sound maiden lunge forward, but Luo Xi reflexively leaps back to dodge a powerful punch. Luo Xi realizes he cannot use his sword if he kills them now. He will be destroying their actual souls. Think about it, a memory flashes of them as a happy family. Sure, they are bosses now, but what did they do wrong except desperately cling to a brief moment of joy? Suddenly, a single tear drops onto the dry, dusty ground below. Luo Xi's eyes widen as he shouts to hold on. The painter is crying, tears streaming down his face, leaving Luo Xi completely stunned. Suddenly, the crying souls of the sound maiden and the painter float close to Luo Xi, begging, please, we beg you to kill us, and my father. Please set me and my baby free from this misery. Luo Xi instantly recognizes their true voices as she continues to sob uncontrollably. We do not want to go on like this anymore. The painter begs as well, please end our agony. Yet, his monstrous body continues to launch physical attacks. Their desperate pleas echo endlessly inside Luo Xi's head. We beg you, please help us escape this unending torture. A vision of the sobbing sound maiden appears. We do not want to hurt innocent people just to prolong this miserable existence anymore. While her physical form snaps its jaws, ready to tear Luo Xi apart, her spiritual voice is still weeping and begging him. The servant mockingly sneers, what a beautiful struggle, what exquisite agony. This is exactly the kind of show the god desires to watch. He laughs as he watches everything beautiful rot into suffering, turning every ounce of hope into absolute despair. What could possibly please the god more than such pure malice? Touched by their tragedy, Luo Xi finally relents. I promise to grant you both release. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupts, slicing clean through the space. He lunges forward, his eyes turning completely dark as he glares at the bastard who toyed with them. I will bring judgment down on him first. The god's servant gasped in shock. What are you trying to do? I am the divine messenger of the gods. Luo Xi just smirked. So what if you serve a god? Aren't you supposed to be immortal? With that, he unleashed a brutal horizontal slash, cutting the guy clean in half. The servant's upper body fell to the ground, stammering out, how? How did you know? Luo Xi was absolutely furious now. He raised his glowing sword and snarled, sooner or later, I am going to kill your precious god too. He brought down a final, crushing blow. Go wait for them in hell. A terrified shriek echoed through the air, begging for salvation, right before a massive explosion erupted violently. The dying servant screamed in pure agony and resentment, you bastard, to think a mere human could do this. The flames consumed the monster instantly. Wu Rui looked on with deep admiration. Luo Xi, you did it. You actually beat him. Lu Mao agreed, praising him too. But Luo Xi's eyes stayed locked on the shadows. Wait, there is still something lurking over there. From the thick smoke, a massive silhouette emerged, mocking them to think my useless subordinate was put down by a pathetic toy like you. Watch closely now. A colossal demon with giant horns slowly emerges, making everyone freeze in sheer disbelief. This is absolutely ridiculous. The evil god's representative roared, shaking the entire room with his sheer pressure. Wu Rui trembled, completely paralyzed by the terrifying power. Where on earth did this monster come from? Even Lu Mao gasped, he's too strong. This insane pressure is choking the life out of me. Luo Xi faced him head on, asking if he wanted a fight too. The monster sneered, by the laws of the gods, I am forbidden from attacking you inside this dungeon stage. The god's representative stared coldly, pointing his finger right at him. But mark my words, your head belongs to me. Next time, I will make you put on a grand performance for my god. With that, the dimensional rift snapped shut. Until then, stay alive. Survive until you are actually worthy of facing me in battle. Wu Rui collapsed to the floor, gasping for air as if she had almost suffocated. Beside her, Lu Mao panted heavily, totally terrified by that monster's aura. Luo Xi stared ahead in silent calculation. In this lifetime, the evil gods were interfering way earlier. That giant carried the gods' raw energy, meaning he was their chosen representative in this world. He narrowed his eyes. So, you bastards have finally sensed my regression. Huh? It doesn't matter. Whatever you plan, I will track you down and destroy every single one of you. Suddenly, the lingering painter and songstress lunged forward in a desperate, frenzied attack. At the same moment, the crying voices of captured souls began to echo in his ears. Thank you for avenging us, they pleaded. Please, just put us out of our misery. We beg you, big brother, save us from this horrible nightmare and set us free. He closed his eyes. Fine, he whispered softly. His blade flared with a brilliant light, and without another word, he unleashed a crushing, merciful blow. Leaping high into the air, he aimed to end their suffering quickly, with the least painful blow possible. A blinding, razor-sharp arc of energy cleaved through the darkness, cutting both the painter and the songstress clean in half. Luo Xi spun around. He smoothly sheathed his blade as both of their heads slid off. Bathed in a warm, glowing light, the two monsters slowly reverted to their peaceful human forms. Pure gratitude shined on their faces as they whispered, "Thank you." The father and daughter were finally reunited in the afterlife, finally free. Watching them fade away, Luo Xi glanced back and softly muttered a final farewell. Rest in peace, and good luck in your next lives. Wu Rui gasped softly. It is finally over. Liu Mao nodded, knowing this was their best possible ending. Suddenly, the two small spirit beasts in their hands began to glow brightly, floating up toward the sky as they watched in awe. Persia, Alazi. The cute little creatures let out soft, adorable cries. Wu Rui reached her hand out, waving and yelling, "Be happy in your next life, okay?" Liu Mao waved too, whispering goodbye. At long last, everyone had finally found their salvation. A system notification popped up. D-rank dungeon frigid apartment cleared, calculating clear rewards for all survivors. Luo Xi looked up as the frosty dungeon walls began to dissolve. This nightmare was officially over. System announcement: all survivors have been rewarded with a D-rank stat boosting card, applicable to all attributes. Every living player in the dungeon receives this. Reminder: all items gained in the dungeon can be transferred back to the real world. Meanwhile, in another zone, the thick mist began to clear up. Shivering players were scattered all over the frozen floor. Waking up in complete confusion, they muttered, "What kind of dungeon is this? It is freezing. Monsters are crawling everywhere. And with this biting cold, we cannot even fight back. Are we seriously going to freeze to death in this horrible place?" Suddenly, a horrifying soul monster lunged out of the darkness, sending the terrified players fleeing in panic. "Run. Move your legs, or we are dead meat, boss. If we keep running like this, we will freeze to death. This stage is an absolute nightmare." Honestly, how did the world's #1 player clear it so effortlessly? Just then, Jiang Qi's foot tripped over a chunk of ice, sending him crashing. This is bad. His lackeys looked back in terror. The soul monster had caught up, extending its claws to grab their helpless boss. Jiang Qi turned completely pale, his heart stopping. "No way. I haven't even claimed the world's top spot yet. How can it end like this?" A system prompt flashed. Stage cleared. Staring at the screen, he let out a massive sigh of relief. "We survived." The players fell to their knees, weeping and whispering, "It is finally cleared. We are actually saved. Honestly, I thought I was going to freeze to death out there. And our basic reward is actually a D-grade all-attribute activation card. Seriously, which absolute god of a player pulled this off? Who could clear this brutal dungeon? No one." Just then, the system screen flashes again, drawing their eyes back to the display. Second and third place are pretty normal, but first place is just straight-up heaven-defying. An 82.3% contribution rate? Is this guy even human? Hey, we did nothing. But combined, our contribution hit 0.1%. Not bad. As the system notifications pop up, Wu Rui gasps in awe. This all-attribute card is crazy powerful. The boost is insane. Lu Mao adds, "Stats up. Our attributes jump to level 3. A D-grade reward is way better than beginner zones." As the screen continues to scroll, Luo Xi realizes something. This is just the basic reward for survival. The real, Big-time loot calculation is only just getting started. Wu Rui holds up her card, utterly confused. Why is it a useless magic attribute card? I cannot even use this thing. Meanwhile, Lu Mao rests his chin, wondering about his worn-out Grandmaster gloves, equipped. As the system details pop up, he clenches his fist. Wow, it actually has that kind of effect. That is a game-deciding item right there. But now, we have got to see what crazy reward did Luo Xi actually get. With that massive 82.3% contribution, Lu Mao eagerly asks what Luo Xi won. Just a gold card, some points, and a single broken card fragment. That is literally it. It is just an S-grade card fragment, he thinks. As the screen displays his massive contribution breakdown, Wu Rui complains with a score that high. How is this all he gets? Lu Mao scratches his head. That is seriously bizarre. How does this game even calculate rewards? To them, it looks like trash loot, but Luo Xi knows it makes perfect sense. He quietly falls into deep thought about the day of confinement. There are only 15 S-grade cards in existence. Each holds absolute godlike power, and getting even one is nearly impossible. To earn his freedom and reverse time, he had to claim the world's top rank in the beginner dungeon. In his past life, he paid an agonizingly brutal price for that card. So, getting a piece of an S-grade card in just the second stage? That is already a stroke of massive luck. The S-grade card fragment details remain completely unknown. Gathering 4 fragments will fuse them into a complete S-grade card. Luo Xi stares at the screen, knowing that while this twisted game is run by evil gods, the rules are fair. Winners get rewarded, losers get wiped out. He taps the screen, storing the fragment away. But even so, this officially brings him one step closer to utterly obliterating those bastard evil gods. And, just like that, boom, the global leaderboard pops up, making Wu Rui squeal with pure excitement. She yells that she made the leaderboard. Lu Mao laughs, noting how tight the scores are. He is rank 31st, with 740 points. Luo Xi explains that more pros will soon emerge. This was exactly why he released that beginner strategy guide. But Liu Mao wonders if that does not just create more rivals for him. Luo Xi's gaze turns dangerous. My goal is to save the world. More allies means more hope. He knows this is not just a one-man war. This is about the survival of the entire human race and our planet. Luo Xi makes a direct request in the next dungeon. Please fight for humanity and leave narrow personal interests behind. He pats his chest. I was being narrow-minded, brother. I will definitely keep your words in mind. Luo Xi. Wu Rui nods firmly, promising that she will also fight for the survival of mankind. As the logout screen appears, Luo Xi smiles and bids his comrades farewell. His friends just grin right back at him. A sudden noise startles Mother Luo. She asks if Luo Xi is awake, and he gently smiles, yes. Luo Xi quietly studies his surroundings. He figures out that the day of confinement pulls in only human consciousness, making Shu Qing's heavy gear useless. Mother Luo tells him he must be starving, so she is going to cook some food. Luo Xi nods. Watching her walk away, he realizes his mother has already adapted to this chaotic new reality. It seems the day of confinement has not affected her mind at all. But just then, the blue system screen snaps open in front of him. Congratulations! You have once again claimed first place on the global leaderboard. Stand by for your exclusive, solo reward. Luo Xi's gaze hardens. Complete determination. Whether players are still fighting inside or have already logged out, nobody can beat his score now. That is why the system is delivering his loot early, but then, a dark energy erupts. The thick black smoke swirls, slowly solidifying into a bizarre, physical object. The moment it takes shape, Luo Xi realizes it is another class change card. This is an A-rank rarity class change card for a Shadow Mage Apprentice, activating immediately upon use. It allows the user to transition into a Shadow Mage Apprentice, unlocking the Shadow Orb skill and adjusting all starting attributes. Even a legendary Dark Elemental Mage must start their journey by accepting the training of a Shadow Apprentice. He's stunned to see an A-rank Dark Mage Apprentice card. Luo Xi knows this class was a legendary force in his past life. In that timeline, the person who reached the highest rank single-handedly wiped an entire city off the map. He looks at the card with deep hesitation. That guy was pure evil, but the raw power of this class is undeniable. Luo Xi reminds himself that power has no morals. It can be a weapon for evil or a divine shield for good. Since everyone is locked to just one class and he cannot use it, he needs to find the perfect owner for this card. Just then, Mrs. Luo walks out holding a bowl. Luo Xi, I made your favorite noodles. Come eat them while they are hot. He smiles happily and thanks her. For now, Luo Xi puts all his heavy worries aside, choosing to just enjoy this quiet, normal moment. She asks how it tastes, and he obediently smiles and tells her it is absolutely delicious. Suddenly, a frantic pounding rattles the door. Mrs. Luo goes to open it and freezes in absolute shock at the guest outside. Rui, why are you here? Even Luo Xi is stunned. Rui bursts inside crying, begging to know why her parents suddenly fell into a deep coma. Luo Xi sighs and confirms it. Yes, they are trapped inside the confinement day event right now. Heartbroken, she begs him for a way to save them. Luo Xi places a hand on her shoulder, gently telling her to stay calm. Let me tell you, the truth is brutal. Only an S-rank freedom card can ever release someone trapped inside that absolute nightmare of an event. Luo Xi remembers the cruel reality. Dying in the game means falling into a permanent coma. Their bodies might survive for a bit, but without constant care in the real world, they will slowly die from starvation and organ failure. Sobbing, she clutches him. Luo Xi, is there really nothing we can do? Luo Xi goes quiet for a very long moment. He lets out a heavy, helpless sigh, realizing there is only one real option left. He has to give her the card. He pulls the card from his pocket, telling her to use this class to grow stronger by clearing one dungeon at a time. Rui's eyes widen in total shock. He pushes her, saying she must become powerful enough to hunt down the sick bastards who made this game, so everyone can finally wake up. She asks hesitantly, just by using this card, can I really become that strong? Luo Xi's gaze turns incredibly dark. You will get strong, but the cost is high. You run a massive risk of completely losing your mind. If your resolve wavers, and you fail to conquer the curse, you will lose your soul. You will become a puppet for evil gods, slaughtering your own people. She gasps in disbelief. A class card really has a terrifying side effect like that. Luo Xi nods. Exactly. Anything gifted by the evil gods always hides a deadly trap. Inside, his mind begins to race with heavy thoughts. These class promotions might look like standard RPG mechanics on the surface, but in this sick, twisted game, changing your class doesn't just offer power. It brings pure, inescapable despair. He knows that every card harbors a fragment of an evil god's mind. To actually survive the transfer, you have to fight off that entity trying to hijack your brain. Think about how terrifying that is. For fragile humans, the sheer weight of an evil god's presence is enough to completely shatter their sanity in a matter of seconds. Once your mind breaks, that dark Luo Xi's eyes grow darker by the second. He remembers the only reason he survived it was because his own heart was forged into pure steel in his previous life. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupts around him. From this moment on, he has only one goal, and that is to crush them all. Meanwhile, Rui is lost in her own thoughts. If she doesn't get stronger, her parents are as good as dead. With so many people slipping into permanent sleep, she steels her resolve. I understand, she says, and I am ready to do this. She reaches out for the card, but Mrs. Luo suddenly steps in, telling her to stop. Rui, you are too young. Do not act rashly. Your parents would never want you risking your life like this. Smiling gently, Rui is incredibly grateful, but if Luo Xi can risk everything, she can throw her own life on the line for her parents. Their love for family is the same. Hearing this completely stuns Mrs. Luo whispers for her to stay strong. Rui turns to Luo Xi, her eyes filled with resolve. Luo Xi, if I turn into a monster, promise me you will kill me without hesitation. Right then, the system screen flashes, announcing that the Dark Mage Apprentice class transfer is officially beginning. Remember your promise, Luo Xi. Her figure starts to fade, leaving only her voice echoing in the quiet room. Kill her? Never. How could he ever do that? Memories of her screaming in absolute agony flash through his mind. Run, Luo Xi. He makes a silent, unbreakable promise to himself. No matter what she becomes, he will bring her back, safe and sound. Suddenly, she screams in agony as the wild, dark energy completely takes over the room, freezing everyone in their tracks. Mrs. Luo watches in terror, completely panicked. Luo Xi urges his mother to step outside and leave it to him, warning her to guard the door and let absolutely nobody inside. Luo Xi's eyes narrow in grim focus. The evil god's dark consciousness is already starting to invade her mind. He hesitates. To help her, he really needs a mental type skill, but right now, he doesn't have anything like that on him. Then Luo Xi looks around and calls out he knows a being with immense mental power is hitching a ride inside his own body. Right on cue, a mysterious voice answers back, telling him that they are everywhere. Luo Xi makes a direct demand, let me enter her mental world right now. He knows this being has that exact power, Bai Lai answers I do, but her mind is somewhere I cannot go. His deep, steady voice echoes if you cannot defeat the mental invasion taking over her mind, you will die in there. Are you really okay with that? Luo Xi firmly assures him I will not die, and I will definitely win this. Bai Lai reaches out and points a finger. Such confidence and raw determination. Very well then, go. Even though you passed my test, Bai Lai warns him if you cannot even handle a small issue like this, you do not deserve our help at all. With that, a strange power surges directly into Luo Xi's body, quickly forming a connection over to Wu Rui. His gaze burns with pure determination. Don't you dare think you can take my comrade. His eyes shut tight, as his feet take a soft step. Just like that, Luo Xi steps into a strange new realm. And yes, we have officially entered Wu Rui's mental world. Luo Xi's attention immediately shifts to a crowd nearby, and he quickly realizes that right there is actually Wu Rui's soul. Right in front of him, two identical figures of Wu Rui are locked in combat, leaving Luo Xi completely stunned. Why on earth are there two of her? A menacing voice echoes if you want to claim my power, you have to prove you actually have what it takes. Survive the relentless onslaught of these dark element apprentices first. If you can actually defeat them, only then will I acknowledge your strength. On her end, Wu Rui cries out this is bad. Their numbers are growing. We have to hold our ground and win. Our parents are still waiting for us. Evil spirits are rapidly swarming all around them, launching a non-stop barrage of dark fireballs directly at her. Suddenly, an explosion of dark energy completely engulfs the area. Wu Rui warns her clone if we take a direct hit from that, we are done for. The clone quickly replies make an opening for me, and I will shoot. But they are completely overwhelmed, with so many enemies surrounding them. But right then, Luo Xi's voice echoes with power. I've got your back. Wu Rui turns her head toward him in shock, quickly explaining that since these dark elemental mages are just inheritance illusions, she cannot harm them, leaving it all up to them. But Luo Xi calmly reassures them, I can easily handle the consciousness of these evil gods for you. With a razor-sharp glare that sweeps across the dark void, Luo Xi silently fumes. How dare they try to corrupt his comrade right in front of him. Decisive and filled with resolve, Luo Xi strikes without a second thought. You stand absolutely no chance. Hearing the massive commotion, Wu Rui turns in surprise, wondering why Luo Xi is even here. Her clone adds he is incredibly strong. Those monsters are absolutely no match for him. She then cold-facedly adds, let us leave those pests to Luo Xi. We need to focus all our attention on these three mages. While the dark apprentice mages float silently in the pitch-black void, a massive, overwhelming surge of energy suddenly erupts out of nowhere. Seeing this, Wu Rui realizes a massive dark magic orb is heading straight for them. Sensing the extreme danger, she quickly scrambles out of the way. But when she turns back around a second later, she is left totally stunned. Wu Rui gasps in shock, realizing their magic spell actually has a terrifying corrosive effect. Her clone agrees, saying Luo Xi was right, this class is incredibly powerful. And right here, a violent gust of wind suddenly erupts, completely taking over the surrounding area. A barrage of dark magic orbs rains down on Wu Rui. She reacts instantly, unleashing a continuous stream of bullets to shoot them down. Wu Rui freezes for a second, realizing this magic spell actually switches between charged attacks and instant releases. Refusing to just stand there and passively take a beating, she immediately fights back, sending a glorious hail of bullets raining down on the dark apprentice mages. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The enemy health bar is dropping. Wu Rui is shocked to see only a tiny dent. Dual guns only shaved off 15% of their health. Their defense is incredibly high, but her clone quickly suggests that any damage at all is a good start. I will protect us. You focus purely on attacking. Their tag team strategy is set, but there is still a major catch. Pulling this off is not going to be easy at all. Wu Rui silently realizes that in this space, her physical limits are exactly like reality. If their stamina runs out before those three mages are dead, they lose. Her gaze turns deep and razor sharp, as if she is already calculating their odds of survival. Wu Rui hesitates. Even manually reloading her weapons is going to drain her precious energy. Right then, a system alert pings gun weapons can automatically reload, but at the cost of the user's stamina. Determined to win, she and her clone instantly lock onto the exact same thought. Meanwhile, Luo Xi watches his enemies with pure contempt as they crowd around without daring to charge. His eyes slowly darken. Since you guys refuse to make the first move, Luo Xi grips his powerful weapon and slowly steps forward. Then I will just take the lead myself. Suddenly, the black shadows around him begin to creep forward. Before long, they tangle in a fierce clash. Luo Xi thrusts his sword straight at the enemy. There is absolutely no dodging this blow. All evil gods must die. Suddenly, clang. A deafening clash shatters the dead silence of the void. Luo Xi stares at the shocking scene unfolding before him, as creeping shadows slowly begin to wrap around his entire body. Luo Xi mutters, "So this is your true form. Even a mere fragment of Ashen's consciousness shouldn't be this weak." Look at this as the shadow cartographer mage erupts in pure rage. Luo Xi calmly maintains his composure to block the onslaught. Glaring ahead with bright eyes, Luo Xi rockets forward like a missile. Does your weakness even matter now? Just as expected. The shadow cartographer mage completely panics. Luo Xi keeps a serious face and starts channeling his ultimate power. "To me, it makes absolutely no difference," he says, slashing his sharp sword cleanly through. Blinding light of power explodes intensely. But right then, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes out. "Well done. Beautiful job. The intelligent spark of life hasn't lost its sanity yet. Keep going." Luo Xi instantly senses this isn't a physical sound. Analyzing it, he realizes it is a telepathic signal not from Earth's language system. Somehow, it translates directly into words I can understand inside my own head. And the mysterious voice continues to speak. "That S-rank card is the counterattack opportunity we left behind. You see, we have already become a part of the evil god. This is our final power," the voice warns. "Do not be tempted by the evil god, or you will help destroy your own civilization just like we did." Luo Xi deeply processes this information. The S-rank card is a weapon they left behind, and they became part of the evil god. So does that mean they are? He silently guesses, could they be the remnants of some advanced alien civilizations that the evil god swallowed up long ago? Luo Xi considers carefully. "I always assumed the S-rank power they cannot resist was just part of their twisted game for extreme, unpredictable entertainment. But I was wrong. Now I see the truth." Clenching his fists, he resolves to seize this final chance left in the deep cosmos. Luo Xi vows this planet will be the final grave for the gods who caused your tragedy. Looking down, he realizes the evil god's consciousness is completely gone, meaning he can no longer stay here. After all, this is Wu Er's mental world, making him an intruder. Meanwhile, Wu Er and her clone are still locked in a brutal clash. Luo Xi suddenly materializes next to them and remarks, "Looks like you two can handle the rest of the situation now." Wu Er is completely stunned and asks Luo Xi, "Are you leaving already?" Her clone is equally shocked that he actually vaporized all that black mud. He is truly a monster. Truly powerful. Luo Xi smiles, telling her to focus on finishing her class transfer. "I will wait for you both in the real world." Wu Er and her clone frown before they can even reply. Both Wu Ers think to themselves, this is bad. He cannot discover our secret, so we must act completely normal back in the real world. And here is the catch. While she is distracted, the shadow mage begins gathering his dark power. With a serious face, Wu Er says they must secure the class transfer first. Her clone agrees to save their parents. They must start as dark mage apprentices. With that, they both charge at the shadow cartographer mage. Watching them, Luo Xi smiles. "Go on. Wu Er, step onto this path and become my most trusted ally against the evil gods." Shortly after, Luo Xi successfully returns to his own home. Mother Luo paces anxiously near the entrance. Even though Luo Xi has grown so reliable, she cannot help but worry about her children. Her heart sinks as she contemplates the strange mass coma. After all, the bizarre events unfolding lately have completely defied any normal explanation. Flashbacks keep flooding. Mother Luo's mind, countless people have suddenly collapsed into deep comas, surviving solely on medical life support systems. She anxiously recalls how ordinary citizens suddenly became extremely violent, openly attacking innocent people right in the middle of the streets. She clearly remembers her own bizarre dream, where a terrifying monster resembling a giant teddy bear was relentlessly hunting down her entire family. Looking up at their room door, she offers a silent, desperate prayer. "Luo Xi, Wu Rui, Shu Qing, please let them all be safe." Meanwhile, the faint remnants of Luo Xi's power still linger inside the room. He is back. Scanning the room, he confirms it while Wu Rui suddenly materializes beside him. Observing her calm demeanor, Luo Xi figures her mental state has stabilized and the breakthrough is probably just around the corner. He just watches. For another quiet moment, he observes her, until a satisfied smirk plays on his lips. The vacant look in Wu Rui's eyes slowly fades, as she opens them, just as the system's digital voice chimes in. The system confirms player Wu Rui has successfully completed her class transfer, detailing her new attributes. Even she cannot believe her ears as she yells, "Luo Xi, I actually did it. Wu Er bows deeply to show her gratitude. Thank you for entering my dream to help me. She feels a slight pang of guilt, hoping this dream excuse keeps her secret safe from him. But before they can celebrate, Shu Qing's loud voice suddenly shatters the peaceful silence. Xiao Qing, don't. Seeing his intense reaction, Luo Xi rushes over to ask, Shu Qing, what happened? Seeing them both, he snaps right back to reality. Shu Qing lunges forward, crying out, Luo Xi, please, you must take me back to that dungeon right now. Luo Xi tries to calm him down, explaining that, since he returned to reality, the dungeon he cleared is already beaten, and cleared dungeons vanish forever. At that moment, tears begin to stream down his face. But what about those who died inside? Can she still be saved? Luo Xi keeps his thoughts hidden, realizing this is exactly like his past life. During the second run of the day of imprisonment, Shu Qing watched Xiao Qing sacrifice her own life just to keep him alive. Luo Xi can still hear Shu Qing's desperate voice echoing, Xiao Qing, don't. Luo Xi reflects on this, realizing he only heard their story from Shu Qing and never knew the actual details. Luo Xi realizes he cannot make blind guesses to help save Xiao Qing. Throwing out random advice might just get them both killed as memories keep rushing back. He even considered bringing Shu Qing into his own dungeon to spare him from this agony. But Luo Xi has to face the hard facts. Sure, avoiding the meeting stops the pain. But is running away from his own destiny really the right path for Shu Qing? Tears stream down his face as he mutters, Xiao Qing, I am so sorry. This is all my fault. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Xi knows he cannot play God and choose his friend's path for him. His gaze turns colder than ever. Besides, in this lifetime, he will absolutely crush those. He will free everyone from this endless nightmare. After some quick thinking, Luo Xi decides to deliver some good news. Get ready, because this changes everything. Shu Qing, actually, Xiao Qing is still alive in the real world. Hearing this, is that true? Luo Xi immediately pulls up a news report on his phone. Look at this. Thousands of people have suddenly fallen into deep comas, and even top experts cannot explain it. Shu Qing asks in confusion, but what does this have to do with Xiao Qing? She died inside the game. Standing nearby, Wu Rui quickly speaks up to explain. What Luo Xi means is that dying inside the game only puts you in a coma in reality. Hearing this, he suddenly bolts upright. So Xiao Qing is still alive out there. She is just in a deep coma. Wu Rui nods. Exactly. Glad to see you are finally using your brain. But then, Wu Rui's voice falls silent. My own parents have also fallen into that same deep coma. With a look of pure determination, she adds, Luo Xi told me that to wake them up, we must clear the day of imprisonment and kill the mastermind behind it. That is why Wu Rui joined forces with him. Shu Qing, you should team up with us. Let's take down the bastard pulling the strings together. He instantly agrees. Count me in. Let's go slay the mastermind behind this game. Watching them, Luo Xi smiles. This is beautiful. In this life, everyone is unleashing their true power to protect those they love. He remembers how in his past life, a lack of information left everyone drowning in absolute despair whenever they returned to the real world. But now, seeing their drive, Luo Xi feels a surge of hope. Where there's a will, there's a way. He steps forward and says, so, our top priority right now is boosting your strength. Though, to be honest, you are already pretty powerful. Shu Qing looks bewildered and mutters, what do you mean? I am lagging way behind. Luo Xi starts breaking it down. Just by surviving the first 2 dungeons, you automatically get upgraded to base attribute level 4, meaning Shu Qing only had to work for the boost from 1 attribute card, while everything else was basically a free ride to victory. Suddenly, he turns to ask, hey, Wu Rui, what level are you at now? She flashes a humble smile and replies, oh, it's not that high. Luo Xi basically carried me the whole way. But when Shu Qing sees her stats, his jaw literally drops. Level 9. With a class advancement and a signature weapon, if that is not high, she could easily wipe the floor with me right now. He looks away, completely defeated. So, how insanely strong is Luo Xi then? Taking one quick glance, Shu Qing lets out a loud shriek. This is even more ridiculous than last time. He literally drops to the ground and grabs his leg. Luo Xi, I have never begged anyone in my entire life, but please, carry me through 1 level. Shu Qing says, seriously, I want to protect the beautiful world that belongs to me too. Even if the mastermind behind this is godlike, I want to fight them to the bitter end. Luo Xi looks down at him. Your hope is my wish too. He reaches out to pull Shu Qing back up to his feet. Of course I will, he says, thinking to himself that this time, they are finally on the same path. Then, he quickly gives them both a warning. First, you guys need to truly understand who we are fighting. In a low voice, Luo Xi says, I call them the evil gods. Can you blame them for looking shocked? That title is pure terror. Luo Xi reassures them, don't worry. For now, these evil gods only exist inside the day of imprisonment and cannot manifest in reality. It is one of the absolute rules that even they must obey. But once the day of imprisonment determines a final victor, Luo Xi warns with absolute gravity, they will physically descend upon our Earth. Lahi's gaze turns dark, looking like it could swallow this entire planet. Wu Rui's voice trembles as she asks if their opponent is a cosmic-level monster, while Si Qing silently wonders if this is too difficult. Seeing their despair, Lahi asks if they want to give up, forcing Wu Rui to think of her family and her parents. Si Qing also thinks of his beloved Xiao Qing, and right then, both of them resolve never to give up. He looks at them both and asks where their actual chance of winning lies, while Lahi begins going through the cards. Their only shot is hidden inside 15 special S-class cards, and each one holds incredibly massive power. Lahi explains that collecting them all will let them fight the evil god, prompting an excited Wu Rui to ask if they just need to help him find those cards. Si Qing is ready. Let's do this. The goal is clear, but then she asks a question we are all wondering: how many dungeons are out there, and which have those S-class cards? Lahi explains that because the evil god's power merges with human society, there are at least over 1,000 dungeon types in this game. Wu Rui is completely shocked by that massive number, while Si Qing asks Lahi if he didn't already write a guide for the beginner dungeons. It is that many. Lahi calmly explains, there are only 19 beginner dungeons, so writing down their strategies wasn't hard at all. Lahi adds that while S-class cards are rare, he knows one specific dungeon that holds one, as he silently thinks of a certain woman. That woman is likely close to betraying humanity. Lahi tells them to go home, rest up, and prepare to enter the next dungeon in 3 days. Si Qing nods. He agrees. Suddenly, the system announces the next phase of the game is about to begin. The countdown begins at 71:32, while Wu Rui resolves to get stronger on her own now that she has changed her class. Lahi's expression darkens as he falls into deep thought, knowing he must meet that woman to enter the dungeon. He holds an S-class freedom card to enter any dungeon. But first, he has to lock down the exact coordinates. The next day, Ji Yan happily greets him, saying she never expected him to reach out after rejecting her last time, thinking their fate had ended. He cuts straight to the point, telling her to drop the act, since she has already survived 2 dungeons herself. Her face darkens as she admits that while luck helped her survive both times, she might not be so fortunate next time. Lahi hears this, and his eyes instantly grow dark. He recalls dealing with her in his past life, silently knowing she did not survive by mere luck, but by selling her entire soul to become the evil god's loyal slave. Lahi looks directly at Ji Yan, knowing that while others are blind to it, he is completely immune to all mental powers. He instantly senses a thick wave of dark power, seeing the evil god's aura radiating clearly from her body. Lahi watches her closely and begins to analyze. This means she has been helping the evil god slaughter humans inside the dungeons just so she can cling to her own pathetic life. Sipping his tea, he realizes that after just one more dungeon, she will completely transform into a brainless slave for the evil god. Ji Yan asks if he invited her out, just to discuss business, giving Lahi a highly seductive look, as she wonders if they should do something else, since they are all alone. Her eyes betray her. The wicked nature is clear. She secretly schemes that as long as she plays her cards right using her body, even the top-ranked player in the world will be under her thumb, allowing her master to consume him so she can finally survive in peace. This damn game. She absolutely hates it, and never wants to play it again. A wicked smile spreads across her face, as she plots to use his life as a stepping stone. At that moment, Lahi cuts off her wicked train of thought, by announcing his decision to join her in the next game, snapping her instantly back to reality. What? She hasn't even asked him yet, but he went ahead and brought it up first. He extends his hand with apparent sincerity, asking her to shake it if she agrees, planning to leave a mark on her, while letting her believe it is just his card's ability. Look at her frozen in shock. She probably thinks this is the luckiest day of her life. Ji Yan hesitates for a second before grabbing his hand to agree, immediately trying to flirt again by saying she is down for anything else too. He pulls back. See you in the dungeon, he says, leaving her to silently stand and watch him walk away. Her friendly act vanishes instantly, as she snarls that no man has ever rejected her so blatantly, vow to make him regret it. A moment later, the system's voice echoes, initiating the tense countdown for the next day of imprisonment. As the countdown hits 0, the system announces that teleportation is beginning, prompting Xi Qing to notice the shift and speak up. It is starting. Luo Xi turns around to give one last warning, telling him to remember the rules. Xi Qing calmly and firmly assures him that he remembers every single detail, prompting Luo Xi to step forward and activate his Freedom Card's second ability. Right after that, the system announces it has successfully locked the target. In Jian's dungeon, the Apocalypse Playground. Are we going in? Luo Xi speaks up, preparing to enter the targeted location of Jian, the Apocalypse Playground. The system continues to announce that freedom is activated, and players Luo Xi and Xu Qing are entering the C-rank dungeon, Apocalypse Playground. As the voice fades, both of them successfully enter the dungeon. He silently notes that collecting every single S-rank card is his life's mission now, meaning he must conquer the dungeons he never cleared. Starting from this exact moment, my path to becoming strong will be completely different. Moments later, the system displays the first stage's preparation room. Seeing this, Xu Qing cannot help but feel shocked that a preparation room actually exists here. Luo Xi figures this must be directly tied to the dungeon's rules. He silently analyzes the situation. He has only read guidebooks about this place, so he needs to observe his surroundings carefully to secure his goal. Soon after, the system pops up, welcoming them to the Apocalypse Playground. Before the game officially starts, everyone has the right to form a team. It prompts them to tap on the profile images and send invites to others once they agree. They become official teammates under these regulations. Each team is strictly limited to a maximum of 3 members. Xu Qing's eyes widen at the sight. He never expected this dungeon to host so many people. He turns to ask Luo Xi, "Who else should we choose as our teammate?" Instead of replying immediately, Luo Xi reasons that, since Jian works for the evil god, letting her join any other team will only get innocent players killed. It is far better to keep her close and let her target. Luo Xi stares at the screen. You just know he is ready to handle whatever she throws at him next. Meanwhile, Jian is planning her own move. She needs to team up with Luo Xi, or perhaps join another squad first to harvest lives for her master. The very second she finishes speaking, the system suddenly flashes with a brand new notification. It asks if she will accept the team invitation from players Luo Xi and Xu Qing. Xian stares blankly at the prompt and sneers. Are you really that impatient? She makes her decision in a split second, without a shred of hesitation. Being in a team with the world's #1 player should make things way easier. Shortly after, Jian appears right in front of Luo Xi and Xu Qing. Xu Qing's jaw drops as he looks at the woman. Instantly, she starts acting her part, crying out that she is so scared. But her little show does not fool him for a second. Luo Xi simply tells Xu Qing in a cold voice to open the door since their team is full. Xu Qing quietly studies Jian, realizing who she is, but he trusts Luo Xi completely, knowing there must be a solid reason behind his choice. Jian glares at his retreating back with pure hatred, muttering that sooner or later, he will be on his knees, begging her. Wearing a wicked smirk, she remembers her master had already revealed all the hidden rules to her. Jian starts to find this whole situation highly entertaining. With just a tiny push from her, they will fall into absolute ruin. In that exact instant, Luo Xi reaches out and shoves the heavy door open. The system immediately announces the first stage of the Apocalypse Playground zombies in the forest. The rule to pass is to secure the highest score to qualify for the next round. The stage leaderboard is now active, and your team number is Team 007. Hearing this, Xu Qing scratches his head in confusion. The rules are so vague, they do not even explain how to score points. Xian softly speaks up from behind, pointing out that since there are zombies in the forest, the logic is simple: the more zombies you kill, the higher your score. He stares in utter disbelief, calling out to Luo Xi that actual zombies are here. Luo Xi calmly replies that they should move out. This stage should not be too difficult. Shortly after, all 3 of them step forward into the game. Rising before them are thousands of decaying undead. Xu Qing screams in absolute horror, calling out to Luo Xi that they are really here. Just like that, the endless horde turns their heads and charges straight at them. This is getting crazy. Terrified, Xu Qing screams for them to run, but Luo Xi shows no fear at all. Instead, he draws his weapon, fully prepared to face them. Luo Xi unleashes a brilliant, sweeping sword strike, obliterating waves of zombies. Witnessing such a mind-blowing scene, Xu Qing cannot help but marvel at how incredibly powerful. Xu Qing silently notes that in reality, achieving something like this is absolutely impossible. Experiencing Luo Xi's sheer, overwhelming power so directly, there is truly only one word left in his mind to describe him. Staring at Luo Xi's majestic aura, he feels as if a god has descended to earth. Meanwhile, Jian watches in absolute shock and terror. So this is the word. Wearing a wicked smile, she realizes exactly why her master is so absolutely obsessed with claiming him. Meanwhile, Luo Xi remains completely absorbed in his hunt, paying absolutely no attention to the thoughts of those traveling with him. Pausing for a brief moment, he reminds himself that to secure clues for the S-rank cards, claiming first place in every single stage is an absolute necessity. He looks straight ahead, knowing that those who manage to reach this stage must be exceptionally skilled. My real challenge here is finding a way to defeat all of these experts and walk away with the absolute highest score. The moment his thoughts fade, the system alerts him that all basic zombies in this zone are cleared, earning them 50 points. Shu Qing followed closely behind, saying, "Luo Xi, we are definitely taking first place." Nearby, and Jian chimed in, agreeing that Luo Xi was indeed incredibly powerful. He paused in thought before replying, "No, it is not that simple. There are plenty of players who can easily handle low-level zombies." Looking at the scoreboard, he muttered, "How are there so many tied teams?" Shu Qing quickly realized the problem, realizing that if they let their guard down for even a second, they would get overtaken. Luo Xi urged them forward, saying they need to find more zombies as fast as possible. Shu Qing nodded in agreement. Walking forward, he pondered silently. A hidden rule? He knew it. Luo Xi analyzed the situation. The only thing that could truly widen the score gap was the zombie king in the heart of the secret forest. At that thought, his gaze turned razor sharp. To secure the highest score, challenging that monster was his ultimate goal. Soon, they reached the apocalyptic amusement park, spotting a zombie roaming in the woods. Shu Qing scanned the area and shivered, saying that not knowing where a zombie might pop out from is incredibly tense and absolutely thrilling. Right as he spoke, a rotting corpse lunged. Fast. Shu Qing panicked instantly as it closed in. Luo Xi glanced back, asking if that was their second low-level zombie, and if Shu Qing could handle it on his own. Fighting the beast, he grunted back. "Of course I can. I am not going to be a useless burden holding you back." Luo Xi warned Jian not to wander off. Playing along, she whimpered that she was absolutely terrified and promised not to run around. He ignored her completely and just kept marching forward. Frustrated, Jian gritted her teeth, furious that he was giving her the cold shoulder yet again. She let out a quiet sneer. Since he looked down on her this much, she would just have to stir up some serious trouble for him. Using her master's energy, she planned to lure in other players contaminated by the evil god's power, ruthless killers who showed zero mercy. Meanwhile, Shu Qing was still struggling hard against his zombie, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The zombie possessed quite massive strength. Even so, he pushed back hard, refusing to lose to a brainless monster. For Xiao Qing's sake, he could not afford to fail here. Refusing to back down, his fierce attack made the beast shriek in pain. With one clean strike, the monster goes down. He wiped his brow with a grin. He boasted to himself, thinking no one would ever dare look down on him again. Watching from the side, Luo Xi quietly offered some praise. "Great job. Now go ahead and sheathe your sword. My side is completely cleared too." Shu Qing sighed, suddenly feeling like his own fiery passion was nothing compared to Luo Xi's effortless skill. Hold on. Right at that exact moment, a slow clap echoes through the silence. Jiang He stepped out with a mock praise, calling their zombie-slaying skills truly impressive. The moment Luo Xi saw them, he sensed a chilling wave of dark energy. All three of these newcomers carried the aura of an evil god. Just like Anxian, they must have murdered for the evil god to receive its life-sustaining energy. Standing nearby, Anxian smirked, glad to finally see others of her own kind, but they lacked her master's direct parasite. They were inferior. He knew she was far superior. She realized they must have sensed the hidden signal she had released, meaning a brutal battle to the death was about to begin. Turning back, she whispered to her parasite, asking if her master was also looking forward to this incoming player-on-player slaughter. Shu Qing offered to team up, hoping they could help each other survive. Jiang He sneered at his naive offer. To speak of teamwork in a place like this proved they were completely out of touch with reality. Suddenly, the system revealed the first hidden rule: kill others to steal their points. He smirked, realizing the god had given them a hint. Stealing points from other players was the true key to winning this game. Hiding his dark intentions, he stepped forward to shake Shu Qing's hand, fake smiling and saying it would be wonderful to team up with them. Shu Qing smiled warmly, saying it was a pleasure and hoping they would survive this together. Cheap shot. Before their hands can even meet, Jiang He strikes out for their points. Frozen in shock, Xu Qing realized he couldn't dodge in time. But before the deadly edge could slice his face, another sword parried the strike instantly. Stunned by that unbelievable speed, Jiang He gasped in horror. Luo Xi drew his weapon back and asked a cold, cautious question. Are you sure about starting a slaughter here? Ignore him, Jiang He barked. Kill them both. He instantly blocked the incoming hail of bullets. Meanwhile, Jiang He kept screaming frantically, ordering his squad to keep attacking to claim those points. Lian Ping smirked confidently, noting that the opponent standing beside him possessed an incredibly formidable aura as well. Luo Xi assessed the battle, recognizing that the blue pattern sword skill had already reached its peak. No hesitation. He unleashed a devastating, clean slash directly at his enemies. His gaze darkened as his opponents failed to block the strike. Crushed by the massive impact, they were heavily wounded, and Jiang He's sword shattered completely in half. Moments later, the man's entire body disintegrated into thin air. Looking around in utter disbelief, Xu Qing asked, Luo Xi, why did they want to kill us so badly? Luo Xi calmly replies, didn't that person already explain it? It is about points. A hidden rule here is that killing another team lets you inherit all their points. Right after saying that, he slightly turns his head to analyze her. Is that true? Ji Yan asks, her voice trembling. It is my first time hearing about this rule. He just raises his eyebrow. Really? If you put my friend in danger like that ever again, Luo Xi coldly declares, I will make sure to kill you first. This woman is finally showing her true colors. Ji Yan finds his threat absolutely ridiculous. Kill me, using just your skills? She thinks to herself, this hidden rule was sent to everyone. Every single player who received the aura of the god got the exact same message. Her eyes gradually lose their humanity. The brutal internal slaughter among players is just getting started. Luo Xi, you will never walk out of here alive. Meanwhile, the system broadcasts updates on Team 007. Seeing the update, he thinks to himself, we inherited the points of the team we killed. We are ahead for now, but we cannot afford to slack off. Luo Xi quickly falls silent. Those infected with the evil god's aura are definitely not just them, making the next area even more dangerous. Xu Qing approaches him and whispers, look, I think that woman is bad news. Should we just ditch her and go on our own? Luo Xi scans the area. It is not the time to let her go yet. Doing that might trigger an even bigger disaster. Plus, there are too many ordinary people around here, and she will get them killed. Xu Qing agrees. Looks like we have to drag this toxic woman along for now. Right on cue. Hear that? A creepy rustling sound starts echoing louder and louder from the woods. Xu Qing looks up and panics. They are back. Luo Xi does not hesitate for a second, ordering him to follow closely if he wants to level up right now. He nods. While fighting, Xu Qing realizes he has to become strong like Luo Xi if he wants to save Xiaoqing and the world. Moments later, he is gasping for air, like he just finished a marathon. Absolutely exhausted, Luo Xi suddenly tosses 5 cards over catch. He yells that Xu Qing only has levels but no attributes, meaning he needs an immediate upgrade. The cards activate instantly. He yells in pure excitement that all his exhaustion has completely vanished. Luo Xi grins. Every player has a natural, built-in affinity for specific attributes. The higher your natural affinity, the massive the boost you get from these cards. He quickly analyzes their stats. has max speed. Liu Mao is pure strength. And his buddy Xu Qing? He is a beast when it comes to raw stamina. Luo Xi realizes that with proper training, Xu Qing can easily become a legendary shield tank. In those brutal high-level dungeons later on, a tank like him is absolutely essential. Shaking off his thoughts, Luo Xi shouts, let's keep moving. Xu Qing nods. Ji Yan frowns, realizing these guys are farming fast. Just killing normal monsters is not going to get her enough points to compete. She silently observes the top-ranked teams without stealing other players' points. Catching up is completely impossible. Ji Yan smiles maliciously. Go ahead, slaughter each other. This brutal drama is exactly what her master wants to watch. Meanwhile, over at Team 01, Li Zhengfeng, Luo Yan, and Feng Di just finished their battle. Feng Di boasts that killing this team secures them first place. Li Zhengfeng warns him, Team 007 is right on our heels, we cannot relax. Luo Yan suggests they should just hunt them down, steal their points, and guarantee that nobody can ever catch up. He smirks, asking what the rush is. Let those big fish get fatter first, so the kill is even sweeter. Suddenly, the system announces that Li Zhengfeng has reached rank 23 in the world. Right after that, A notification pops up showing a high-level zombie has been slain. Meanwhile, Xu Qing barely gets a moment to rest before he is panting heavily all over again. Luo Xi looks around the dark trees. A high-level zombie means we are close to the miasma forest. Honestly, you can feel the massive tension building here. Xu Qing agrees, looking up to warn that a boss is close, especially with this terrifyingly thick miasma choking them. Suddenly, the system flashes a warning: the zombie miasma is corroding your body, causing your stamina to drop. He panics, yelling that the debuff has hit them. But Luo Xi stays completely calm. An even deadlier threat is already here. Luo Xi raises his eyebrow. The real boss fight is finally about to begin. Towering before them is a level 18 zombie king. This boss dominates with a toxic miasma domain skill. Looking at the screen, Xu Qing shivers in pure terror. Oh my god, a level 18 ancient zombie. The creature suddenly glares at them, before lunging forward with explosive speed. The zombie king locks onto its target, catching him off guard. But Xu Qing snaps back to reality and raises his defense. He is no pushover either. Stealing his resolve, Xu Qing actually uses his own head to absorb the incoming blow. Incredibly, the monster loses its balance and stumbles back several meters. Xu Qing rubs his forehead, wondering if he is really this strong. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Xi is impressed. Xu Qing's stamina affinity is definitely something special. If he can unlock that specific skill, he might actually become the ultimate shield god. Enraged, the zombie king lets out a furious roar, and boom, chaos erupts as the crazed beast lunges at Tukan. But Lahi barely steps in to block it. Lahi barks out, "Tukan, get back, you are no match for him. Let me handle this." The zombie king roars in mindless fury, relentlessly throwing wild, heavy strikes right at him. Guarding himself, Lahi tries to plant its body is incredibly tough. Regular slash attacks cannot pierce its defense. He needs another way. Suddenly, the zombie king begins to bloat up. Looking up, Lahi realizes it is about to unleash a massive skill. Exactly as he suspected, the monster suddenly spews out a massive torrent of deadly poison. Dodging the lethal mist quickly, he watches the acid burn into the ground, sending Tukan into a complete panic. This toxic gas is pure acid. Lahi narrows his eyes, searching for a weak spot to take down this beast. Where is its weak point? Meanwhile, the entire forest is quickly getting swallowed by the thick, green fog. Watching from the shadows, Qinfang smirks. We will wait until they kill that beast, then ambush them to steal all their hard-earned rewards.